Jian Jian Jian, Chapter Sen Shi Jian 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 Dungeon. Breaks happen when too much magical energy builds and is released all at once. Mutants spawn in at much higher rates, and the boss is guaranteed to be a mutant sucking up all the leftover magical energy. The exit portal turns red and allows both humans and monsters to enter and leave as they wish. An increase in mutant monsters means an increase in potential rare loot. Strong hunters and guilds see dungeon breaks as top priority events. Of course, this is to save the public from the dangerous monsters that can escape and harm those in the town nearby. There is a thin line between protection and profit, I guess. Anyways, I'm the first one to realize this is a dungeon break. There are over a dozen monsters in the general vicinity. There is no way I can take them all on by myself. If they all escape into the city, there will be some serious casualties. The nearest guild is way too far away to warn anyone in time. I'm sure the two guards out front will catch on soon, but many monsters will escape into the city before the proper team can arrive. The only way to stop all of this is to defeat the boss. The dungeon will collapse in on itself after the boss room is cleared. That is common knowledge on how dungeon breaks work. I've just never seen one with my own two eyes. This is my best bet. I'm going to face that boss. It may be a mutant, but I have a better chance of defeating it than trying to fight all of the dungeon's monsters at once. I wanted to get stronger, right? I can't back down from a challenge. I took a deep breath and gripped my sword. The air was getting thicker and thicker. I could sense that the source was coming from a very tall mountain about Liangoni away. That must be the boss room. I headed off towards it in full sprint. I used the winding valleys to avoid as many monsters as I could. For Archifindrum Utes I ran and dodged every Cyclops in sight. There were about normal monsters and semi-mutants that crossed my path. I could sense over 10 dozen in my close vicinity. They were headed in the direction of the dungeon exit gate. All the more reason for me to hurry and defeat this boss. The closer I got to the mountain, the more monsters I saw. The ground was rumbling. A stampede of mutants appeared. A sea of them were lined up and charging in the direction of the dungeon's main gate. There was a large group of normal Cyclopes following close behind. A couple may have already breached into the home world, but the bulk of them were about Archifindrum Utes away from the portal. If this wave makes it to the city, it may be leveled before the Hunters Association or Pace can get here to stop them. The wave rumbled by, they hardly paid any attention to me. I saw a dark gray floating portal just by me in front of me in the direction the stampede had left from. I sprinted towards it without hesitating. This is the boss room. From around the corner of the mountain's rock ledge, another group of monsters appeared. They must all just be spawning in here. I kept sprinting forward with my eyes on the boss room portal. Our giant mutants came charging towards me, followed by a pack of their normal Cyclops underlings. I completely ignored them and kept my eye on the prize. Moments later, I managed to jump through unscathed. I could hear many roars as I was transported into the boss room. This is insanity. I made it to the boss room. It was 10 by me long, 11 by me wide, and over 50 me tall. I was standing in a wide open cave. There were no obstacles in sight, just a rocky floor, curved cave walls, and a ceiling. It was silent. The air in here was so dense with magic. I could feel it following all around me. I could also feel the stare of a horrible creature. Thudded, crack-a-cut-cut, crack-ca-cuck. An enormous Cyclops emerged from the back of the cave. Its skin was so dark that it looked black. Its eye was bloodshot and staring at me hungrily. Every step it took cracked the rocky ground below it. The mutant boss stood at nearly 2 me tall. It is bigger than any monster I've ever seen. Woo, 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 way at bay. It let out a roar declaring battle. I stood there in awe. I used Inspect, and my jaw nearly dropped to the floor. LV, Yao Qiao level, Yao Qiao. I had a hard enough time defeating a mutant in the Yibai Sishimiao. This is going to be the greatest challenge I've ever faced. I cannot slip up. Even one hit may be fatal. Roo, woo, woo, hi. The ground-breaking steps of the mutant drew closer. I followed its lead and sprinted towards it as well. Its speed was similar to the other mutant I battled previously, maybe slightly faster than me, but not impossible to use my agility to weave around it. The real problem here was its overwhelming strength. This cave has completely flat ground. It would be close to impossible to use that airborne tactic from my last fight. As we sprinted towards each other, I prepared myself to dodge. Once we were about shimmy apart, I made a sharp turn to the right and narrowly missed its club's wide swing. There was nothing else I could do right now. I just have to dodge and weave until I find an opening. The monster rumbled on past me. Like clockwork, it turned and started its charge towards me again. We basically just played chicken over and over. It charges at me. I follow its lead. Then I narrowly dodged a heavy swing. And we repeat. We did this over and over for about Liangfenzhong Yutes straight. I couldn't get an opening. It pretty much had perfect defense. The only way I could get in its blind stop would be to take a hit from its club. It would do a lot of damage, but I think it is my only hope right now. We faced each other once more. The mutant boss started running towards me. I gritted my teeth and charged in as well. I readied myself for a brutal attack. This is going to hurt. It swung its club in a predictable fashion. The monster was expecting me to dodge. I ran straight forward and swung my sword at the beast's weapon this time. The force of the club was overwhelming. My blade was pushed down instantly. The club hit the whole left side of my body with a bone-crushing blow. I was thrown to the ground and I coughed up a pool of blood. I knew this would happen. I just didn't expect it to hurt this bad. The moment I hit the ground, I ignited my flames and planted my right foot. The left side of my body was pretty much useless right now, but I had to work with what I had. The Cyclops was continuing its charge forward as I lunged in at its backside. I let out a yell. To Keith SS! With a powerful swing of my fiery sword, I attacked the center of the monster's spine. Clang, my eyes went wide with fear and confusion. My sword bounced off the monster's back without a scratch. The moment my blade came close to contacting its body, the skin near my sword hardened into a thick black crystal-like substance. This must be some kind of advanced body hardening. This is bad. Very bad. I opened my status to see my HP at 6 I chugged a potion and ran away as fast as I could. As I ran for my life, I quickly regained feeling in my left side. My HP had risen back up to Liu Bai Tisherfinger Wu Bai Sisher Wu. RWWWW. Whoa. The enormous monster still had me in its sights. It charged towards me again, and I dodged with all my might. We continued this over and over. There was nothing else I could do. We were drifting closer and closer to the back wall of the dungeon. Every dodge I made was bringing us closer together. Each time we charged in, the Cyclops got more and more used to my movements. The longer we keep this up, the worse off I'll be. I was starting to get out of breath. I can only keep this up for a few more minutes. I need to think of something fast. I was going through every potential battle scenario I could in my head. Basically, every situation ended in an unfavorable outcome for me. Only one option came to mind. It is the only thing that worked for me before. There was a curved cave wall about Arshami behind me. If I ran at it fast enough, I could definitely climb it and attempt to attack from higher ground. It is risky. But right now I have no other choice. I can't keep dodging forever. I have to do something. Without thinking much more of it, I turned and ran. This was my Hail Mary. I sprinted with all my might at the cave wall. I could hear the ground crushing footsteps close behind, but didn't dare to look back. I jumped up onto the wall and ran as far as I could fighting gravity all the way up. Once I felt myself start to slow down, I pushed off the wall with both my legs and ignited my entire body into flames. I spun around to face the beast below me and held my sword straight ahead. I had managed to climb the cave wall high enough. Its club was not within range. This could really work. I pushed out even more flames as I flew high over the monster's glaring eye. Roo! Boo! Wah! The Cyclops let out a cry as I temporarily blinded it with the fire's bright light. This is my chance. I flew over the beast's head and locked my eyes on its upper back. The Cyclops was still flailing around trying to locate me in its blinded state. I took this opportunity to make my final move. I touched down on the ground right behind the beast and planted my right leg to jump back up. I had the perfect angle. Finally! I've got you now! I focused all my magic into the sword's tip and swung with all my strength. Clang glag, clink 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 thowin, clink thowin, clink towin, clink clink. My eyes went wide. My heart stopped and time slowed down. My sword shattered into a million tiny pieces right in front of my eyes. Danzanzant. Chapter Senshurar, Danzanzant. I fell to the rocky floor and watched the metal fragments of my broken sword hit the ground beside me. I was alone in the boss room without a weapon. This couldn't have gone any worse. I'm so stupid. I have to think before I act. I got so caught up in the hype of the moment. Why did I believe I could be the hero? The mutant turned to me with its massive bloodshot eye. I could feel the bloodlust as it stared down its prey. I left like a deer in headlights. I couldn't move a muscle. My mind was racing, but my body couldn't move. I had one last chance. Think, Jay. The beast came rumbling towards me. Think, Jay. Think. The rocky ground flew to the sides of its body as the monster came closer and closer. Think. Thwack. The beast's massive club hit me again. It felt like every one of my ribs had been shattered. I went flying backwards over Senshimi skidding along the ground. In my feeble state, I checked my status to see Liu Bai Shu HP remaining. I coughed up blood while reaching for my last HP potion. Rue'er. All I could hear was sound of my impending doom. As I chugged my last HP potion, I yelled back at the creature with all my frustration and rage. Agag! I couldn't help but to let out flames. They surrounded my body. All this talk about being a hero and becoming the strongest. I may have gone in too deep. This is a truly superior opponent. How can I defeat it? I could hear my yells echo back at me in the cave. The fire around me created interesting shadows all over the ceiling and walls. The dancing flames in my tired state reminded me of the hero's journey in all of my favorite comics. This is where the main character becomes stronger because Bee breaks through and wins even with unbeatable odds. The dancing flames and eerie echoing silence brought me back to reality. I shook my head and erupted into flames even brighter. I can't give up, not now. My fire is the key. It is all I had left in my arsenal. My true last resort. I have to fight with fire alone. Every battle with these Cyclops creatures has been harder than the last. In the end, they all have fallen to my fire. That is it. A distinct scene from every battle played clear in my mind. The Cyclops' weakness is always its eye. We stared each other down. This was the moment of truth. Without further hesitation, we both charged forward. I swerved to the left with all my strength and managed to dodge the beast's attack. I didn't look back for a second. I sprinted straight for the cave wall to repeat my last attack. This time, I would change my aim. I could hear the heavy footsteps approaching close behind as I ran up the cave wall. I bend my knees and push off it with all my strength. This Cyclops wasn't totally stupid. I was betting on that fact. The beast recognized my wall climb and positioned its club high up into the air where I'd jumped previously. Smart move. That is, if I was going for the same attack. This time, I aimed lower and burst into a bright ball of flames. I let out every bit of MP I was storing up. I jumped off the cave wall directly at the monster's face. I closed my eyes and imagined my sword. It felt like battle instinct. This is what I had to do. I have been fighting with that blade for as long as I can remember. I'm a swordsman after all. I need a sword. The flames around my body crawled towards my hands. They all concentrated together in my palms, creating a dark, crimson fireball. I yelled out a battle cry as I opened my eyes and attacked. Take this! The fireball in my hands formed into the exact shape of my old sword. I flew towards the Cyclops' massive eye with my blade of fire. It pierced through the soft tissue like butter. Roo-woo-woo-woo. Wah! Are! An ear-shattering cry erupted throughout the cave. I let my sword explode, releasing a concentrated fire magic blast. It threw both me and the Cyclops back over Shumi in each direction. I hit the cave wall with a loud thud. The Cyclops fell backwards, crying out in agony. I grinned and chugged an MP potion as I stood to me feet. I depleted every last bit of magic left in my body with that attack. Thud! 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 The mutant rose to its feet and raised its massive club. There was a dark red fire burning from its eye. There was no way this beast could see a thing. I finally have an advantage. Plus, I found a new way to use my skill. Although this fire sword form uses up a lot of MP, it is very powerful. The beast roared and charged towards me. This is where I attacked from. It is only natural it thinks I'm here. I ran to my right as quickly as possible and avoided its club. The beast was roaring in pain, but was clearly nowhere near death's door. I need to do some more serious damage to take this thing out. I ran towards the opposite side of the cave. Hey, you! Over hereditary! Come and get me! I waited about Senshimi Eaters to get a head start and yelled out to get its attention. Worked like a charm. The mutant followed after with an angry cry. I sprinted towards the opposite cave wall, occasionally letting out a yell to keep the monster on track. About seconds later, I erupted into flames and scaled the cave wall again. It had fallen right into my trap. The beast kept running forward, swinging its club at the ground where it heard my voice. I did a picture-perfect maneuver to copy my previous successful attack. I jumped off the cave wall and focused all my fire into a dark red ball. Moments before impact, I formed a fiery sword and dove into the already flaming eye. I let my blade dive deeper this time, halfway into the mutant's head. With another explosion of fire, we were both thrown backwards again. Ra-WWW hour. The cave shook from the murderous cry of the mutant. It was thrown on its back, and half of its head flew off to its right side. I was blown back against the cave wall again as well. I chugged another MP potion. Thud! 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 The Cyclops rose again. Its eye was melting in the heat of my fire and half of its head resting shirmy beside it. How could this beast still be alive? It slowly stomped towards me. All its battle reflexes were on full autopilot now. This wasn't a battle anymore. This was a last-ditch attempt at survival. I nodded. This is it. You were my toughest opponent yet. I thank you for the battle. I ran up the wall and kicked off with a graceful leap. I used every last bit of MP left in my body to create a final sword. It sunk deep into what was left of the monster's head. With a final explosion, I was thrown back at the cave wall. Da-da-da-da. The Cyclops fell to its back. I heard a familiar ringing and sighed with relief. Level up, 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 level up. I was about to open my status, but a glowing blue light hovering over the monster's corpse caught my eye. Use absorption skill. Body hardening special grade yes. No, I chose yes without hesitation as the beast quickly disappeared in front of me. Clink thent. Clink a large mana crystal and a small golden pendant in the shape of an eye attached to a loop of black string fell from its body. I picked them both up and placed the necklace around my neck. It magically tightened to fit. I grinned and opened my status. Status open 2 name. J Soju level. 141 HP. 710%220 MP. 710%40 Strength. 339 Speed. 403 Agility. 421 Defense. 306正122 Mental Strength. 339正68 Skills. Absorption, Swordsmanship, Combat Magic. Fire Summoning. Inspect Special Grade Me. Detection Body Hardening Special Grade Items equipped. Golden Wolf Ring. 100正 Archer Mental Strength Cyclops Eye Pendant. 100正 Sisher. Defense. Force. I grinned and stared at my new stats as the white transport light appeared. I heard a rumbling sound. The white light was lasting much longer than it usually did. The entire dungeon was collapsing. This is not a normal transport. Moments later, I was back to the homeworld. As I came back to reality, I couldn't believe my eyes. The entire dungeon building was in shambles, crushed to bits on the ground. Most of the surrounding city for Wubaimi or so was also in horrible shape. There were almost a dozen hunters and businessmen standing around talking to each other and writing things down. I appeared in front of all of them as the portal disappeared behind me. They all stared. I gulped and scanned the crowd to try and find a familiar face. Well, this is awkward. Jian Jian Jian, chapter Senshi Sen Jian Jian Jian. There were a few distinct groups of hunters that I could make out. R were standing nearby, and another R or Sen were walking over to the crowd in front of the recently collapsed portal. They were all wearing professional gear. Some carried long swords, others had daggers, and a few had massive shields. Each group was accompanied by E or R people in suits. These must be the teams sent out by each of the guilds nearby. It seems like some of them brought representatives as well. I looked further ahead. I couldn't help but stare with my mouth wide open. There were fallen buildings and flattened sections of city. It was still a horrible sight to behold. I guess there were some monsters that escaped. These guilds were the ones who attempted to stop them. It looks like they contained them in a fairly tight area, but they all disappeared when the dungeon collapsed, so I couldn't tell for sure. Hey kid, was it you? I looked up to see a man in a suit yelling and waving at me. Then another voice rang out from the crowd. Yeah, was it you? Who took out the boss? I nodded slowly. The first man ran up to me with a card. Hey, come by the Arcane Guild if you're looking for some extra work. No, come visit us at the Cora Guild. I'm sure we could help you reach even higher levels. All of the suited men came towards me. Some of the hunters looked interested as well. I'd stand I was getting a bit flustered and honestly somewhat annoyed. It is a pleasure to meet you. Come by our Centano Guild, NET Zian. They all started crowding around me, asking me questions and handing me cards. I squeezed my way through the crowd, answering politely until I heard my name get called out. This caught my attention. Hey, Jay, right? You okay? Who knows me here? I looked up to see a group of Sen women. There was a tall, brown-haired girl waving at me. I was puzzled for a moment. Then it hit me. Those are the mages from Pace. This is a perfect... Hey, it is you. Once I replied, the swarm of people slowly backed off. It seems they realized I was already associated with one of the teams that showed up. I put on a professional smile and walked over to the group of mages and whispered under my breath. Thanks. Let's get out of here. The tall girl looked straight at me with confidence. No problem. My name's Riai, by the way. I didn't get to introduce myself yet. I've seen you around the guild every once in a while. Maria talks about sometimes too. Nice to officially meet you. Oh, you're one of the mages training Maria. Nice to meet you too. She nodded and smiled. Riai was wearing a lightweight combat outfit. It was a dark black color that contrasted her olive skin nicely. I've never stopped to actually look at her before. She is beautiful. Hello. One of the other mages started waving their hands close in front of my face. I must have been zoning out. Says Den, sorry. It was a hard fight. I'm a bit tired. They all giggled a bit and we walked off. I was pretty beat up from my fight. That wasn't a lie. We took the main road back into town. Once we got through the front doors, the team of mages brought me to a training room and let me recover in the resting area. I'd never seriously checked out these training rooms. My main focus has always been to dungeon dive and level up. They seem to be isolated rooms with mana conductors in the walls and flooring. It'd be pretty difficult to damage it. That is why guild members spar here. It is expensive magic tech. I'm pretty sure only guilds and government building can afford equipment like these. Maybe it would be worth my time to actually train in here and learn some new moves. I finished examining all their equipment and went to go rest on a soft mat near the resting zone. The second I got comfortable, I heard a few light knocks at the door. You're crazy. You know that. Jack walked through the door with a smile on his face while shaking his head slowly. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed or impressed. I sat up a bit to hear what he had to say. I have to thank you, though. The team I sent out just filled me in on the whole situation. Without you defeating that boss on your own, we would have had to deal with mutants rampaging through the city for another half an hour or so. It would have gotten pretty bad out there. I nodded and put my head back on the mat. I was exhausted. No prob. Just doing my job. Here, catch. A thank you from the guild. He threw me 2 small bottles. They're D-Class MP and HP potions. Drink up. I drank them and felt rejuvenated the instant they touched my lips. The muscle fatigue didn't fade, though. I was still physically tired. Keep the item box, too, plus whatever's inside. You earned it. My gift to you. I stood to my feet feeling a lot better than I had moments ago. We shook hands. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate the warning you gave me this morning. I guess it is just good luck I didn't take it into consideration. We both laughed loudly and walked out of the training room together. Once we got into the lobby, Jack spoke up. I couldn't help but notice your sword is missing. Feel free to use any guild equipment when you're in the dungeons, but I assume you'd like to buy your own. I nodded. He was right. I didn't like the idea of a borrowed sword to fight my battles. I needed a new one. Then I saw a familiar face. One of training room doors flew open, and Maria came running down the hall, followed by a few of the mages that helped me get back to the guild. They must have told her what was going on. Jay? I was worried. Are you okay? Haha, yes, Maria, I'm okay. Thank you for being so concerned. Jack raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, this would be perfect. I looked over at him with a confused look on my face. What would be perfect? He grinned. Maria is going off to the capital tomorrow with Rai. They're going to get some new equipment for our guild and some personal items as well. Maria looked over to Jack and me curiously. Yeah, we are. What about it? Why don't you bring Jay along? He needs a new sword, after all. Maria's eyes lit up. You want to come to the capital with us tomorrow? It would be really fun. I was thrown off a bit by the sudden forced invitation. It seemed like a good idea, though. I need to take a breather. A day off shopping in the capital may not be such a bad idea. Sure, I'm in. She smiled. Awesome. It is settled. I'll see you here first thing tomorrow, Jay. Right when the sun comes up, don't be late. I nodded in agreement. Perfect. See you then. Jack and I continued walking towards the front door. I was exhausted. Just by looking at me, it was very clear. Jack opened the exit door. See ya. I have a few things I want to talk about, but they can wait for another time. Looks like you need some rest. Yes, thank you. I'll see ya. I walked home quickly. It was really only midday, but I needed a nap. This is the most battle-fatigued I've ever been. I felt horrible, but oddly satisfied with today's results. I walked up my apartment steps about 10分钟 later. With a twist of the key, I walked in and threw all my clothes on the floor. After a long hot shower, I crawled into bed and fell into a blissful sleep. I drifted off into dreamland with a lot to think about. I wonder what the capital is like now. The last time I've been there was in my childhood. It'll be a peaceful day off. I hope. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 34, Jian Jian Jian. I woke up very early the next morning. It wasn't even light out yet. I checked my clock. 6:30. Just great. With a sigh, I hopped out of bed and decided to go for a morning walk. I have the energy for it. Hopefully there is a store open for some food. I'm beyond starving. I grabbed a handful of bronze and almost half my silver. All the coins fit in my item box as I tied it around my waist. Then, reflexively, I tried to grab my sword. Ah, that's right. It is gone. Walking out through the front door felt off without my sword. It made me feel pretty vulnerable. That'll all be fixed today, though. I took a stroll down the center of town towards the village market. Most of the lights were out. People should be asleep around this time. It makes sense. I went to a less residential area in search for a bite to eat. Finally, I found a Tiefenger Archesick corner shop. This'll do. I went inside and purchased a big bottle of water along with a bacon, egg, and cheese bagel. A breakfast of champions. As my walk continued, I made my way towards a park area as the sun began to rise. I couldn't help thinking about my adventure yesterday. Was it catastrophically idiotic? Or was this the type of thing I had to do to get stronger? I wouldn't have unlocked the new capabilities of my fire magic without that fight. Plus, my combat experience has gone through the roof. I'm much more confident fighting stronger monsters now. I also obtained a very valuable new magical item. My defense stat is finally not a major weakness. It'll be fun to test that out. Best of all, I absorbed a new skill, body hardening. It is a special grade skill as well. A rare class of skill like my inspect skill. Not many people have this type of body hardening. It will be very beneficial. I've definitely become stronger. I need to be more strategic about my battles in the future. I need to level up a lot more, but I also have to start farming valuable skills as well. The sun started to rise, and I decided to make my way over to the Pace Guild. Morning, Jay. You're up early. The tall blonde woman greeted me in the lobby. Does she never sleep? They must work her like a horse. You are too. Anyone here yet? I'm meeting Maria and Riai today. She shook her head. I nodded and continued walking forward. All right, when they come by, tell them I'm in the training room. I walked back into the white-walled training room. I was too tired yesterday to get a good look at everything in here. I felt the walls and the flooring with my fingers. They were smooth to the touch, and I could hear a light hum when I put my ear next to it. Odd. It must be some kind of magic barrier. I've read about advanced magic training tech in some news articles, but hadn't paid it much mind. I never thought I'd be able to use it myself. About century-or minutes passed as I sifted through old swords and shields. Nothing else too special in here. Most of the gear is pretty messed up. I guess that's why they're sending Riai off to restock. Knock, 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 knock day. Ready to go to the capital today? Maria came running in the room with a smile on her face. Yeah, I haven't been since I was really young. It should be cool. Moments later, Riai walked in. She was much taller and proportionately built than I recollected from yesterday's meeting. Her dark brown hair fell down to her waist, and she stood around Ibai Bashanimi. It was kind of intimidating. She was basically my height. Ready to go. The train to the capital leaves in censure. Maria and I nodded and followed her out of the guild towards the train station. Hey, Ray! You're a C-class hunter, right? Yeah. How long have you been with Pace Guild? It has been about C years now. I've been with them ever since I graduated college. Okay. I was just curious. She nodded. What about you? Jack seems to have grown a liking to you. I looked at your file, but he hasn't written down much of anything. What is your deal? Why'd you join Pace? I'm just here to get stronger. Jack is letting me use the Pace dungeons in exchange for the resources I gather. She nodded, but held eye contact with me for a little too long. All right, if that is it for now, I won't pry. We made it to the train station and waited by the platform. Screech. A train arrived, and we all got in through the closest door. Riai motioned us to follow her when we got inside. This way. Pace has a private area. This ride will take Launsaucher hours or so. It'll be much more comfortable there. We followed and watched Ray scan her guild pass after talking to an employee. We walked through Sen train sections and made our way to a private room with 2 couches. Maria and I sat on one side. Rhea sat on the other with her legs crossed. The train started moving, and I looked out the window watching the buildings fly by. I zoned out into deep thought. Trains always put me into a daze, sometimes even straight to sleep. There are Bamiane regions in our country. We live in a region located at the southeast portion of the country. Our region is called the Vice region. We are considered average. There is nothing too special about us. We have a great economy and a medium-sized guild system. Most smaller towns and cities have their own smaller guilds and populations that trickle down from the capital's booming economy. Our direct trade partners are located in the southern center part of the country. This region is called the Bedrock region. We work well together because we are similar in economic and military power. Overall, we are both still in the bottom C regions of our country. Although all Ba regions in our country work together to build a strong nation, there is still friendly competition between us. Today, we will be venturing into Vice City, the capital of the Vice region. I'm excited to see what kind of gear and facilities they have here. While watching the sun fully rise and the buildings get bigger and bigger, the closer we came to the capital, our train eventually made it to the station. Screech! Last stop, Vice City. We have arrived at the capital. I heard the announcement come through some kind of loudspeaker in our train car. I shook my heart and started to get up, but my right shoulder felt heavy. To my surprise, Maria had fallen asleep on me. I guess it was a pretty long ride, and rather early in the morning. Hey, time to wake up, we're here. I poked her and chuckled a little bit. Ray had already gotten up. She watched with an amused look on her face. Huh, we made it here, all Rayadzan. No! Maria went red in the face and got to her feet. I fell asleep. Oops, we're here already. I just smiled. I didn't even notice. I wonder how long she was sleeping for. It is fine. We're here. Let's check this place out. time for some shopping. We all nodded in agreement and stepped out of the train. I stood there in awe on the platform outside. This is nothing like the village market. A huge trading center was right in front of the station. There were tall silver buildings as far as the eye could see. At their bases were all kinds of white-walled shops and neon signs. Bikes and cars were everywhere, moving in all directions. Many hunters were buying and selling large mana crystals and handling weapons in the streets. I could see groups of businessmen in suits going up to the higher floors in the skyscrapers, as well as talking to hunters on the streets. It was pretty overstimulating for me. I couldn't keep track of everything in front of me. I just stared in disbelief. Maria was the same. She was taking in the view of the busy city with wide open eyes. We both stood there for a solid seconds. Come on, let's get a move on. Rei was unfazed. I guess she came here often. At least she let us enjoy the view for a little while. We need to get a few things for the guild. Then we can do whatever you two want. This won't take long. Follow me. All three of us walked into the busy town center together. Zan. Chapter Sensual Zan. The main road was filled with independent street vendors. We walked for about 10分钟 Yutes in the direction of the city's center. It became very clear to me that most of the shops around the train station were mostly for tourists and small-time hunters. It was filled with scammers and con men. What can you really expect? Business is business. That is the way the world works. As we walked further in, there were less people out on the streets. The buildings became much taller. It looked like they were mostly allocated for office space. We turned a street corner and I saw a massive mall. There were escalators that connected at least sure floors of shopping areas. The floors were a smooth white color, and the walls connecting each new floor were made of a thick, clear glass. The curved silver steel beams that held everything together were incorporated into the building design. It looked very futuristic. We took an escalator up to the Lu-th floor. Maria and I were fascinated by the scenery. The shop sold mana crystals, swords, armor, shields, and much more. People here were a lot more civilized and dressed much nicer than the town market. This must be the designer district. Higher class items are sold here. Makes sense. As we arrived to the Lu-th floor, Rei motioned for us to get off the moving stairs and to follow her. We walked along a balcony with a clear glass barrier. There was an open hole in the center of the mall. It was donut-shaped. Looking up there was a blue sky. Looking downwards, we could see the bottom floor. It is an incredible building. We kept walking along the balcony until a large storefront came into view. It seemed to be a separate shopping area closed off by a white wall. I couldn't see inside. Rei talked to a security guard outside and showed him a card. The guard nodded and opened the door. We walked in. It was a large shopping center with organized gear on each wall and display tables. Rei spoke up. All right, give me about 10分钟 Yutes. I'm going to stock up on gear for the guild. Maria and I nodded. I overheard a few employees in some of Rei's previous conversation. This seems to be a high-end magical item store, but its customer base is exclusively bulk buyers from guilds. They must offer good deals. Maria and I wandered around the store looking at all the equipment. There were display tables full of potions and interesting-looking stones and items. I saw a wall completely covered in glistening silver swords. There was even an accessory table that had all kinds of rings, bracelets, and necklaces with a variety of attributes. There is nothing like this back home. The capital is amazing. Maria's was mesmerized as well. It all seemed to be high-grade E and D class gear. There wasn't much here that was mind-blowing. It was just the fact that there was so much of it in one place. I assume there are other shops with higher-grade gear, but it wouldn't be worth the guild's money to buy those in bulk. All right, that didn't take too long, did it? Rei came over to us while tightening a large leather pouch around her waist. I raised an eyebrow. That is an item box, right? It looks a lot bigger than mine. How much can it carry? She grinned. You're right. It is a lower grade C-class item box. Holds up to Yalbai items. I filled it to the brim. We have enough swords and potions to last a few months. I nodded. Wow, good to know. Maria interrupted. Hey! Now that we got the guild's shopping out of the way, where can we go to that shop? I want to get that sword you told me about. It is here, right? Ray nodded. I looked to Maria with a bit of confusion. A sword? You're able to handle a sword now? I remember the last time you tried to carry mine, the floor nearly broke. Maria went a bit red in the face. I can actually. Ria said there are lightweight swords here. They will be perfect with my ice magic. Oh yeah, a special sword shop. Let's go check it out. I need to find something new as well. Rishi interjected. Okay, follow me. It's on the Ba TH floor. We followed. After our escalator rides that took about Wufenjung Utes, we made it to floor Ba. There were quite a few people on this floor. All the shops were open to the public, and many items were out on display. We walked over to a shop with tall glass doors and were greeted by a woman in a suit and tie. An odd sight, but it wasn't too out of place here, I guess. Welcome to Apollo's sword shop. May I see your hunter's licenses? We handed her our cards and she escorted us to a counter with dozens of silver swords behind it. We have an E and a C class here. Get them what they need. She spoke to a man behind the counter wearing a suit identical to hers. His eyes perked up. Who needs a sword? What can I do for you? Maria and I both raised a hand. I spoke up. Both of us, but take care of her first. I'll look around the shop. He nodded and started asking Maria a ton of questions. I zoned out of the conversation and started eyeing a few swords in the nearby display cases. I needed a good replacement sword, but I don't have the money to get anything too crazy. I reached in my item box and counted what I had. The total was Sisha Senmail's Ilver. I left a good amount at home. I didn't want to blow my whole savings. This can get me a good sword. I remembered back to the auction. I can probably get something with a Yeldanin Fuyi by Wushimel Trengthstat. That is all I'm looking for. It'll be a good upgrade from my last sword, but it's better that I don't get too attached to my weapons. They do break. There were clear markings on the walls showing what the range of stats on different items in display cases held. I could tell there were private rooms in the back, too. That must be where their VIP customers make expensive deals. Interesting. I came upon a D-rank long sword display case. A shining silver sword with a black handle caught my eye. A younger man caught me eyeing it. Hey, my name's Marco. That is a nice sword you're looking at. It has a Yi by Arshuwumiao Strength boost. I can sell it to you for Senshmiao Ilver. Can I hold it? Yeah, sure. Just know, if ya break it, ya buy it. I chucked. Yeah. The man handed me the sword off the wall and I gave it a good feel. It was heavier than my last sword, but I could instantly feel the strength upgrade surging through me. This sword has some strong magic. I like it. Give me it for Arshawul. It is a decent sword, the man grinned. He knew I was hooked. Ah, so you're the bartering type. You from out of town or what? Yeah, came in this morning. It is my first time in the city. Well, at least first time in a while. So, Arshawul? The man shook his head. Arshaba, I can bring it down Liaomiao's liver, that is it. Come on, I need it closer to Arshawul. How about Arshaliu? That is all I have on me. I need to get lunch later, you know. Clearly a lie, but that is how you barter. He knows it too. Arshitsi. That is the lowest I can go. With a sword like this, you can kill your own lunch. Fine. Arshitsi. But I want a nice sheath with it too. Black to match the handle. Deal. Great. We shook on it, and the man went over to a nearby display case to find a sheath. I counted out Arshitsimel's Ilver and had it out on the table before he got back. We completed the deal just like that. I nodded to the man again and put my new sword on my back. That was easy. Didn't need to search around too much. I got what I needed. I walked back over to where I left Maria. There were about half a dozen swords laid out on the table. Maria had a look of concentration on her face. She was clearly having trouble deciding which one to get. This is the difference between men and women shopping? It makes me go crazy sometimes. I watched Maria pick up each of the Lues words at least shumi or times and swing them around. Almost Arshif and Joan Utes went by. I was just happy to be out and about. It didn't bug me too much today. She can take all the takes she wants. All right. I think I like this one. I'll take it. Maria finally picked out a sword. She stood holding a long and thin silver sword. When she swung it, There wasn't even the slightest sound. It seems to be a custom-made sword. That will be Schirmaus Ilver. The salesman looked at her and smiled. Maria reached into her small bag and pulled out a few silver coins. There you go. Thanks. She purchased a white sheath as well. With an agile movement, she slung the sword over her back. The three of us started walking out of the store. She didn't even try to haggle the price down. Whatever works for her, I guess. There was one thing I was curious about. Hey, Maria, where do you make your money? That is an expensive sword for an E-class. She smiled. Pace has been paying me for dungeon diving lately. I've been saving up. Pace pays you? She looked confused. Yidan, yeah, I have an exclusive student contract. They're obligated to pay me. I thought for a moment. I guess exclusive contracts with a salary would make sense. I don't get paid because I never even asked to. Ah, okay. Makes sense. We walked out the front door of the store and Ria stopped in front of us. Do you two want to test out those new weapons? Maria and I looked at each other. We shrugged and nodded eagerly. Ria grinned. Follow me. I know just the place to put those blades to use. This is going to be fun. I looked at her with curiosity. Are there dungeons nearby? Ria kept a smug grin on her face. There are, but that is not exactly where we're going. Trust me, you'll like this place. She hopped on an escalator moving downwards and we followed. I wonder where we're going to test out our new weapons in the capital. Wherever it is, I'm looking forward to it. I'll get to see Maria in action for the first time too. This day is about to get even more exciting. Jian Jian Jian, chapter Sen Shiliu Jian Jian Jian. We made our way down all Ba floors. I watched all the shops go by as we glided down on the moving stairs. On the bottom floor, there was a large crowd around a storefront that took up almost a quarter of the floor space. Ria motioned us towards it. This way. It'll be a few silver, but trust me, it is worth it. I've been in here a few times. We walked through the crowd of people and got into a small line forming right outside the entrance. There was a large sign over the glass door. Vice City Mall Training Center. The line moved forward slowly for about Shifanzhong Yutes until a middle-aged man greeted us at the door. Just the sen of you. What level training room? And how long are you going to need? Rei spoke up. Sen Shifanzhong Yutes in a D classroom. We'll rent Sen Pasaka IRS of Simgear 2. That'll be Schirmaus Ilver for the room. Sen Extra for the Simgear. My eyebrow raised. That is pretty pricey. What kind of training room is this? I reached into my item box to grab some silver for my cut, but Rie immediately gave me a look. Don't worry about it. Pace Guild will cover this one. It is for training. She winked at me and handed the man Shisenmaus Ilver. He nodded and let us through. Seatate room on the left. Timer starts once you open the door. We walked through a narrow hallway and towards the room. Rie opened the door and we walked in. She shut the door, and a large clock on the wall started counting down Senchifinjong Yutes. It was a large room with high ceilings. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all white, and I could hear the hum of a mana shield. There was a small rack with combat suits on it. Rie picked one up and started putting it on over her clothing. It magically tightened to fit her body. You guys too, put 'em on. Maria and I followed her lead and put on the suits. All of a sudden, I saw blue text hovering over Rie and Maria's heads. Ibai Finji Bai, Ibai Finji Bai, Ibai Finji Bai. I saw Maria staring over my head as well. There must be numbers above mine too. I looked at Rie. What is this? She grinned. It is Vice City training gear. Pricey tech. Let's use it while we have the time. Don't hold back. This gear is graded up to high B-class attacks. You couldn't kill someone in one if you tried. I looked at her in confusion. W. Zan, what do you mean? She smirked. Then her whole body started to glow with a yellow light. This is what I mean. Her body glowed so bright I could hardly see anything else in the room. It was blinding me. The room started to fill with static, and my eyes went wide as I saw large thunderbolts protruding from Rie's body. Sap-a-pip-a-pip. A huge bolt of electricity came flying towards me faster than my eyes could see. Hit me with a direct hit. It was more painful than I was expecting it to be. I dropped to my knees and Maria shrieked. He is at Leun. Leun out of Yoldelinin. Rie, how could you do that to Den? Just give it a second, Maria. Watch. A small red text appeared at the lower left corner of my vision. Death logged restart? Yes. No. I chose yes. And an animation of my health bar rose from Ibai to Ibai in front of my eyes. Tizian, this is a simulation? Ray laughed. Yes, but also no. Maria and I both looked at her with confused looks on our faces. The suits absorb the magic energy from attacks. It will simulate the damage and show you what percentage of your health would have been taken. They're a great tool for training. It allows higher-ranked hunters to go all out and not worry about hurting their training partners. Maria and I both looked down at our suits in awe. It is pretty cool. I knew the capital was going to have some cool new tech, but I didn't know stuff like this was so available to the public. Maria spoke up. All right, Jay. Let's spar. She started to glow a light blue color and took out her sword. I returned the favor with a grin and took out my own sword. I decided not to use my fire just yet. I don't think it would be fair against Maria. She engulfed her sword in a blue and white crystallizing mist. I was impressed. Her ability to handle her ice skill has definitely improved. Maria's level is much lower than mine, so her movements were easy to track. Clang. I blocked her sword's hits with simple defense tactics. She handled her sword well, and her swordplay looked cool, but she couldn't land a hit due to the huge difference in outstats. After Sure So attacks, Maria looked up at me with a grin. Come on, Jay! You're a D class! I know you can do more than that. Don't you want to test out your new sword? Maria glowed even brighter now, and her sword started to grow in size. Clang! We struck blades again. This time, the ice from her sword crept towards my own. As I backed away, the ice on my blade kept expanding. It was slowly making its way down the blade towards my hand. Maria looked proud of herself and gave me a smirk. The ice touched my right hand and it was much colder than I expected it to be. Moments later, I saw the simulated bar in the bottom left of my vision start to change. The ice kept moving up my right arm. It was starting to hurt a bit. I couldn't move my hand at all. Maria's skill is very neat. It probably works extremely well on lower-level monsters. If I was fighting her seriously, she would never have managed to get a hit on me. What are you gonna do now, Jay? I think you got a little too cocky. I grinned. Oh yeah? I decided it was time to get a little serious. I activated my fire magic. It started as a slow crackle, but erupted into a dark red fireball surrounding my body. Her ice melted off my hand and I immediately regained mobility. I smirked as I saw Maria's eyes go wide. I sprinted towards her with my blade pointing straight ahead. I was moving much faster than she could react to at her current level. Moments later, I ran behind her and started to swing my sword. I stopped my flaming blade millimeters from her neck. I think it is you that got a little too cocky. I could see Riai in the corner of my vision. She watched us with her arms crossed. She was just enjoying the show. Maria finally spoke up. Genuine. You're right. I took my blade away from her and we both stood at ease. I think we're all at differing skill levels. It'd be hard to train with each other. Rie walked over to us. You're right. I just wanted to try on this gear again. We can't do much actual training in here. It is more for the experience. I just thought Maria interrupted her abruptly. Hey, Jay. You never told me you had a magic skill, too? I thought you were just a swordsman. When were you going to tell me, huh? I laughed. Well, you know now? I guess so. Maria pouted and puffed out her cheeks. I could tell she wasn't actually mad. Ray chimed in. I knew. It was the only thing written in your file. I was curious if you were going to show us or not. I gave Riai a side-eye, but in a friendly way. Let's make use of our time in here. We only have Arshafinjung Utes left. Let's Arvisti. Maria and me versus. You. Riai grinned. Sure, you asked for it. Maria smiled. She liked the idea. A Zapipi, eh? Eh? Ibaifingerliun. Our deaths logged restart? Yes, no. I chose yes and got to my feet. Okay, go a little easy on us. We're trying to have some fun here. Maria nodded as she stood up as well. Yeah, come on. Ria just nodded in agreement. She was enjoying this a little too much. We spent the next Arshifinjong Utes getting zapped to death over and over, not landing a single hit on Riai. Shiryu deaths logged restart? Yes, no. Yes, we got to test out our new gear, and simulated deaths weren't as bad as they sound. I heard a loud beeping sound and looked up to see where it was coming from. Leaned in, the clock on the wall had counted down to 0, and the door swung open. Our time was up. We took our sim suits off and walked out the door with smiles across all of our faces. I turned to Rie. That was actually really fun. I'm glad you brought us in there despite fate killing me Shiryu times. She laughed. No problem. I'm glad you liked it. How about you, Maria? She nodded. Yeah, it was a bit scary at first, but I liked it. We walked out of the storefront, and Rie thanked the guard that let us in. We stood in the center of the mall. I looked up through the structure straight at the sky and watched the white clouds pass by for a while. Gurgly! My stomach made a loud sound. All that dying made me hungry. Maria giggled and Rie smiled while pointing towards the direction we came from. There are some really good food shops by the main trading center next to the train station. Let's go check it out. I'm pretty hungry too. We all nodded in agreement and started walking off towards the main market area. Rie took us off in a direction we hadn't walked through before. The smell of spices filled my nose. As we walked deeper into the food vendor portion of the market, I saw hundreds of booths and thousands of people eating all kinds of food. It was filled with every type of food I could imagine. The aromas were hypnotizing. Ray led the way. I followed. I know a really good place. We're almost there. Moments later, we approached a small restaurant and were seated almost immediately. The three of us sat around a circular table with a fire in the center part. The smell of meats and spices filled the air. A waitress came by and we ordered almost half the menu to share. It all looked so good. Less than Shufinjong Utes later, our food started coming. The restaurant brought out many types of exotic meats and let us cook it ourselves on the grill area in front of us. There were all types of appetizers and side dishes available too. Bowls of soup, noodle dishes, all kinds of bread, exotic fruits and vegetables, and dishes I couldn't even name. We dug in. It was the best meal I've had in a long time. Maybe the best meal I've ever had. After Arshifinjong Utes went by and the initial dopamine rush died down, I started to settle back into reality. For a moment, it was just me and my food. Ray spoke up. I knew you would like this place. I come by every time I'm in the capital. Maria and I both nodded with our mouths full. When we're done and take the time to digest, maybe we can check out some of the capital's public dungeons. I raised an eyebrow. Are there a lot of dungeons around here? Reyes smiled. More than you could imagine. The more populated a city is, the more often dungeons spawns. The capital is covered with them. Let's do it. I'd love to check them out. Cool, we'll check some out later today. I nodded and went back to searing a large piece of meat. My mind started wandering, though. It is odd that more dungeons spawn where there are large populations of people. I wonder why that is. I'll find out sooner or later. I can't wait to see what kind of monsters there are in the capital. I thought this would be a calm day off, but it seems like a hunter's life always falls back to diving into dungeons. Zan, chapter Sendertsi Zan ate as much as we could, but there was still a good amount of food left on the table. After lounging around for another Senchifinjong Utes or so, we finally got up and paid the bill. Ray motioned us towards the city center again. Let's go check out the dungeon hub. We don't have too much time before we have to catch the last train back home. 1 or 2 hours should be enough to get a feel for how the capital's dungeons work. I got up and looked at her. Makes sense. I can't do a serious raid on a full stomach like this anyways. I'm curious how it works here. I haven't seen a single dungeon. I thought they'd be more out in the open. How do hunters even find places to raid around here? What is this dungeon hub place? Ray smiled. You'll see. It is where most of the public dungeons in Vice City are located. I nodded, accepting the fact she wouldn't tell me yet, and started following her through the crowds of people in the busy market. It was still mind-blowing how many people were in a single area. I'm not used to this big city life just yet. About Arshifinjong Utes later, we walked past the mall area and made our way even further into the city's center. The large silver towers were getting taller and the streets were getting narrower. We eventually came across a large black tower. It stood out from the buildings surrounding it, and there were many people entering and exiting from the large open front doors. Rhea started walking towards the entrance. Maria and I followed without saying a word. The inside of the tower was black as well. There were no windows or lights, but oddly enough, it was very bright inside. I could see perfectly. There were CSs of escalators in front of us that lead down to a lower level. I assumed the tower went up at first, but I guess there is more underground. Each escalator had black stairs and gray glass walls that went up to about waist height on other side. The CSETs of moving stairways were labeled E-class dungeons, D-class dungeons, C-class dungeons, B-class dungeons. Each of them had a security guard that scanned IDs in front of them before anyone could go down. There was an escalator in the distance near the back of the building as well. It went upwards and had guards in front of it. No one was approaching that stairway. I couldn't make out the writing on the sign above it. Rhea continued to walk towards the far left stairway. All right, let's take the E-class escalator so we can all check it out. Maria and I nodded. This is what I was thinking too. The crowds of people were mostly all going to the same place as us. Over Baifinger Wu were headed down to the E-class dungeons. Baifinger Arsher were scanning their IDs to enter the D-class dungeons. The remaining Baifinger Wu were headed towards the C-class dungeons. I didn't see a single person go down the B-class escalator. We scanned our licenses and boarded the moving stairs. I looked downwards and couldn't even see the end. There were just hundreds of heads bobbing up and down. After a full Semphenjong Utes or so, we finally got to the bottom. We must have gone by me underground. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. So this is the Vice City Dungeon Hub. I grinned. There was a wide open area that looked like a stretched out subway system. I could see a large digital sign that had dozens of dungeon names with estimates on how long it would take to get to each of them. Another large sign had a map of Vice City with exact locations pinpointing each dungeon entrance. Screech. On either side of the large platform area, a train took hunters to and from all of the E-class dungeons in Vice City. It is a pretty well thought out system. I'm impressed. At the center of the platform, there were a couple hunters buying and selling E-class gear and mana crystals. They were also pairing up and getting into groups to go raid dungeons. There were all kinds of people down here. I was in awe. We all walked over to the giant map and Rie pointed to a spot on it. We're right here. These two trains will only bring us to E-class dungeons. You need to scan for clearance to get onto the DC and B-class trains. Pretty cool, right? Maria and I nodded with excitement. Yeah, I never knew the capital was this advanced. There are so many dungeons. I could level up so much faster here, Red laughed. Yeah, city folk tend to level up a bit faster. They also tend to die more often. Close to Baifinger's center of hunters get seriously injured or killed within the first years of hunting here in the city. It is a dangerous game. HP potions are usually enough to heal any hunter's wounds. But there are some cases where they don't work. If a hunter loses a limb or gets an injury that couldn't naturally heal over time, most HP potions can't heal them. It would take a class healing magic or potions to work those miracles. The average person could never afford it. A serious injury is sometimes worse than death for hunters these days. You're right. Risk versus reward. I would still like to give some of these dungeons a try. There is so much potential in this city, Ray grinned. It seems you've really been enjoying your time here in the city. Maybe you should stay a while. I'm sure the guild won't mind. Really? Maybe I will. Maria popped into our conversation. Hey, let's go here. She pointed to a dot on the map. It was labeled Ogre Dungeons and Medium. Rai nodded. That'll be perfect. It is a medium-grade dungeon. That just means it is in the middle range of difficulty for E-class hunters. A perfect one to give your new gear some actual experience out in the field. Maria nodded. Scree! A train pulled up the moment Rie stopped talking. She pointed to it. That is our train. We boarded and held on to the handles above our heads. The train was packed. It stared to move, and I looked out the window to see the blank cement walls moving by. It was oddly calming. About Schiffenjohn Utes later, we arrived. There were our escalators. One of them brought us up to the surface into a room with no doors. The other was for when we wanted to go back down to the train. There was just a glowing blue portal at the back of this room. We could either go into the dungeon or back to the train. There was no way to access this room without using the Dungeon Hub system. We all nodded at each other and jumped through. I could see mountains and large trees all around me. It felt and looked like a pretty standard forest dungeon. I stepped back to let Maria do the fighting. I won't be able to get any experience in an E-class dungeon anyways. We walked for about 10 Utes before finally coming across a monster. It stood at about Ardir Wumi tall with light green skin. The beast smelled horrible and only wore a small piece of cloth around its waist. It carried a large axe and stared us down. It is a standard E-class monster. I got this, guys. Maria began to glow blue and charged towards the Orge. She was clearly faster than it. Gruer! The beast let out a roar and swung at her, but it was way too slow to get anywhere near Maria. She got behind the ogre, and I saw the light blue mist glow bright from behind the beast. Shin moments later, the monster stopped moving. Maria came running out from behind it. I couldn't quite see the whole attack, but it seems like she landed a clean hit on its back. As she came around the front side, the ogre let out a cry as the blue mist engulfed its body. It turned completely to ice in front of my eyes. Maria grinned and took another slash at the monster from the front this time. It shattered into tiny ice fragments. It was an impressive feat. She really does have some strong ice magic. Clap to clap, siphon clap, clap Susan. Clap. I slowly clapped and walked over to her. You've improved a lot. That was an impressive takedown. Maria blushed and smiled. Thanks. These ogres aren't too hard for me anyways. I am level Lucia Sen now. I raised an eyebrow. You're level Lucia Sen, moving up in the world, I see. You'll catch up to me soon at this rate. We both laughed. Maria collected a mana crystal from the disappearing fragments of ogre that were left by our feet. We roamed around the dungeon for another hour or so. Maria showed me some of her new moves, and I showed off a bit too. Riai followed. But I could tell she was getting bored. Eventually, she spoke up. Hey, I don't want to kill your fun, but we've already done a lot today. I wanted to show you the dungeons before it got too late. We don't have much time to actually hunt. Maria and I nodded, taking the hint. We have to catch the train back soon, or we'll be stuck in Vice City tonight. We made our way back to the exit and took the train back to the main dungeon hub. It was short, but sweet. I'm glad we got to check it out. Thanks for taking us out today, Ray. I appreciate you showing us around. She nodded. My pleasure. I had a relaxing day off. I'm glad you got to see the city. We made our way back up the escalator and headed to the main train station that would bring us back home. Hey, Ray, if I wanted to stay in the city for a little while, where could I go? Is there a hotel or something you know of? Ray grinned. So the city really has you hooked? Well, I just think it'd be a waste to leave now. There are so many dungeons here. I'd like to stay for a few days and really check this place out. It may seem spontaneous, but I think it is the right move. Maria looked up at me. I think that is a great idea. You don't have school or anything holding you back right now. Stay in the city. Maria's immediate support made me happy. Riai nodded and pointed. If you head in that direction for about Eek only, you'll get to a more residential area. There are many hotels you can stay in. I nodded. Thanks. Riai nodded back. No problem. Sometime in the city will make you much stronger. Maybe we can spar for real when you come back. Haha, I'd hope so. Let Jack know I'll be back in a week or two max. I know he wanted to talk to me about something before I left. It is just going to have to wait a little longer, I guess. Okay, I'll let him know. Great. I waved off Maria and Ray. They had to catch the next train very soon. That was out of the blue. But this feels right. There is so much opportunity here. I can't leave yet. Zan Zan Zan, chapter Senshaba, Zan Zan Zan. I headed off in the direction Ray pointed. I was alone in the city now. It feels so nice to be alone in places where no one knows who I am. I love the feeling of being anonymous until I decide not to be. Anything I do or say in public will be forgotten in the wind moments later. I'll never see anyone here again unless I make the conscious effort to do so. This city makes me feel free. I walked for about 10 Utes with a wide grin on my face. Then I arrived at the residential district. It was definitely a tourist-filled area, but that is what I am too. Most of the buildings were Wudao Shimaus stories tall. Some were older looking, others were newly built and higher class. I walked towards one that seemed to be in the middle range of affordability. I want to stay somewhere nice, but not too pricey. The building was tall and gray with bluish-white windows. I walked through the front door and was immediately greeted by a short man with a button-up vest and a long black gelled mustache that protruded from his face on either side. He was sitting behind a long wooden check Zanin desk. "Welcome to the Element Inn. How can I help you today, sir?" "I'd like to get a room. A single? Nothing special." The man nodded and looked at a pile of papers. "Our going rate is email silver a night. How long would you like to stay?" "Email silver a night." "I'd zan Could I get a discount for staying a full week?" "I'm new to the city." He nodded and sifted through his papers again. This is clearly tourist pricing. They're making a killing. It wouldn't hurt to ask for a little discount. "A single bed and bath. I can do Wumel silver for a 2-night stay. You'll be on the top floor." "Great." I smiled and counted out Wumel silver on the table in front of me. This hotel is pricey. Honestly, this whole city is pricey. I need to start making some money. I'm almost out of the reserves I brought with me. The innkeeper took my silver and handed me a key. It had dark black letters printed on it. Iten in Ishii. 10th floor, room Shi. There is an elevator around that corner. Maids will come to clean your room every day at noon. Checkout is T days from now at Shi AM. Got it? Yes, thank you. I walked away from the man waving as I got in the elevator. He didn't even ask for my ID. That was odd. Hiding the elevator stopped at the sheet floor, and I stepped out to walk down the hall towards my room. I twisted the key and walked inside. It was actually a bit nicer than I expected. There is a large bed in the center of the room and a bathroom with a shower included. The linen on the bed is white, and a lamp stood on the bedside table next to a large glass window that filled up the entire back wall of the room. The window had a slight bluish tint. I guess that was just the hotel's aesthetic. It looks pretty modern. The view outside the window is pretty amazing. The sun is setting. I can see all the neon signs and outlines of people walking around in the residential district. Off in the distance, I can see the train station and the huge market center. Every direction I looked is eventually blocked by massive silver skyscrapers in all directions. But overall, it's a really nice view. I placed my new sword up against the wall and undressed to get in a nice hot shower. The water pressure at this inn was amazing. The hot water never ended. I haven't felt this relaxed in a while. Afterwards, I flopped into bed and watched the sun set completely behind the city's skyline. What a day! As I fell into a peaceful sleep, I thought about a few things. Tomorrow, I'm going to start slow. A medium-grade D-class dungeon will be a perfect warm-up for this week. I need to find a good merchant at the market to start buying and selling mana crystals and potions too. Once I get the hang of things here, I have semi-end goals. The first and most urgent goal is to start making money. I'm sure it won't be too hard to farm loot. The second goal is to level up. I had a nice day off today, but I feel stagnant when I'm not getting stronger. Lastly, I need to start farming skills. I finally have the option to dive into many dungeons all in the same place. This is where my absorption skill will start to show its true potential. After a nice long rest, I woke up to the rising sun. I was out the door and ready for an exciting day minutes later. My first stop was the market. It took me about Shifanjong Utes to make my way over. It is even more crowded than yesterday. All the early morning hunters are here to stock up on gear. I strolled around for a few minutes until one shop caught my eye. It looked a bit run down, but that is what I'm used to. The gear on the shelves looked perfectly new. It was just the shop itself that showed some wear and tear. "How ya doing, kid?" The old store owner approached me while I was looking at his merchandise. I couldn't help myself from smiling. He reminded me of the old merchant back home. I like this place more already. "Hey, you have any E-class potions? I need an MP and an HP. This is almost the last of my money. I hope I can get some D-class potions after a few successful dungeon raids." "Sure thing, kid." Lao Mao Silver. I placed Lao Mao Silver on the counter and nodded. The old merchant handed me my potions, and I placed them in my item box. The name's Roger, by the way. Good luck out there today. Thanks, MJ. Nice meeting you. I waved and walked away. That seems like the shop I was looking for. I'll come back there later today to sell my loot. Now it is time to make my way towards the dungeon hub. The large black building was swarming with hunters today. I made it inside and showed the guard by the D-class dungeon escalator my ID. Just like that, I was through. Minutes later, I made it down to the subway platform and was very surprised to see so many people at the station. There were a ton of groups in the center platform yelling out all kinds of things. Our tanks needed. We're raiding the Golem boss for XP today. Loot-focused raid. Healing mage needed as soon as possible. Any combat magic users? We're raiding for XP today. We'll pay for boss kills if you can carry. There were all types of teams forming. Many jobs were being advertised and filled. This is much more organized than the E-class platform. I walked further in to check out the list of dungeons. There were over 24 middle-grade D-class ones available nearby. I scanned the list and tried to pick something out. It was hard to choose. I stood there with my hand on my chin for a moment until I heard a girl's voice behind me. Hey, swordsman! We're raiding the troll dungeon today. Loot-focused. XP isn't the priority. We average Wumaus Ilver each for Embossosher. Our raid, interested. I turned around to see a light-skinned girl that looked a bit older than me. She had dirty blonde hair and wore dark clothing. She was no more than Ibai tall and had a long silver sword on her back. A man stood beside her. He had the same colored hair and wore very similar battle gear. His facial features were very feminine, and his frame didn't carry much muscle. His skin was very pale, and he stood Ibai or so. He didn't carry any weapons. They were an odd pair. I used Inspect out of curiosity. The man had a LV Yao over his head, and the woman's blue text read LV Yao Wu Yao. They're about my level, and they probably know a lot more than I do about this city's dungeon system. If all the need is my strength, it'll be a good deal for me. Wumaus Ilver a day is solid as well. Sure. The troll dungeon is a medium grade rating, right? She nodded. Yup. You're quite quick to agree. Very trusting. Not from around here, are ya? I shook my head. Nope. You got me. She smiled. The man beside her still didn't say a word. Well, the train is about to arrive. A team of Sen will do the trick. Let's make some money. No boss fights. We're just farming regular trolls today. We split the mana and special drop Sen ways. No exceptions. Sound good? I nodded in agreement and walked with them over to the platform's edge as a train arrived. Screech! We boarded and were off to the troll dungeon just like that. Maybe I am a bit too trusting. For some reason, I had a good feeling about these two. I don't think they're here to do me any harm. I wonder what this raid will be like. I've never seen a troll before. Zanzanzan, chapter Senchijo, Zanzanzan, the train left the platform and we were off? Hey, what is your name? I'm Jay, by the way. The light-skinned girl looked at me and smiled. Nice to meet you, Jay. I thought you'd never ask. My name is Talia. This is Corey. She pointed to the man. He nodded at me with a small grin. I nodded back. Well, nice to meet both of you. Do you live in the city? Talia rolled her eyes. For the moment, yeah. We've been traveling through a few regions these last few months. The goal is to see the whole country and making good money while we're at it. Corey looked at the ground. He was an odd guy. Okay. So you two have been to many other places. If you don't mind sharing some knowledge with me, what are the guilds like in the big cities? Talia's eyes perked up. So you want to join a guild? You're a D-class hunter. Pretty much any small guild will pick you up and give you a decent contract. There is hundreds of them in the city. Yeah, I assumed so. What about the bigger guilds? Do you know anything about them? Well, there is a couple pretty big guilds in Vice City. The semi-ain ones are invite only. You probably wouldn't ever even be able to walk through their doors without being at least a C-class hunter with some kind of crazy skill. I looked at her with curiosity now. It is not just small talk anymore. This is interesting. What are their names? Let me think. There is the Viridian Guild. That is the biggest one in Vice City right now. The Luna Guild and Fury Guild are definitely tied for a close RND. I grinned and nodded. I turned to look at the cement walls flying by out the window. Interesting. I bet they have access to some really neat dungeons. I could see Talia's reflection in the window like a mirror. She made eye contact with me and continued talking. Yeah, but we're just a couple of D-class hunters. Even if they have scouts everywhere in this city, there is no way they'd reach out to us. Yeah, I can dream, she grinned. Screech! We made it to the troll dungeon. The escalator up was exactly the same as the dungeon I visited yesterday. At the top, there was a very similar room with a floating blue portal at the back. Talia and I drew our swords. Corey stretched his arms and got into a readied state as well. We all jumped through. This is definitely a new dungeon environment for me. The ground is moist and the air is very humid. There are small swamp patches everywhere I look. The moss smells weird and pond grass rose up to my knees everywhere I stepped. Thankfully, there are no bugs in sight. That is a relief. I hate bugs. When I look out far into the dungeon, I can see thousands of trees. Most of them are pretty short and have long green vines hanging off their sagging branches. This is honestly a pretty gross dungeon. I should have done a bit of research before I agreed to come. I'm definitely going to have to do a deep wash my boots, or just buy a whole new set of clothes after this raid. When I squint my eyes, I can make out the shadowy outline of what looks like a large tree in the back of the dungeon. Hey, have you guys been here before? What are these troll monster like, and is that a tree back there? Talia spoke up. Yeah, we've been here a few times this week with teams of Sentuwu trolls drop good mana. They're pretty tricky to kill, but with the Sen of us, it shouldn't be a problem. We have 2 sword users. What about that tree? Oh yeah, that is where the boss room is. I've never gone that far in, just heard the stories. Apparently it is a pretty tough boss, powerful magic. I nodded. Okay, so we'll just stick around these parts for now and farm trolls. Got it, she nodded. Corey spoke up. This was the first time I heard his voice. It was light and quiet. One enemy, Ibai Mima head. He must have some kind of enemy detection skill. I activated mine as well to see what he was sensing. A large creature was moving towards us at a consistent speed right in front of us, like he said. I readied my sword and started walking cautiously in the direction of the incoming opponent. Corey backed up and Talia took the lead in front of him. It is just us fighting. Corey is our support type. He'll find enemies, then help with finishing them off. The actual combat will be handled by us. Okay? I nodded while keeping my eyes locked straight ahead. The creature was moving much faster now. It was less than Wushimiu away. The soft swampland makes it much harder to move around with ease. I'm going to have to focus on my footing a lot more during this battle. Moments later, I heard heavy footsteps splashing around in the muddy water less than Shirmi away. Talia yelled, "It's here! Immobilize the enemy and don't let your guard down for 1 second. Even if it looks dead, keep your weapon ready for battle." Got it. Talia was in a very serious battle mode right now. These trolls must really be no joke. Moments later, it finally came into my view. Gun grunt, grunt, grunt. A nasty-looking green creature came out from behind a wet, sagging tree. Its arms were very long. They were almost touching the ground. The smell coming off this beast was similar to rotting flesh. It had a wide nose, and its bottom teeth grew out like small tusks. The monster stood around semi-tall. Each of its fingers had long claws that looked as sharp as knives. It was a menacing creature, but I've faced much scarier-looking opponents before. I used Inspect to see what I was really dealing with here. LV Yosiba. This monster is a few levels higher than me, but I'm sure with Talia's help it won't be too difficult to defeat. All right, it is game time, Jay. Let's do this. We both stood in front of the disgusting creature as it charged forward. Cruewar. The troll made a shrieking sound as it started to swing its arms and charge towards us. It had a very irregular and awkward movement style. This worked in its favor, I guess. It was harder to tell which way it'd swing its arms at any given moment. The troll was quick, but I was definitely quicker. It looked strong, but just by the way it moved, I could tell I was much stronger as well. How could this thing be a higher level than me? This seems way too easy. I outran the monster and made a quick dodge to its right. Its clawed hand flew past me as I maneuvered myself behind it. This creature isn't the smartest tool in the shed either. Talia dodged to the left and the beast started eyeing her. It made an odd jerking motion and started sprinting towards her and away from me. Talia could definitely handle this mindless beast herself, but I wanted to show her that I can pull my own weight. First impressions are everything. I readied my sword and followed the monster as it hobbled away. I planted my right leg on a hard bit of ground, making sure not to get stuck in the mud, and jumped forward straight at the Toll's backside. Sheng, thud. I landed a picture perfect slash directly to the back of the monster's neck. Its head came clean off and landed in a patch of moss. I stared down at its disgusting head, and its body fell into a shallow swamp behind me. I looked over to Talia with a satisfied smile on my face. Well, that was easy. Clean hit, right? For some reason, she didn't look happy for me. I spoke up and tried to lighten the mood. Come on! You're upset I took the first kill or something. She still didn't even crack a smile. Talia just stood there holding her sword straight ahead, looking off in the distance behind me. Stay alert, Jay. I told you. Don't underestimate these things. I stared back at her with a confused look. Then I heard movements of another troll. They must travel in pairs, or even groups. Is this what Talia meant? I turned around and my eyes went wide. This is not what I was expecting at all. The body of a troll was climbing out of the shallow swamp. Yes, just the body. I gripped my sword tightly and stared at the abomination before my eyes. The troll I had just killed seemingly came back to life, and it's ready to fight me again. Zan, Chapter 6. Zan, trolls can regenerate. Just cutting off their heads isn't going to kill them. I looked over my shoulder at Talia as she yelled at me and rolled my eyes in return. You know, you could have briefed me on what kind of magic they actually had. That would have been pretty helpful. She nodded her head, but I could tell she was focused straight ahead at the troll. Corey finally arrived too. He stayed back shirmy or so, just like the first time we encountered this monster. Talia grinned and nodded at him. All right, Jay. Let's attack the same as last time. Immobilize the troll, and do not get hit. Corey will finish it off once we've done our job. I nodded and gripped my sword tight. Cruere. The troll already grew back the lower portion of its head. It was starting to shriek and crawl towards us. Talia took the lead this time. I could tell she wanted to show off a little bit too. She is very agile and quick. Her sword looks lightweight. She must have high speed and agility stats just like mine. Talia hopped around the swamp and got closer to the regenerating troll. I followed close behind, positioning myself to land a secondary attack. We were less than Wumim away now. The troll's head was almost fully reformed. It is amazing how fast its magic works. With a swift movement of her blade, Talia attacked the monster. It shrieked and tried to claw her as she made a deep gash in its midsection before dodging to the left. I was close behind and landed a powerful yet agile attack of my own. I dove and landed a clean slice on its left arm. My sword cut through it like butter. The arm fell in the swamp with a splash. I dodged to the right as the beast desperately tried to claw me with its remaining hand. I looked at Talia. She was on the opposite side of the monster, and there were trees blocking its escape to the left or right. We both grinned at each other as we walked in closer, cornering the troll from escaping. I lunged in and aimed for the troll's left leg. Talia went for the right arm. Both were sliced clean off after our dual attack. We charged in over and over until the beast was a pile of parts on the swarm floor. It was a bit gruesome, but what else can we do right now? I looked up at Talia. It is immobilized. Now what? How do we kill this thing? Talia grinned. Corey, you're up. The pale man sprinted in, glowing with a faint white light. He placed his hands in front of his body and opened up a light-colored portal in the air. The moment he opened the portal, a dark red light started to leak out. It looked and felt exactly like my fire magic. He drew closer to the troll's mangled body and opened the portal wider. Flames poured out and began to burn the beast to ashes. In a matter of seconds, the troll was burned to a pile of ash. I heard a familiar sound ringing in my head. Level up. Status open to name. J Soju level 142 HP 715分之715 MP. 715分之655 strength 342正125 speed 406 agility 424 defense 308正123 mental strength 342正68 skills absorption swordsmanship combat magic fire summoning inspect special grade enemy detection body hardening special grade items equipped golden wolf ring 100正20 mental strength Cyclops eye pendant 100正40 defense stainless steel sword 正125 strength nice a level up. I turned to Corey and Talia. Anything else you two want to tell me? Talia looked at me with a concerning look and grabbed her sword. Corey stood on guard and his white light started to glow brighter. My eyes went wide. Hey, sorry. I just meant it would be nice if you told me how to kill these things before we entered the dungeon, you know. Talia looked at Corey and shook her head as she put her sword down. He stopped glowing as well. That was kind of scary. Why'd they freak out on me? Talia spoke up. You didn't know how to kill a troll? For real? I shook my head. I didn't even know trolls existed in real-life dungeons before today. I've only read about them in comics. Corey grinned a bit. Talia laughed out loud. Wow, though, you were just playing dumb. With your battle technique, I thought you were a more experienced hunter. My bad, really? I nodded slowly. I guess it is pretty unheard of to randomly jump into D-class dungeons without any research or knowledge of the monsters inside. My bad, you're right. It is not your job to educate me. It would be nice to know a thing or two about these monsters, though, if you don't mind, she nodded politely. Sure. For starters, this is a troll dungeon. It is a middle grade rating. You should definitely already know that. The regular trolls are around level Yaosunin to Yaoliunyun. Their combat skill and stats are about 500 Arsher lower than their perceived level. Yeah, I could tell. They were an easy fight. Their skill is the tricky part. Trolls have a special kind of magic called regeneration. Even if you cut off its head, they can still regenerate and survive to keep battling. If you cut it into pieces enough times, you could technically wear down its magic power and HP. But I think that would take hours. The only way to nullify its magic instantly is with a strong acid or fire attack. I put a hand to my chin and thought to myself. I assumed it was something like that. I underestimated them and didn't even use my own fire magic. This battle could have been over even quicker. Makes sense. Corey, what was that skill you used? Do you possess a fire magic combat skill? He shook his head and started to glow with that same white light again. A small rectangular portal opened up in front of us and I looked inside. There was a dark red floating stone inside. The magic flames were coming out at an alarming rate. They felt much more powerful, but my own the closer I got to the source. He closed the portal the moment I got a good look. Talia spoke up. Corey has a rare spatial magic skill. We obtained that firestone from a boss in the Bedrock region a few months back. It was a high-level D-class boss. We were on a Wu person raid team. It is a very rare item. It comes in handy. I eyed her curiously. It doesn't run out? Ought need to be charged? Is it just unlimited fire magic? How does that even work? I've never seen or heard of a so-called firestone. It would normally burn to ashes in a few hours. Corey's spatial magic works like an item box to store items. It can contain magic items, and they won't be affected by the outside world. It's like time stops inside of his mini pocket world. We've been able to use it many times while traveling. Neat skill, right? Yeah, that is a good skill along with an enemy detection skill as well. Corey shook his head and pointed. He glowed white, and a portal opened up Arshimiu away from us. Corey spoke quietly. I can sense magic in a large area surrounding my portals. I looked at him, and he stopped glowing. Ah, okay. Makes sense again. Well, now that you've shown me your skill, maybe this will help us out a bit too. I grinned and pointed one pointer finger up in the air, igniting it into flames like a candle. They both stopped and stared. Talia spoke up. You had a fire skill and kept quiet? Ah, this would have been a whole lot easier, Yano Zian. Yeah. I'm an idiot, I get it. Now that we've actually made a proper introduction, let's do some hunting. I think we can make a whole lot more than Woomelsilver each today. I smiled. It was pretty funny. We all just kind of jumped into this dungeon without knowing a thing about each other. Talia sighed. Agreed. All I have is a swordsmanship skill, by the way. I'm not hiding anything else. Her voice quivered a bit when she spoke her last sentence. Not much, but enough for me to notice. I decided not to bring it up just yet. The troll's body disappeared, and Talia picked up the large mana crystal. One down. We'll count them all up and spit the crystals evenly after we exit the dungeon. We all nodded and started walking through the shallow swamp to look for more trolls. It was a rocky start, but I think it is going well. The only major thing that irks me is the fact that I couldn't absorb the troll skill. Maybe I'm missing a condition. Or is it not even a skill? I'll find out by the end of today for sure. Jianzhenjian chapter 41 Jianzhenjian, we walked further into the dungeon and the swamp just got deeper and deeper. Corey spoke up. Troll, Wushimi to our left. I turned and ran towards it immediately. Shurmail's econs later, I was face to face with the creature. It was pretty much identical to the last troll we encountered. I erupted into flames and turned on my inspect skill. Halve, Yawuar. I smirked and sprinted towards the troll. It awkwardly moved its long arms around and charged at me as well. In one flaming strike, I sliced the troll's head clean off. This time, I made sure to leave fire residue behind. The body of the troll fell to its knees, and the flames of my attack burned brightly along the area where I cut. Just to be sure, I lunged in for a final blow and sliced its body in two, while releasing a large amount of fire magic inside the corpse. Moments later, the beast was burning to ash. I heard the ringing that confirmed this troll's demise. Level up, level up. I could see Corey and Talia running up behind me about shimmy away. I did sprint off alone. Maybe I should have waited. The ashy corpse of the troll started to glow blue. I stepped back and saw that it was just a text box. Use absorption skill, self-regeneration. Yes, no? I chose yes, and stood there curiously over the ashy body as it disappeared. It let me use my skill this time. The only explanation I can think of is that I landed the final hit. Maybe that is a hidden condition for my absorption skill. It makes sense. I opened my status to check it out. Status open T name, J Soju level, 144 HP, 725分之725 MP, 725分之530 Strength 347正125 Speed 412 Agility 430 Defense 310正124 Mental Strength 347正69 Skills Absorption Swordsmanship Combat Magic, Fire Summoning, Inspect Special Grade, Enemy Detection Body Hardening, Special Grade Self-Regeneration Items equipped, Golden Wolf Ring, 2% Mental Strength, Cyclops Eye Pendant, 2% Sisher, Defense, Stack, Endless Steel Sword, 125 Strength. Corey and Talia arrived seconds later. I'm glad they didn't see me kill that troll. It's a blessing in disguise that I'm so rash sometimes. I don't know if anyone else can see my absorption text. I've never tested it out, and today isn't the day to do so. Talia looked at me with a proud look on her face. Good job. I'm happy for ya. Looks like you can handle these guys yourself. That is good to know, but we should still stick close together. Mutants aren't too uncommon in the capital dungeons. There is a lot of concentrated magic here. Ian Ever Arsher or so monsters is a mutant. I've personally never seen one in the troll dungeon, but you never know. Just a heads up. My eyes lit up. I had no idea. Does that mean there are a lot of dungeon breaks in the capital? No one seems to be too worried at all? How does it work here? There is dungeon breaks pretty often, actually. Most of the E, D, and C class dungeons are pretty packed in the city, though. If there is ever a break, usually many competent teams are already inside and deal with the matter. Makes sense. Even if monsters were to get out, they would have a very hard time getting anywhere. Each dungeon portal is separated from the outside world. They're only connected to the dungeon hub. The Hunters Association has many guards on duty that can take care of any potential leaks as well. I nodded as the troll disappeared. I picked up its mana crystal. It was pretty heavy. Wait, What about the B-class dungeons? Or even a class dungeons? I've never even heard of those, to be honest. Talia smirked. We started walking deeper into the dungeon as Corey opened up portals around us occasionally. You're funny. You really have no idea about anything in the capital. Did you grow up on a farm or something? No. Well, pretty much, I guess. My hometown is pretty small. Who cares, though? What happens if a B or a class dungeon breaks? Well, there hasn't been a B-class break in years. It takes a lot of stored-up magic for something like that to happen. One of the top Sen guilds would probably take care of it if that happened. I assume it would cause a lot of damage to the city, but they could handle it. And in our class, Talia raised an eyebrow and grinned. Well, we'd all be screwed. I looked at her with concern. What do you mean we'd all be screwed? The top Sen guilds can't handle in a class break. What about the Hunters Association? Talia laughed and just looked straight ahead. There won't be in a class dungeon break. Those are unheard of, not since the Great War at least. Really? Yeah. We only have like Sua-class hunters in this whole country. You think they'd hang around in the Vice region? I guess you're right. There is barely any high-rated B-class dungeons for hunters to train at, you know? If you want to get stronger as a B rank, you have to do so by other means. I don't need to think about that right now. I was just curious about the breaks. Thanks. Talia smiled. Haha, no, you're fine. You kind of remind me of Corey when we met back in the Bedrock region. Corey put on a light grin. Troll, seizure me to our right. Talia nodded, and her face tightened up into battle mode. Let's head out. Jay, you had the last fight. I can handle this one. Be my close backup. Got it. A minute or so later, the troll was dead on the ground after Talia attacked it ruthlessly, and Corey finished it off with a firestone in his storage system. We hunted down trolls and alternated between killing them for another Lusauscher ours. We faced off against Shirbami or monsters. I personally fought Joe of them. The last Wu-I decided to stop using my fire magic to preserve MP. I had to drink my E-class potion and was running low. After all these fights and a Zhongwu by reset, I was at Arjo Wu MP remaining. Overall, I gained a lot of XP as well. I leveled up Bami ore times. The last couple trolls didn't boost my XP much. It was nice while it lasted, though. My experience rose a lot. I'm level Youar now. Hey, do you have any MP potions on you? I'm fresh out. It is not urgent, but a couple more fights and I'll be at lean. She lifted her shirt on right side to reveal a small belt with a glowing pink potion. Yeah, just one. You can have it if you need it. I think it might be better to just call it a day instead. Talia made the call. I think we're solid. Pack it in and divide the loot? We all nodded at each other. I replied. Yeah, time to call it. Great hunt today. We made a killing. Way more than your average woo each day, I assume. I'm glad I met you two. Talia smirked and gave Corey a quick glance. Yeah, our woo each is from a woo person crew. We didn't do that much better than usual. It is just a better split. Ah, cool. The XP today was great. I went up a ton of levels. Yeah, the XP split was pretty good too. I gained a few today as well. Sadly, Corey probably didn't gain a single one. We'll have to farm a bit in a lower dungeon soon to even out. Corey nodded and smiled thinly at Talia. I was a bit confused. She could see it on my face. The Firestone kills don't count as Corey's kill. He didn't get the XP share all day. It was just us. Oh, that is rough. Well, at least we all made some good profit. Let's head back. We all started walking back in the direction of the dungeon exit. The ground was getting a bit less wet, and the swampland was clearing up. We were less than Eek-only away, I could tell. There was just an odd feeling I couldn't shake. We were definitely being watched. I activated my enemy detection and scanned the area. There was nothing close by. As I lengthened the range I could feel my MP being drained, I turned it off just in case. Corey, do you feel that? Is there anything nearby? I feel it, but I cannot find anything nearby. We continued walking towards the dungeon exit. I gripped my sword tight and was ready for a battle at any moment. Talia and I walked up front. Corey stayed behind scanning the area. About Senshifuta Eri 10 seconds later, Corey spoke up. Something big. Ibai whooshed me straight ahead. I turned back to him. How big? What do you mean? By me now. It is coming. I turned back and readied my blade. No more time for talking. It is time to fight. Moments later, the trees ahead started to shake, and the water in the shallow swamp rippled violently. Then I saw a massive creature burst out from the trees and let out a shriek as it stared us all down with bloodshot eyes. Kruwower! It is a mutant troll. Zanzinzand, Chapter Sishirar. Zanzinzand, the mutant troll stood in front of us with its long arms reaching close to the ground. The monster's right hand held a large axe, and its left was glistening with sharp claws. It stood almost woomy tall and was a much darker shade of green than our previous opponents. I used my inspect skill. LV Yotziar? It doesn't seem too bad. The level by Wushamouse were a piece of cake. This one might be a bit stronger, but Talia and I can handle it. The monster roared as we ran towards it. The massive troll swung its axe erratically and hit nearby trees while charging towards us. I broke off to the right side, and Talia moved to the left. We were both much faster than this beast. It'll definitely be an easy fight. Moments later, we weaved in and out of the trees, avoiding the monster's random attacks, and each of us sliced clean through its legs. Thud! The troll fell flat on its face. I grinned and made eye contact with Talia as we turned to finish it off. The instant I turned back, my eyes went wide. The two legs we cut were moving around on their own, and they were mutating rapidly. Seconds later, the two legs had formed into normal-sized trolls. This can't be normal. We need fire, I yelled and scanned the battlefield for Corey. I could burn them to a crisp, but I wouldn't have much MP left for the boss. I finally found him senshimi away, standing back behind a tree. Corey, come help Talia with these two. Let me handle the big guy. He nodded and started to sprint around the outside of the battleground. I looked at Talia. She understood. I'll handle them. You take out the mutant. I gritted my teeth and tightened the grip on my sword as I charged in towards the massive troll. Its legs were growing back at a rapid rate. It had much faster regeneration than the prior trolls. I erupted into flames and focused everything I had into my sword. I jumped directly at the beast's face. Clanwang! The troll made an erratic movement with its right arm and somehow blocked my swing with its axe. I landed back on the ground about Wumi in front of the troll. So you're a crafty mother Eftian, Kruowar. I grinned and looked up at the beast. Looks like I'll have to try Plan B. I charged towards its right side in a full sprint. It countered by swinging its axe around in circles like a maniac. I dodged across its body to its left and didn't even try to attack. It awkwardly swung its claws at me but missed. This monster clearly relied on its axe for attacks and defense. I made my way to its backside and planted my left leg to jump up without hesitating for a second. I concentrated every last bit of MP into a swing of fire. Shing! Thud, a clean hit. I managed to cut its head off. I landed and fell to one knee. I hate the feeling of being fresh out of MP. It makes me feel lazy and in a bit of a daze. I'll be fine. It is just not the optimal mood to be in mid-battle. I scanned the battlefield for my teammates. I could see Corey and Talia running towards me with two flaming corpses behind them. I yelled towards Corey, "Finish it!" He nodded and started glowing white. Corey used the Firestone to burn the rest of this beast to ash. It is not the most effective combat item or skill in my opinion. It leaves him wide open for attacks. But when Corey catches an enemy off guard, that thing is pretty dangerous. It still leaves me in awe, to be honest. It is done. I heard the system ringing in my head again. He is right. It is done. I smiled. Level up, level up, level up. Name, J Soju level. Yao Wu Wu HP. 780%780%. MP. 780%strength. 373正125. Speed. 443 agility. 463 defense. 334正134 mental strength. 373正75. Skills: absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection body, hardening special grade self-regeneration items equipped, golden wolf ring, 百分之正 arch mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 500 Sisher defense, stainless steel sword. Zheng, Ibai strength, clang. I heard the sound of metal hitting rock and turned my head quickly. The large axe formed the mutant fell to the swamp bed. It hit a small patch of rocks on the way down. Talia looked over at the two leg corpses that dissolved but didn't find any mana in them. The mutant dropped a huge crystal. We all took turns holding it for a second. Then I spoke up. Let's get out of here right now. My MP is drained. I couldn't fight another one of those if I wanted to. Talia's eyes perked up the moment I said that. She turned to Corey and gave him a light nod. He returned it. Talia spoke up. You're out of MP, huh? They both turned to me with grins on their faces. Talia took out her sword and Corey started glowing. Reflexively, I lifted my own sword, but it felt awkward in my hands. I have lean MP left. My sword is basically useless right now. I gulped. H. Jan. Hey, why are you two looking at me like that? What is wrong? Talia's eyes were wide open and her grin looked creepy. Oh, nothing's wrong. I have to thank you for your work today. Newbies in the city usually aren't as skilled as you. We made a whole lot today. Split between the two of us, I reckon we have over 7 silver each. And that is not even including the axe or your sword. I gripped my sword, and sweat started forming on my forehead. The two of us? Tidzan, there is Sen people here. And my sword? Talia's deadly stare didn't waver for a second. You really are a piece of work, aren't you, Jay? It is a shame. We kill fresh meat that walks into the city and take the loot for ourselves. Don't you get it? You're going to die here. Talia started to lunge towards me with her sword pointed at my neck. She is really trying to kill me. And at this rate, she might actually succeed. I have to think of something fast. I immediately ran to my left to dodge her sword and get on some more stable ground. If we fight one-on-one right now, it will only end badly for me. I have to run. That is my only option. I turned around and started sprinting towards the direction of the exit portal. A bright, glowing white light started to flood my field of vision, then it turned dark red. Corey stood in front of me now with a portal wide open full of flames blocking my only path. Everywhere else was deep swamp water. If I took the time to swim through it, Talia would catch up for sure. I lifted my sword and stared him down. It just felt like a hunk of metal in my hands. Without my passive swordsmanship skill, I'm really naked on the battlefield. You can't run forever. I turned to see Talia close behind, full of killing intent. Why me? What did I do wrong to deserve this? I guess. It really is entirely my own fault. If I make it out of this alive, I'll never trust a new face ever again. This is what the world is really like. I've been so naive. They've been hinting their true intentions this whole time. I've just been trying to see the good in people. Is that so wrong? Corey slowly advances, blocking my path forward even more. Talia's blade is less than Wumim away from my torso now. I need to think. I turn to Talia and give it everything I've got. It is better to be cut than burned alive. Clang Sheng, I managed to block her first strike with a reflexive and simple block. Before she could counter with a second hit, I tried to land a counter. I lunged in towards her right side. With blinding speed, she managed to twist her body away from the sword. It still tore her shirt and ripped the belt off her waist. The cloth and belt fell to the ground. During my attempt for an attack, Talia launched her own. All I could see was a slash of blood and a sharp pain in my shoulder that carried my sword. She ran past me, continuing her trajectory. I tried to swing my sword towards her, but my body wasn't responding. The moment I turned to face her, I saw my own arm falling to the ground with the sword in hand. She sliced off my arm. What a clean hit. I barely felt it. We locked eyes, and she grinned at me. I could feel her evil soul emanating from within. She enjoys this. I'm definitely not her first kill. The next moment, I felt 2 more sharp pains, one on my right leg and the other in my abdomen. I fell to the floor next to my sword in a pool of my own blood. I saw a hand grab my sword and felt the item box on my waist get untied and lifted off my body. My vision was getting blurry. This is the end, I guess. I was really killed by a human. It wasn't even a dragon or something cool like that. I didn't even get to save the world while dying. What a sad excuse for a hero's journey. As I heard 2 sets of footsteps in the damp ground fade away behind me, I saw a glimmer of hope. My eyes went wide. This isn't the end. I have to stop thinking like that. My own severed arm was covering a piece of cloth that looked like Talia's ripped shirt. Underneath it, all was a small glass bottle filled with a glowing pink liquid attached to a belt. I used my left arm to pull myself towards it with all the strength left in my body. I inched closer and closer to Talia's fallen MP potion as my body grew weaker and weaker. Zand. Chapter Sishisen, Zand. I dragged my body along the wet swamp floor towards the faint glow of a pink potion. My arm and leg had been sliced off, and my stomach has a large hole in it. There are smeared trails of blood behind. I finally made it to the pile of cloth on the ground, covering the portion of Talia's belt I managed to cut off during our short battle. I grabbed the bottle with my left hand and ripped the cork off with my teeth. I drank the potion and closed my eyes. Magic flowed back into my body. There is only one way I'll make it out of here alive. I have to try my new skill, self-regeneration. 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 I kept repeating those words over and over in my head while concentrating on my wounds. I could feel the MP being consumed, but also a relaxing warmth came over my whole body. I opened my eyes and looked down to see my arm and leg slowly growing back. I focused even harder and the Reedzan growth started to speed up. This skill is incredible. I can feel my bones and skin Reedzan growing at a rapid rate. Seconds later, I stood to my feet. My shirt sleeve and pant leg were gone along with one of my boots. That didn't matter to me one bit. I stared straight ahead towards the direction my attackers just left. They made the first move and failed to eliminate me. Their lives are fair game. I darted forward, making sure not to make too much noise. My MP was somewhat drained, but I have more than enough in me to plot my revenge. A state of rage came over me. I've never felt this way before. No one has ever deceived me quite like this. I will not forgive them. After a few moments, I heard a voice and slipped behind a tree. Another successful day in Vice City. I think it is about time we head off somewhere else. We might be getting a bit too hot here. One night to celebrate, then. Let's check out the Nurian region next. I think a top Si region might be a good change of pace Fodzan, enemy Arshami behind us. I held my breath. They know an enemy is nearby, but there is no reason to ever guess it is me. I can't believe them. They're just talking casually like this is an everyday thing. How disgusting. I circled around their back and ducked behind the trees. I'm waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I watched them like my prey. I feel true hatred. They tried to kill me and took everything I own. All I did was help them out today. The world really is a cruel place. Now they'll get a taste of their own medicine. Karma always comes back around. There was an opening in the trees. I could see Corey scanning frantically, and Talia holding her sword, tight-eyeing the trees and turning in circles slowly. Corey was staring directly in my direction, but my tree cover was too dense. I moved closer and closer, making sure not to be seen until I needed to. Shimi straight ahead, Talia nodded. I don't hear it at all. Where is this troll? I'm not sure it's a troll. It feels like a human. Talia was inching closer and closer every second. Corey stood close behind her. We were less than woomi apart now. I was knee-deep in swamp water gripping the backside of a tree. It is time. I focused on my fire magic into my palm to create an orb of glowing red light. This is going to be everything I've got. I only have one shot here. I jumped out from behind the tree onto dry land and lunged forward with all my strength. The look on Talia's face was pure fear, astonishment, and disgust. There was no time for her to even think. I let my orb of fire expand into the image of my lost sword. The flames erupted and devoured my enemy. Shingai sliced through Talia's torso and followed through by stabbing Corey in the chest as he stood in awe close behind her. I let my flames expand further, and with a fiery explosion, I let out my anger with a blast of flames that depleted my MP back to lean again. They were both burned to a crisp before I could blink. Clang, I heard multiple items hit the ground along with a familiar ringing sound. Level up, level up. I. Level up. I leveled up. I couldn't help but to mumble those words out loud. How absurd. I didn't know humans had XP too. I looked at the ground to see a pile of swords and mana crystals beside Talia's body. The item box must have burned and released all of the gear. That is annoying. When I turned to Corey's body, I grinned with delight. Use absorption skill. Spatial magic item storage. Yes. No. I chose yes. Immediately. 2 skills in 1 day. Not bad. I grinned and started to pick up all the gear and loot on the floor. The small items fit fine in my pockets, but the swords and axe sat awkwardly on my back. This'll do for now, though. The bodies started to disappear into the dungeon floor. Corey started glowing red. As he disappeared, a pile of items fell to the floor. Tons of MP and HP potions, along with a few shiny silver coins, hit the floor. My eyes went wide. This is everything that was in his dimensional storage compartment, even the firestone. It was boiling the swamp water all around it. This stone is the real deal. Their story about how they got this thing must have been a lie. It is definitely not a D-class item. I picked up an HP and MP potion and chugged both of them. Next, I checked my status. 700 name, J Soju level, 157 HP, 790分之790 MP, 790分之790 Strength, 378正125 Speed, 449 Agility, 469 Defense, 336正134 Mental Strength, 378正76 Skills, Absorption Swordsmanship, Combat Magic, Fire Summoning, Inspect Special Grade, Enemy Detection Body Hardening Special Grades, Self-Regeneration Spatial Magic Item Storage. Items equipped: Golden Wolf Ring, 100正 Arsh Mental Strength Cyclops, Eye Pendant, 100正 Sisher, Defense Stainless Steel Sword, 正 125 Strength Item. Storage, huh? I focused on my new skill and started glowing a faint white light. A rectangular tear in space opened up in front of me. I ignited my right hand in flames to reach down to grab the stone. It was burning much hotter than my own flames. I managed to drop it into my mini pocket of space and closed it up. I quickly used self-regeneration to grow the skin back on my hand that had been burned to a crisp. That is one dangerous stone. I could sense it in my pocket world. I'm not sure how to describe it, but this space is now an extension of myself. If I were to open it anywhere, I could definitely sense everything around it. Corey's claims made sense now. I started walking towards the dungeon exit again, but stopped to test one more thing out. I opened up my pocket dimension and concentrated hard on the space within. It was pretty simple to move the stone around within the space. I decide to throw a mana crystal in with it. Looks like it works. I can move things around within this space without them interfering with each other. This means all my new loot and gear will be safe in this pocket world, right next to the firestone. I placed everything inside my item storage. I don't even have to buy an item box now. This is great. With a big grin across my face, I continued my trek back to the dungeon exit. I made it to the floating blue portal and jumped through. When I stepped to the other side, I was not alone in the dungeon room. There were 2 tall men in nice suits and well-built frames. One was blonde and clean-shaven. The other had black hair and a beard. They did not look like the types of guys I should be messing with right now. I gave them a nod and tried to walk past to the escalator. One of them moved in front of the moving stairs and spoke up. "Stop right there. We need to have a word with you." They both stared directly at me without wavering an inch. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 44, Jian Jian Jian. I froze and looked up at the 2 men in suits. "You need to talk with me." "Why's that?" The blonde-haired man in front of the stairs reached into his pocket and pulled out an ID. In big black letters next to his photo, I could read Hunters Association Representative, and beside that, a large letter C. This guy is the real deal. I gulped. "I Jian you am, of course. What would you like to talk about?" He grinned and put the card back in his pocket. "Come on, walk with us. I'd rather speak in private." I agreed and followed the men down the escalator. What else could I do right now? I probably did look pretty suspicious. All my items are in my item storage. It looks like I came out of that dungeon with nothing on me. Half my clothes are ripped off too. That can't help. After boarding the train, we made it back to the main dungeon hub pretty quickly. I just stood next to them in awkward silence as the cement walls flew by. We walked through the crowds of people in the main hub back up to the surface, and they lead me down the street a few blocks. It was still awkward and silent. My heart was starting to beat out of my chest. My foot hurts too. I didn't even think about how uncomfortable it'd be to walk around with no shoe on. We made it to a large silver tower with the association's logo on the entrance. This must be one of their main buildings in the capital. It is so much bigger than the one I go to back home. The men opened the front door, and we were immediately greeted by a tall, dark-featured woman in the lobby. "Welcome back, sirs." The blonde man nodded and walked straight towards an elevator at the back of the room. The other man motioned me to follow. I complied, and we rode the elevator up to the Shititi floor. They lead me to an office room. It was just us now. My heart continued to pound loudly. I could feel it in my ears. The walls were white, and the room hummed with the faint sound of a mana shield. This is a magic interrogation room. There were a few comfortable-looking seats in a triangle, all facing each other. We sat down. The man spoke up. "We've been tailing you since this morning. There is no point in lying to us." I stared straight ahead at both of them. "W. Zan, why? What did I do wrong, Zan?" "You're not in the wrong here. We'd just like to hear the full story without any outside interference." "The whole story?" I'd Zan. "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure exactly what they know, and what they're trying to make me admit. I doubt they're really on my side in this whole situation. What are your names anyway? If I'm not in the wrong here, this is no way to treat a guest." "I'm Daniel. This is Kenji." He pointed to the man with black hair. He smiled at me. "Okay, cool. I'm Jay." I took a deep breath and tried to relax a bit. I am in the Hunters Association building after all. I didn't really do anything wrong. I should calm down and act like it. Daniel spoke up. "The 2 hunters that recruited you to go dungeon diving with them this morning." I eyed him carefully. "What about them?" "Well, I can't help but notice they did not come out of the dungeon with you today. I'd like you to give us a full report on the incident." "W. Danwell, I'm not sure I can say exact sant. They're wanted criminals, you know." My eyes perked up a bit. "Do Zan wanted criminals? For what?" "Well, they're some of the suspected collaborators in a large-scale robbery that took place about a month ago in the Bedrock region. There is a jurisdiction issue when crossing regional borders. The old reports had to be filed and sent to us here in the Vice region before we could formally go after the 2 of them." I nodded while looking down at the floor. "Why would they be dungeon diving then?" "There is no logical reason. Well, it seems recently they've been on a streak of killing rookies and taking their loot. Old habits die hard. There has been an increased amount of alerts from the Troll Dungeon reporting casualties. Most people aren't stupid enough to go in there without the proper gear or preparation. We sent D-Class scouts to investigate this week and found a common link between these 2 and the missing hunters. I guess it is just your lucky day we were called in to confront them. Although, it seems as if you've already done the confronting for us. We need a full report. I can assure you, this matter will be kept private, and you will not be punished." Well, that story clears a few things up. They have been tailing me since this morning, too. I really got involved with some horrible people. Lesson learned. They pretty much know everything aside from the fact of how exactly I killed them. It is better I decide the details, rather than them investigating any further. Sure, this all makes a bit more sense now. I'll tell you what happened. The 2 men sat back with satisfied looks on their faces while I explained the situation from my point of view. The only minor changes I made to the story were that it was me that killed all the trolls with my fire skill. I did not mention any word of the Firestone or Corey's skill. I said that they tried to corner me when we were finished hunting, but I managed to beat them by a hair in battle. Just by looking at me in my rugged state, this is very believable. They wrote everything down in their notebooks and listened quietly. Once I finished, I let out a long sigh and sunk back into my seat. "Hey, do you think you guys could hook me up with a pair of boots or something? I can pay for them. I just don't feel right hanging around like this." Daniel laughed. "Sure. Let's go to a C-Class training room. I think it is time we celebrate a mission complete. I'll get you some gear." "Gotta hand it to you, Jay. You made our job a whole lot easier today." I let out a thin smile and followed him out the door. We took the elevator down to floor sheer and walked down the hall. It was a very symmetrical floor. There were large reinforced doors on either side of the long white hallway. After a bit of walking, Daniel turned and scanned his card at a door. It clicked and slid open. "Take a look inside. This is a C-Class Hunters Association training room. Not too many like it." The walls were all white. They hummed much louder than the room we were in moments ago. It felt like the training room from yesterday. This would hold up against some powerful attacks. Take anything you want from that room over there. It is all brand new. Don't worry. A thank you from me to you. Really? Thanks! I walked over to a small rectangle on the wall and pushed it in. That is where Daniel had pointed. It opened up a door that showed me a closet-like compartment in the wall. It was filled with black combat clothing folded perfectly. I took a shirt, new pants, a pair of socks, and some boots. I didn't think twice and just changed there on the spot. Daniel spoke up as I was changing. Hey, what level are you? If you can handle those trolls on your own, you must be a decently high-rated D-class. Plus you're young, only Arsha, right? I nodded. Yeah, I'm around level Yawuliun. Why? He looked a little disappointed when I said that. Ah, you're at Yawuliun. I guess you'll have to wait for another one. I looked at him with a confused look. Another one of what? What do you mean? He smirked. The C-class exams start in just under 10 weeks. Kenji is participating. You need to be level Arwewis to apply. They only hold C-class exams every Sen or CMs in the capital. So it is a pretty big deal every time it comes around. Daniel pointed at Kenji, and he spoke up. Yeah, I've been level grinding in these capital dungeons on weekends off of work for almost C years now. I took the safe route like most and only challenged bosses with parties, so it's been a slow and steady journey. The association pays C-class reps a ton more, though. That is what I'm looking forward to the most. He looked at Daniel, and they both grinned. I fell deep into thought. The C-class examines, huh? I had no idea they were so soon. If I can gain around E by me ore levels in Sen weeks, I could participate too. If I don't, I'll have to wait another Sendao Sumi onths to apply. I'll add this to my list of urgent goals. I need to reach level Arwelin. Fast. Zan zan zan. Chapter Sishawu zan zan zan. Daniel spoke up. You ever think about joining up with the association? I shook myself out of a daydream. Yuzan, no, not really. What are the benefits? It just seems like a lot of work. Daniel and Kenji both started laughing. Yeah, I guess maybe you're right. It is a lot of responsibility, especially here in the city. The upside is we get access to the private dungeons and rare gear to fight with. It is basically everything you'd expect. Understood. I think I'll stick with the public dungeons for now. Daniel nodded slowly. He clearly wanted to ask me something. I looked at your file earlier. For some reason, there is a lock on some of your data. Someone must have done it manually at the association building you applied for your D-class rank. I was a bit curious. All the file shows is your rank, and that you have Lao Mao's kills. There's swordsmanship, and some kind of combat fire magic, I assume? There is a lock on my data. I'd Zan. Ah yeah, those are my skills. Why? You definitely get a great position if you want to join us. 2 skill members tend to get special treatment. Feel free to stop by this building anytime. Here, take a card. Daniel handed me a card and I thanked him. The 3 of us continued a bit more small talk for Senshifinjon Yutes or so. With nothing left to say, I decided it was time to go. They walked with me down to the elevator and out the front door. We shook hands and agreed to see each other in the future sometime. I don't know if it'll really happen. It is just the polite thing to say. The sun was setting now. I made my way towards the market center. It is time to see how much all this loot is worth. I think it'll be a significant amount. After a solid Arshifinjon Utes of walking through the crowded streets under the setting sun, I finally made it to the market. Hey kid, good to see ya. What can I get for you? I grinned. Good to see you too, Roger. I have a ton of mana and a few items I'm looking to sell. You buying? Of course, let me see what you have. He took out a mana scale and I reached into my item storage. I pulled out a pile of mana and placed it on the counter next to the scale. Most of it was from today's hunt, but there was some extra from my old pouch and Corey's old storage system. Next, I took out a pile of potions. There were CMP and Sen HP. Lastly, I pulled out a large axe and Talia's old sword. Let's start with the mana. The old merchant's eyes went wide. He pushed all the mana onto the scale. Moments later, the large black numbers read out Sen Ten Yi by Tsishidu Dern Ludun Mu. Now that is a haul. I gotta make some money off it too, you know. I'll give you Senshimiel's Ilver for the whole stack. Yeah, understood. Works for me. How about these potions? Can you tell me what grade they are? The man took a close look at the potions and raised an eyebrow. These are just your average D-class MP and HP potions. You want to sell these? No, I keep those. I was just curious what exactly they were. He nodded and started examining the axe and sword on the counter. All right. This is a Yibai Wushmiao Strength Boost Axe. A really good item for auction. You'll make much more there. It'll easily go for over Sisher or Wushmiao Ilver. Maybe even more if you find the right buyer. I thought back to my last auction experience and shuddered a bit. How much for it right now? The merchant looked down at the axe again. You'd really get a better price at auction. I don't want to rip you off. I can give you Senshimiel Ilver for it today. Maybe. How much for the sword? It's a Yelar Wu Das strength sword, and it's lightweight too. Not a bad item. Again, it'd go for much more at auction, but I can give you Arsher for it right now. Let's do Zyoshimel Ilver for everything. I'm sure those two items will make you a profit. You know it too. Zyoshir. I guess the axe will sell sooner or later for a good price. I can do that. Deal. Great. We shook on it and both walked away happy. I made Zyoshimel Ilver profit in a day. The merchant definitely got some good items for a price well below the market. I don't mind that I could have sold them for more. I'd rather have more time to dive back in the dungeons. The merchant counted out Zyoshimel Ilver, and I placed them in my item storage. Thanks, old man. By the way, what are the best dungeons around here for leveling? Are there any monsters with unique abilities? Mid to upper D-class, preferably? The best D-class dungeons, huh? Well, if you're looking for a basic fight for levels, you can check out the Minotaur or Lizard Zanmen dungeon. The Minotaur sound cool. What are they like? They have no specific skills. They're just big humanoid bull creatures. The normal monsters are around level Yawalin to Ardenun. They're one of the go-to leveling dungeons for people trying to rank up to C-class. The monsters travel in groups and have a wide range of level possibilities, so teaming with a party is recommended. Okay, interesting. Anything else? I'm looking for monsters with interesting skills. Stuff I've never seen before, you know. Plus, I hunt solo. I'm trying to get the old man to give me some info so I can search for some useful skills. Ah, you're a solo hunter, huh? Let's see. There is a slime dungeon. They have some odd abilities. The snake dungeon's monsters have a poison skill. There is the advanced ogre dungeons. They have all kinds of magic skills. Definitely stay clear of the advanced ogre dungeons for now if you're all alone, though. Trust me. All right. Noted. No advanced ogres right now. What about the slimes? Aren't those weak starter monsters? How hard could a slime really be? You'd be pretty surprised. They may be in the lower levels of D-class dungeons, but they're tricky to kill. Unless you have some kind of long-range magic, it's hard to attack them without being sucked in. What would happen if you were sucked in? Well, you definitely don't want to find out. I've heard stories of the slime boss sucking hunters dry of MP in seconds. My eyes lit up at the sound of that. A skill that absorbs MP. This could be exactly what I'm looking for. I like the sound of that. Thanks a lot. I'll see you soon. You've been really helpful. I waved the old man off and left with a wide grin on my face. Girly, I'm starving. Did I even eat this morning? I walked quickly towards the food district area Rie brought me yesterday. I need a good meal and a drink right about now. After a few minutes of walking, I could smell the sweet scent of meat and spices in the air. I searched around for a few minutes and found a nice-looking open bar. I ordered 2 of the large meals my bartender recommended and a tall, cold beer. There was music playing and people laughing and talking all around me. I was content to drink, eat, and let my mind wander on its own. I have some good insight on where to get a very valuable skill. I'll be heading to the slime dungeon first thing in the morning to check things out. If I can potentially absorb MP from my opponents, I'll basically have an endless supply. This would solve the majority of my fighting and money problems. Things are about to get very interesting. I finished my meal in peace and paid the bill. I had to break a silver coin. Now I'm carrying around an extra bosher or so bronze in my item storage. I spent around half of the leftover bronze buying a few pairs of clothes on my way back to the inn. Just a few standard black jeans, shirts, underwear, and socks. I needed to wear something this week. I didn't exactly pack for a long trip. After my leisurely walk, I finally made it back. The innkeeper nodded at me, and I remembered there was a key to my room. I walked past him into the elevator and frantically sifting through the miscellaneous junk in my item storage. With a sigh, I found my key. I was scared I lost it out in the dungeon. The elevator dinged at floor sheer, and I twisted the key to my door moments later. After a nice hot shower, I crawled into bed. I survived another day. Zan, chapter Sishirio Zan, the morning sun woke me up. I feel great. After a quick arm and leg stretch, I got dressed and readied myself for another eventful day. The slime dungeon stood out to me the most. The old man said they were a relatively low level, and long-range magic attacks should be more than enough to handle them. I'm more curious about the abilities he said they had. The boss can steal its opponents, MP. I made my way downstairs and walked out the door towards the dungeon hub. I grabbed a quick bite to eat on the way. The hub was swarming with hunters again this morning. I scanned the area. It'll be good to make a habit of being much more cautious. I'm going in solo from now on. No more teaming. It never seems to go well for me. I walk up to the D-class guard and hand him my ID. Moments later, I make my way down the large escalator to the platform below. On the list of dungeons, it says the slime dungeon is right on the edge of the city. It is a lower grade D class. As expected, I waited patiently, then boarded the train heading off in that direction. Around Arshifinjon, Utes later, I arrived and made my way up the escalator to find the floating blue portal. I reach into my item storage and pull out my sword while running forward into the dungeon. It is time to kill some slimes. The dungeon is surprisingly bright. I was expecting a dark cave or some kind of mountain range. That has been the common theme lately. I'm standing in a wide open meadow. The grass is short and there are small patches of flowers everywhere. The sky is blue and there are beautiful white clouds floating by. There is no sun, but it feels like a nice hot summer day. I make my way forward into the dungeon with my sword drawn. I can see some weird-looking circular objects in the distance. After a Wufinjong Ute walk through the meadow, I came across what I spotted earlier. This is a slime. A huge blue glob of gel just stood in front of me, maybe Liaomi in diameter. It was slowly gliding along the ground towards me. I used Inspect to check it out. LV! Okay, it's a much lower level than me. This shouldn't be much of a problem. I ran towards the monster and sliced its body clean in half to see how it would react. The body of gel separated, then reattached. It continued its slow glide in my direction. Right, the old merchant said long-range magic would be best against these slime. I'll try out my fire magic, but in a longer range form. I've never really tested it like this before. While putting my sword into my item storage, I stepped back and stood about shimmy away from the slime. I concentrated on focusing my fire magic into the space between both my palms. Instead of shaping it into a sword, I'll just keep it as an orb. I took a deep breath and threw the fire orb like a baseball. It wasn't the coolest looking move, but I'm not sure how else to get the orb moving in that direction. I can't control where my fire travels once it leaves my body. Take this! The orb of fire made impact with the slow-moving slime and it blew up into a huge ball of fire and goo. The slime was mostly incinerated. There was leftover puddles all over the ground. I walked over to check it out. No blue text. I can't use absorption for some reason. Moments later, the goo dissolved into the ground and it left behind a tiny mana crystal. Really? This is it? I threw it in my item storage and kept walking deeper into the dungeon. That crystal is the size of a mid-grade E-class at best. I guess these slimes are difficult to kill because they don't take damage from regular physical attacks. But I understand why not many hunters want to come out here. There is basically no loot in this dungeon. It's a total waste of MP. A few minutes later, I came across another slime. I used Inspect. LV Jushise. I sighed and moved in towards it. I wonder what would happen if I touched it. I have plenty of MP potions on me. If it drains me, there is nothing to worry about. I crept closer to the slime and put out a hand. I shoved it through the side of the slime's body and waited. Nothing happened. I ignited my hand with flames and blew the slime to bits. It was still moving around somehow. I guess it separated in time. I made a couple fire orbs and burned the rest of it with ease. It did use up a good amount of MP, though. This is kind of irritating. How are these monsters even classified as a D-class dungeon? The boss must be pretty tough or something. I used enemy detection and found a large concentration of monsters on one end of the dungeon. This must be where the boss is located. I trekked through over for a little less than an hour. Every slime that came near me was an easy victory. After Shalomiao slimes, my MP was drained to about halfway. Not too bad. I finally made it to the boss room. This has to be the easiest dungeon I've ever raided. Let's see what this boss has in store. The spinning light gray portal invited me to enter. The boss room is oddly similar to the outside dungeon. There is green grass, a blue sky, and it is well lit in here. The only difference is the large walls enclosing the room. After scanning the area, a large glob of blue slime emerged from the back of the room. It looked about semi-tall and a bit darker shade than the normal slimes. I used Inspect, LV, Yao Si Yao. Now that is an upgrade from the other slimes here, but it is still just a slime. With a bored look on my face, I walked over to the monster. It moved towards me quickly as well. Interesting. Looks like this boss has some actual combat ability. I jumped to the right and dodged its forward movement. This thing is pretty quick. I started concentrating a ball of fire in my palm as we stared each other down. Well, I stared at it. The slime didn't exactly have eyes to look back at me. It just felt like it was staring right at me. A moment later, the slime started gliding towards me at a rapid speed. I continued charging a ball of fire and ran towards it as well. I let out my attack straight at the monster and blew a massive hole clean through it. Over 500 wusher of its mass was incinerated on the spot. I continued my charge past the slime with a smirk on my face. As I ran by, some of the slime's innards landed on my left arm and back. Instantly, I knew something was wrong. That smirk turned serious really quick. This is the skill. My MP. The partial fragments of the slime body were draining my MP fast. Within seconds, I could feel all the magic drain from my body. The rest of the slime crawled closer to me. It was impossible to wipe off, like living sticky water all over my body. The rest of the slime started connecting with it, and my body was covered in the goo before I could think of anything. It sucked me up and complete reformed into a large blob in seconds. While suspended in the slime's stomach, my MP is getting sucked dry. I can't breathe inside this monster either. What a predicament. I dropped my guard for a second. I can't underestimate any opponent, not even a slime. I wasn't taking any HP damage, but in less than Wumel's econs, I could tell my MP has almost hit lean. If I ignite my flames right now, I may do more damage than good. It'll get the slime off me for a moment, but my MP will definitely hit lean. Then I'll be screwed seconds later if it attaches before I have time to act. There is only one thing I can think of that'll work right now. I open up my item storage while floating inside the massive slime and pull out the firestone. Instantly, the slime starts bubbling and melting all around me. A huge hole in the slime opens up, and I crawl out to make my escape. I reach into my item storage again to grab an MP potion and chug it on the spot while erupting into flames, burning every last bit of slime residue off my body. I turn to face the slime boss again with newfound respect for the creature. Good try, but that is not going to work on me again. With a slow nod, I formed a fireball with almost all of the MP from a full recovery potion into a massive orb in front of my body. I used both my hands to hurl the attack at the slime boss. A huge explosion completely incinerates the remaining slime's mass. I've won now. I walk over and throw my firestone back into item storage. It burned my hand again. I had to use self-regeneration to fix my skin. Maybe my body hardening will work next time. I have to figure out a way to actually use this thing properly. It is a really powerful stone. The blue text I've been waiting for finally popped up over the remaining goo on the ground. Use absorption skill. Plunderer, yes. No. Ah, so it is called Plunderer, huh? With a grin, I chose yes and collected the mana as the slime disappeared. That makes sense. The skill user is forcefully taking MP from their opponent during battle. Maybe it has other hidden abilities too. I can't wait to see how it works. The white light came and transported me back to the dungeon's start point. I stepped out back into the room connected to the dungeon hub. It isn't even midday yet, but I'm totally done with these slimes. It is time to search for another dungeon and test out this new skill. 简简简 Chapter 47 简简简 I made it back to the main D-class platform and checked out the list of dungeons. The Minotaur dungeon caught my eye. The old merchant said it would be better to challenge this one with a group as a D-class hunter, but I think it'll be fine. He doesn't know how many skills I have. They're more valuable than levels anyways. I won't even be challenging the boss either. The normal dungeon monsters will be the perfect specimens to test out my new skill. I walked through the crowded station towards the correct train platform. We need a combat magic user for a loot-based raid. We pay well. 2 tanks looking for a team. Woolmail Silver, each for Ambassador, our raid. Anybody need us? Support types listen up. Buffs or healings. Anything to help. XP-focused raid? Anyone interested? Some of these parties are probably good and honest hardworking people. I'm just not interested after yesterday's disaster. I'll be hunting solo again for a while. It suits me better anyways. I walked past them all without batting an eye and stood by the platform that would take me to the Minotaur dungeon. There was the other full party standing and waiting for the train next to me. It was a team of Wu. I wonder if they're all going to this dungeon too? I used Inspect. LV Yo Liu Yo. LV Yo Liu Ba. LV Yo TR. LV Yo T Si. LV Yo T Sid. R Liu Wu. A level R Liu Wu. That is a C class. He is a tall and strong-looking member of their party with a huge sword on his back. If I had to guess, I'd say he is about century years old. He must be the team leader. Maybe it's a guild raid, and he is helping them level. Or they paid him to power level the still of them. Who knows? The other team members were standing behind their leader, talking amongst themselves. One of them was a short, red-haired girl. We made eye contact for a split second, but were interrupted by the sound of an incoming train. Screech. The train arrived, and I boarded through the closest door right behind them. The team leader took a look at me and smiled. You headed off to the Minotaur dungeon too. I didn't look directly at him. Yeah. Solo, not interested if you're going to invite me to your group? I got it. I just haven't seen you around this dungeon yet. The Terra Guild basically runs this Minotaur dungeon. I'm leveling up our fresh D-class recruits. The Terra Guild, huh? It is not one of the big Sen. They must be one of the smaller guilds in the city. Nice. Good luck in there. I'll let you guys go in first. I don't want to get in your way. He nodded and handed me a card. Sure thing. You must be at least level Arbaiteng. I don't see many people challenge this dungeon solo. I assume you're here for a loot run. Yeah, something like that. I took the card and threw it in my back pocket. It is just a guild info card. That is the least of my interest right now. Screech, the train slowly came to a halt. We all took the escalator ride upwards to the dungeon portal. Well, kid, swing by our guild if you're looking for a job. We're always looking for up-and-coming D-class hunters. My name's Hudson, by the way. Nice to meet you. I'm Jay. Nice meeting you. Best of luck in there. The team of Wu entered the dungeon and I waited outside. They all seemed nice, especially the leader. But that's not important right now. During this time, I played with my item storage skill. I opened and closed it many times in many differing sizes and distances from my body. My MP doesn't go down at all when I use my item storage. It is either such a low amount that it doesn't show on my status, or it doesn't use any MP at all. It is odd, but a good discovery. After about Arshafinjon, Yutwenbai finally decided to jump through the blue spinning portal. The dungeon has a lot of pretty familiar features. It is a mountain range dungeon, but the mountains aren't too big. They look more like rocky hills. There is a lot of green grass and shrubbery, along with large green trees every shimi or so. It is not heavily wooded, so there are some plains of open grassland. I reached into my item storage and pulled out my sword while walking straight ahead deeper into the dungeon. After about Shifinjong utes of walking around, I came across a wide open grass patch. To my surprise, there were Sen Minotaurs just standing in the middle of it. They haven't noticed me at all. They're all around Sumi Eaters tall and look like massive buff humans except for their heads. The monsters' bodies are dark brown, covered in hair and have rippling muscles head to toe. The Minotaurs' heads are large and look like a bull. They have horns coming off each side of their head almost a meter long. Each of these monsters is also carrying a massive silver axe with a long wooden handle. They're wearing shining silver wrist guards and a brown cloth around their waists. I used inspect. LV Yao Wu Wu. LV Yao Wu Qi LV Yao Wu Ba. These monsters are going to be a piece of cake. I've faced off against level Ibai Mouse before. Come on, why is everyone so worried about these Minotaurs? Of course, I'll still keep my guard up and fight strategically, but I can't see them being too much of an issue. Plus, I'm not going to try and test anything new out on my first fight. This match will be purely to see what these monsters' abilities are. I slowly walk towards them with my sword out in front of me. I'm about Wu Shimi away now. Sen Shimi, our Shimi. The Minotaur on the right turned its head and spotted me. It let out a few grunts, then turned its full body towards me. I gripped my blade tighter and kept walking forward. The beast started to charge. The other two monsters turned to look at me but stayed back and watched. This Minotaur's aura is strong. This will be a serious battle. I ignite my sword into flames and start running towards the beast as well. Clang sparks fly as we clash sword and axe. It is a strong opponent, but like most of these larger monsters, I have it completely beat with my speed and agility. I jump back to face the beast again. It grunts and pushes large amounts of air from its nose. We charge towards each other again. Clang, my sword, and its axe collide. After this attack, I twist around the monster's left side, continuing the momentum of my strike as flames and sparks fly through the air. The monster's eyes track me, and it attempts to turn with me. The beast lifts its heavy axe up after our clash to go for another strike, but it is too late. The Minotaur's torso is wide open. I focus my fire magic into the tip of my blade and land a fiery gash across the monster's abdomen up to its chest. I land and sprint backwards to admire my work. Ruawar! The Minotaur lets out a roar as the fire residue in its gash burns bright. It is in pain, but the battle is definitely not over yet. The two monsters behind it are watching maliciously, but haven't moved from their spots in the background. The beast on fire looks me in the eyes and readies its axe again. We charge at each other. Clang sparks fly high, and the monster raises its axe immediately after impact this time. It learns quick. These monsters definitely have higher intelligence than I had assumed. We stood Shimi apart. I'm starting to break into a sweat. It is not a life-threatening battle at all, but this monster is putting up a good fight. We charge at each other once again. I decide to completely dodge the axe's swing and weave around the Minotaur. It wasn't expecting this. I have a perfect opening. I plant my right foot and make a full U-turn facing the monster's back. It is turning as well, but again, too slow. Another hit. I make a fiery gash across the monster's back from shoulder to hip. It cries out in pain, but still doesn't drop to the floor. I can see why these guys would be a problem if they were to attack a lower-level hunter in a group. Ooh. The Minotaur lets out a mighty roar. It is definitely very injured now. One more good hit and it's done for. The only downside is I really pissed it off. The beast turned to me with fire residue burning intensely on its front and backside. The two Minotaurs that were staying out of the fight previously turned towards me as well. I gripped my sword tighter and grinned as the semi-monsters started their charge straight at me. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Sishiba Zan Zan Zan. I stood in front of Sen charging Minotaurs with my burning blade and prepared for an attack. The monster up front is the most wounded. It's about Sen Shamim ahead of the other two. The smartest thing to do right now would be to take it out first. I charged in at the wounded beast and let my flames burn bright, trailing behind me on the ground. I have a pretty good feel on these monsters' abilities. They're tough and crafty with their weapons, but with my magic gear, recent battle experience, and arsenal of abilities, they're no match. It is time to test a few of my new skills out. As the Minotaur up front approached, I came up with the perfect plan. It raised its axe, and I raised my sword to match it. As the beast let out a battle cry and brought its axe down towards me, I lifted my left arm in the air to shield myself. It's a gamble, but I'm fairly sure this will work out in my favor. Body hardening. I concentrated my body hardening skill to make layer around my arm. Instantly, hard black crystals started forming all over the areas I was visualizing. Clang! The massive axe came down on my arm and it bounced off like it was hitting a sword. Some crystal fragmented, but the attack didn't make contact with my physical body. This gave me enough time to slip under the monster in its confusion and let out a fiery uppercut with my sword. A final clean hit. The beast fell to the floor with a grunt and a whimper covered in a blanket of flames. Level up, 1 down, 2 to go. I looked up to see the 2 minotaurs in hot pursuit. They seemed angry that I defeated their friend. I got into a battle stance and checked my status. 795分之450 MP remaining. The total decline is not bad, but definitely not efficient enough for my liking. It is about time I try out my new plunderer skill. There are 2 beasts running at me this time. It'll be a bit harder than my first fight. I ignited my blade into flames and grinned. My blood is rushing. These battles make me feel alive. I decided to run towards the one to my right. It raised its axe, and I raised my arm while hardening and bracing for impact. Clang! It took the bait. I swerved around the right side and slashed the beast's torso. While making contact with my blade, I concentrated on my skill to take in mana. I repeated plunderer over and over in my head as I cut deep into the minotaur. I could feel my MP raising for a split second while my blade was touching the monster. The moment my blade left its flesh, the flow of mana stopped instantly. The beast let out grunts as it turned to face me again. Its partner in battle was close by as well. I checked my MP. It read out 795分之585. I grinned ear to ear. Even while using swordsmanship, fire magic, and body hardening, my MP went up after that exchange. The minotaur came back for more. Clang! I blocked the beast again with my left arm and landed a devastating fiery attack with my right while taking an MP. The second monster followed close behind, and I blocked its attack with my body hardening and managed to counter it easily as well. I've completely figured out their fighting style. They may be pretty strong and able to take a lot of hits, but this battle is basically already over. It is just going to take time. After a few more charges, I blocked all of their axe hits, absorbed MP basically up to full, and brought them both to their knees. All Sen Minotaur I encountered on this plane have been defeated and reduced to flaming piles of ash. Level up. Level up. Name J Soju level. 160 HP. 805分之805 MP. 805分之805 Strength. 385正125 Speed. 458 Agility. 478 Defense. 342正137 Mental Strength. 385正77 Skills. Absorption Swordsmanship. Combat Magic. Fire Summoning. Inspect Special Grade Enemy Detection Body Hardening Special Grade Self-Regeneration. Spatial Magic Item Storage Plunderer Items Equipped. Golden Wolf Ring. 100正 Arsh Mental Strength. Cyclops Eye Pendant. 100正 Sisher. Defense Stainless Steel Sword. 正125 Strength. Level 160. Nice! Still a long way to go until Arbai Wushin. I stood around for a few minutes and collected the mana that each of the disappearing minotaurs dropped and placed them in my item storage. I continued walking further into the dungeon. It sounds weird to say, but this is a beautiful dungeon. The blue sky and the warm air make me feel at peace. The post-gen fight adrenaline also gives me a nice high to ride while I search for my next opponents. I walked through a few empty fields looking for more monsters to fight. They traveled in groups, so the spawn rate must be much farther apart or something. I've been walking for Archivindung Utes and haven't found a single sign of any new minotaurs. There was a large tree in the middle of one of the large plains I came across. I sat up against it and took a little break to admire the blue sky for a bit. Like clockwork, the moment I got comfortable, I sensed a presence nearby. Finally, some more monsters. I grinned and stood up with my sword ready. There is a clump of trees in the distance. It's a small forest area. The leaves started shaking, so I activated my enemy detection and inspect skills. 3 of them again. and it looks like one of them is going to be trouble. Great! LV Yao Wu Liu, LV Yao Wu Ti, LV. Yao Jiu Yao 3 large minotaurs came out from the tree line. The strongest stood up front, and the two lower levels followed close behind. They all looked exactly the same. Without my inspect skill, I could never have seen a difference. This is what the old merchant meant when he said their levels may vary. Interesting. The leader of the monsters grunted and motioned its axe towards me while slowing its strides. The other two grunted back and charged ahead of it straight at me. They just communicated an attack. I've never seen monsters with intelligence like this before. It is a good thing just the two of them are up first. I'll have to take these weaker ones out, then focus on the leader. They charged towards me grunting while raising their axes. I surrounded my sword in a coat of flames and ran towards them as well. They both brought their axes down at the same time. It raised my left arm in a bent fashion, while hardening it to make a shield for my usual attack. Clang, both axes came down at once and were repealed without a problem. I managed to get underneath both of them to land a double hit on their abdomens while they were distracted by their axes' recoil. They burst out in roars as I drained enough MP to recover and leave a good amount of fire residue on them. I ran past with a satisfied grin on my face. 2 at a time. Not bad. Woo, air. To my surprise, the leader was towering over me with its axe in full swing. I didn't even see it coming. This monster hid behind its subordinates and launched a surprise attack knowing I'd make it past these two. I underestimated it. At the last second, I put my arm up again to harden it and block the attack. My sword was pointed at the floor on the opposite side of my body. I didn't have the time or positioning to counter. Argesh! Blood splashed up into the air as I felt my arm breaking under the pressure of this monster's axe. My body hardening worked for a moment, but was shattered along with my arm in the next. Black crystals flew everywhere as my hardening was completely destroyed. I guess there is a limit to how much this skill can defend against. The beast followed through and let its axe smash into the ground. Luckily, I was able to somewhat move my arm out of the way and save it from being sliced off. I jumped back and regenerated my broken limb while getting as much distance as I could from the vicious beast. I checked my status. It read 805%615 HP, 805%705 MP. Interesting. My physical body is repaired with self-regeneration, but I feel much more tired. The attacks from an opponent will affect my HP stat no matter what. When I regenerated, is healing my physical wound and converting the damage to more overall fatigue. This skill is not full healing magic. It is just accelerated physical recovery with a trade-off. I'll have to keep this in mind. I turned to see the two flaming monsters charging at me while the leader followed close behind. Our battle is far from over. Jian, Chapter 49, Jian. The injured flaming minotaurs came charging at me in a fit of rage. These two aren't the problem, though. I can dodge their attacks all day and kill them whenever I please. Their leader is the real issue. I haven't gauged its full strength yet, but it's definitely higher than mine. My best course of action is to take these two out first. I have a few healing potions. I can handle another hit or two. I'll use the same strategy as before. We all charged in towards each other. I blocked the 2 axe hits with my hardened arm and landed another double strike on the 2 weaker monsters while absorbing some MP in the process. The leader was close behind and attacked immediately. Just like before, I braced myself and tried to concentrate even more hardening on my arm to see if I could block the attack if I had full focus. The leader's large axe came down and made contact with my ultra-hardened arm. Bad idea. The second it made impact, I heard a crack and saw black crystal fragments fly out in all directions while a sharp pain traveled through my arm and into my shoulder. It worked a little bit, but my arm is definitely still fractured in multiple places. I need to get better positioning and try blocking with my sword next time if I get the chance. I jumped back and distanced myself to check my stats and regenerate. It read 805%450 HP and 805%680 MP. Not bad. Just one more time should open things up. I charged back in and did a picture-perfect attack. The 2 front minotaurs fell to the ground in a pool of their own blood and my flames. 3 good attacks seems to be just enough for me to defeat normal monsters here. Level up. I blocked another attack while sacrificing my hardened arm one last time before running back about Arshami to recuperate and plan for the actual battle at hand here. My stats read out 810 HP, 810 MP. As the lone leader eyed me down, I took the time to chug an HP potion, back up to full health. I could have waited a bit longer, but it is a common sense safety precaution here. We both charged forward. I ignited my blade in fire and the beast raised its axe. Clang. We met weapons, with a clash of flames, sparks, and grunts from both sides. In the end, I was totally overpowered. The monster's axe came crushing down. I held my own in the test of strength for a few milliseconds, but in the end it was a one-sided matchup. The Minotaur's axe completely trumped my sword's power, and it came crashing down towards me with little resistance. I was forced to retreat and jump backwards. This feels like some of my old battles. I haven't faced a truly superior opponent in a while. I grinned and stared down the beast as it grunted and started charging towards me again. I'll have to use my speed to defeat this one. Brute strength isn't going to cut it. I ran forward with my sword ablaze. The monster swung its axe downward, and I dodged without attempting to counter it at all. With a swift, fiery strike, I sliced open its leg as I ran by. This is a pretty nostalgic feeling. It is almost like I'm fighting that wolf boss from my hometown again. Good times. I smirked and faced the beast once more. We charged forward, and I dodged to the opposite side to land a hit on its other leg. The beast cried out. This wasn't much damage to a monster like this, but it was definitely getting very annoyed. I continued my assault, switching up my movements and styles to land safe, cheap hits every time. It is a pretty boring way to fight, but fighting this thing head-on would not be the smart thing to do. I have a very clear speed and agility advantage. There is no point in not using this to my full capacity. Every time I made a slice in the monster's legs, I absorbed a small amount of MP. It is much harder to drain than its weaker counterparts. The monster's level must have something to do with it. An opponent with a much higher experience level takes longer to suck MP from. Another good thing to note, I have to leave a large amount of fire residue in every attack I land. I'd be out of MP fast if I didn't have this new skill. After around sure attacks, the Minotaur became visibly slower. I started aiming for its abdomen, then upper chest, and lastly the back of its neck. It looked a total of Shiryu. It's before I pierced my fiery blade into its head and watched the beast fall to the ground. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Name, J Soju level, Yelyut CHP, Babai Sisherfinger, Babai Sisher, MP, 840%, 105 strength, 401正125 speed, 478 agility, 499 defense, 357正143 mental strength, 401正80 skills, absorption, swordsmanship, combat magic, fire summoning, inspect special grade, enemy detection body hardening special grade, self-regeneration, spatial magic item storage, plunderer items equipped, golden wolf ring, 20% mental strength, cyclops eye pendant, 40% defense stainless steel sword, 125 strength, stone nice, new levels from the leader, and E from the two subordinates. It relied too heavily on the two weaker fighters. When I had a speed advantage and we were all alone, the only thing that Beast could do was lay down and die. Unfortunate fate. I've definitely got a handle on this dungeon. That was a level Yojo Yo. It is probably one of the highest rated I'll find here, and it was taken out with ease. With a satisfied grin on my face, I walked over to the two weaker Minotaurs that burned to ash and put their mana crystals in my item storage. As I turned around to collect the leader's mana, my eyes lit up. Looks like it's my lucky day. After only new monsters, I already got an item drop. The huge axe sat on the ground next to a large mana crystal. I picked each of them up to place in my item storage. I started walking back in the direction of the dungeon start point. I'm not leaving yet. I'd just rather be nearby for when I decide to leave and not wander too far off into the dungeon. It is not like I'll be fighting the boss today. On my way back, I came across a pair of Minotaurs, level Yawu Ci and Yawu Si. They were very easy opponents. With my recent level increases, I was able to take them down in Lao Xiaoshi. It's each. I didn't level up, but collected 2 mana crystals. As I strolled around the dungeon, I got to thinking about what my purpose here in the city really is. After these recent events, I have a clear idea of what I have to do. The C-class exams are in less than 10 weeks. I need to get really serious. This dungeon is the perfect training ground for my preparation. I'll power level here and make a ton of money from the loot drops to buy some new higher grade gear. I spent the next Sisaushir hours roaming around the dungeon's start point. This seemed to be the perfect spot for now. I came across Liumi ore groups of Minotaur. The first was an easy group of Sen. They consisted of a level Yawutsi, Yawuba, and Yawluar. They dropped Semim Anna stones. I didn't level up. The second group was a bit more of a challenge. There was a leader at level Yaobasen and 2 underlings at level Yaowuwu and Yaowutsi. It was a similar battle to the previous trio with a leader. Long, but not that difficult. They only dropped mana as well. I gained Sen levels from this fight. The third and fourth groups were fairly similar to the first. All of them were between level Yowuwu and Yoda Wugan mana, but no more levels. After these 2 fights, I got a bit antsy and decided to venture a bit deeper into the dungeon again. Apparently, the further I traveled and the stronger the monsters are. I guess it makes sense. My 5th fight was with 2 strong Minotaurs. They were level Yo-Chi-Chi and Yo-Chi-Jo. I had to use my bobbing and weaving tactics to the extreme. My body hardening worked well enough, but hits still hurt and dealt a tiny bit of damage. All in all, it was a manageable fight. I gained R levels and collected only mana as loot. After this fight, I was getting a bit tired and hungry. It was time to pack it in. I trekked back to the dungeon start point and faced off against a final group of Sen that weren't much of a challenge. They were between level Yowuwu and Yoliuwu. All 3 dropped large mana stones, and one of them dropped their axe as well. I didn't level up in this battle, but couldn't have asked for a better parting gift. As I stepped out of the blue portal back into the dungeon hub transit area, I smirked to myself. That was a good first day of grinding to get my feet wet. I'm level Yo-Ti-R now. Tomorrow, I'll venture much deeper into this Minotaur dungeon. Zan Zan Zan. Chapter Wushu, Zan Zan Zan. I boarded the escalator down to the train station and made my way back to the main dungeon hub. It is really crowded this time of day. Most hunters are finishing up their raids and heading off to the market to sell all kinds of loot. I walked outside and started to head towards the market center as well. I am one of those hunters after all. It took me about Shifen Utes to make my way over. I walked pretty quickly. Hey kid, welcome back. The merchant smiled and looked me in the eyes curiously. Which dungeon did you end up going to? Any of the ones I recommended? A couple of them actually. The Minotaur dungeon is pretty cool. He eyed me closer while narrowing his stare. You said you hunt solo though, right? Yeah, I can handle it. Don't worry about me, old man. With a grin, I emptied my mana onto the table. It is almost 10 dozen crystals. The merchant raised an eyebrow and stared, placing all of them on the measuring plate. Looks like you can handle yourself pretty well after all. Not bad. The scale read out Sensem Bababashi Dan Nurumyu in big black text. I'll give Yatsian. Wait, hold on, I have more. I pulled out the 2 large axes, and the merchant's eyes lit up. Let me take a look at those. I handed him the axes, and he examined them closely. A Yo Wood Ain and a Lambai Male Strength Boost axe. Not bad at all. Just like last time you sold me gear, I told you it'd be a better price at auction, but I'm still happy to buy these from you today. Yeah, I'm looking to get rid of them quick. Still, I hope you give me a decent price. I can do censure for the Ibai Wushmiao Strength axe and Sishawu for the Arbais. You could easily get double in auction, but that is my price here. They are low prices, but I understand how the business works. Going to the auction would take up a full day potentially. It's really not worth my time right now. How about Ibayar Shemel's Ilver for the mana and the axes altogether? He looked over everything and nodded slowly. Yeah, that works. You want it in all silver? I thought to myself for a moment. Ye by Melthilver is equal to ye gold. I've never had a gold coin before. Why not? It'll be easier to store anyways. 1 gold, Arshamelthilver. The merchant nodded and counted out my coins. I took them and placed the silver in my item storage as the old man took the mana and axes to the back of his shop. He did a small double take the moment I opened up my storage skill, but didn't say a word. I didn't think much of it either. I was a bit distracted. The gold coin in my hand glimmered in the setting sun. My eyes were locked on it. I flipped it around in my fingers with a large grin on my face from ear to ear. With a wave goodbye, I left the market and got a nice big meal at a family restaurant and strolled down the street with a full belly. I stopped by a convenience store to purchase one of the latest editions of a comic book I enjoy reading about hunters and heroes. The sun had completely set now. After walking all the way back to the inn, I was greeted by the attendant at front desk before making my way up to my room. I took my usual long hot shower and went straight into bed. Today wore me out, but it also has me excited for the future. Once I got comfortable under the covers, I opened up the comic and started reading. I'm starting to feel more and more like one of these characters I read about. But there is one difference between me and them. They all have some kind of deep trauma or mission to save the world that really drives them. Me? I just want to get stronger. Every new adventure I go on makes me want to dive even deeper into the dungeons. I'm starting to get more and more hooked on the thrill of making it out of dangerous situations by the skin of my teeth. Maybe that is just what they call an adrenaline junkie. Every intense battle gives me a rush that pushes me to progress further every time. I have my eyes set on immediate goals, and I'll do anything to get there. I know my short-term ambitions could be my downfall. The risks of my accelerated growth may not outweigh the rewards, but this is what I have to do while I still can. I've never felt more alive in my whole life. I guess it is a bit of a selfish reason to get stronger, but who cares? It is not like anyone is watching. I'm living for myself. This is what I enjoy doing every day. I will become stronger. With an open comic magazine over my face, I fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. The next morning, I woke up refreshed and ready to dive back into the dungeons. I hopped out of bed and went downstairs. The innkeeper smiled at me on the way out. Off hunting? I nodded and reached for the door. Yep, have a good day. Ya know, kid. There was a pretty big C-class dungeon break last night. It might be the beginning of a surge. Just be careful out there. All right, got it, thanks. I left the inn, not thinking much of his comment. Dungeon breaks happen all the time in the city, right? It is normal. After grabbing a small breakfast, I made my way towards the dungeon hub. It was crowded this morning, like usual, all the way down to the main D-class platform. To my surprise, I saw a team from the Terra Guild waiting for a train. It looked like there were some different members, but there was one face I recognized for sure. Their leader, Hudson, saw me and waved at me. I peeked at the dungeon list, and sure enough, that was the train for the Minotaur dungeon. He spoke up as I walked over. Hey, looks like we meet again. This is my morning shift. You off loot farming today? I stood there with my arms crossed waiting for the train. Yeah, I'm in the city for a little while. This dungeon seems to be perfect for me. Screech. The train pulled up and we boarded. Hudson leaned up against the inside wall and looked at me. Yeah, no. There is rumors we might get hit by a surge soon. This dungeon is very stable, so I doubt anything will happen. Just be careful about farming in any of the new dungeons until we get more news on the situation. Joining a party is probably a safer move as well. I appreciate the warning, but I hunt solo. All right. I'm just looking out for a fellow hunter, that is all. I raised an eyebrow. I wasn't fully listening to what he was saying. I assumed it was just small talk or guild recruitment nonsense. He mentioned a surge too, just like the innkeeper did earlier. Hey, Dan, one other thing. This surge, what is it anyways? He looked at me with a smirk. The underlings in his party looked at me with a concerned look. What? Is it bad that I don't know? Hudson replied. You really haven't heard about it at all. There has been a few surges lately, about 10 big ones this year. The news is always trying to predict the next one. Okay, but what exactly is it? Why is it happening in the first place? Well, we don't know exactly. It seems to be a large concentration of magic that surges through all the dungeons in the area. For a few days, some of the dungeons will start to break randomly. Elite teams from the Hunters Association and some large guilds have been put on guard to make sure the city and its civilians are protected. A few months ago, during the last surge, we had a high-level C-class dungeon break. It breached the pre-Zan-built confinement and leaked some pretty large monsters into the capital. Luckily, the Viridian Guild had a team nearby. They cleared it up hastily once they got to the scene. I nodded as I looked out the train window watching the cement walls pass by. Interesting. You said this dungeon is very stable, though. Hudson nodded. Yeah, this is one of the oldest D-class dungeons in the area. It gets a lot of raiding traffic. The more magic items and mana that are taken out of the dungeon, the more stable it becomes. Even if the surge gets bad, the worst it'll do is spawn in a few mutants at most. That is my professional opinion, at least. Interesting. This is good insight. Thanks a lot. No prob, just helping out. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but come by our guild any time? Sure, maybe I will. Hudson doesn't seem like a bad guy at all. Maybe I actually will stop by and check the place out once I finish farming this week. The train came to a stop, and a lot of other teams got off at the Minotaur dungeon platform. Seems like it's pretty common knowledge that this is one of the safer dungeons to dive into today. I can't wait to get started. Zan Zan Zan, Chapter Wushi Zan Zan Zan. I let the crowd of hunters go into the dungeon first. I'll take my time and venture a bit deeper today to find some harder opponents. I'm probably not ready for the boss yet. It'll take a few days before I can handle that solo. There is a large sense of tension from the other parties. This whole dungeon surge thing is a pretty big deal. Once it was my turn to enter, I pulled out my sword and jumped through the glowing blue portal. I wandered around the Minotaur dungeon without any problems. The monsters became stronger and stronger as the day went on. In Lusauscher, ours I faced off against T groups in total. There were a few other teams in the dungeon, so whenever I got nearby, I turned the other way to keep my distance. It was a little annoying at first, but overall it didn't really matter. The first Sen groups I fought were pretty easy. They were all level 155and 160. It was just mana drops, no level gains at all. The next two groups were a bit harder. They were both led by a boss with a pretty high level. One was LV, Yao Baba. The other was LV Yao Jiu Yao. The LV Yao Baba dropped an axe. The other Wu Minotaurs dropped only mana. I gained skill levels from these battles. It is much easier to level grind now that I can use my opponent's MP. I'm getting hit while blocking occasionally, but with every increasing level, the damage is becoming less and less. The next group I fought had a surprising twist. It consisted of total Minotaurs. Their levels were Yao Qi Liu, Yao Qi Qi, Yao Ba Ling, and Yao Ba Er. At first, the monsters actually gave me a run for my money. They attacked in charges of 2 and had similar strength to my own. My only advantage was speed. I dragged the battle out for a long time while hardening for defense and absorbing their MP, simultaneously landing cheap shots whenever I could. After this battle, I had to drink an HP potion to recover fully. The more I fight in this dungeon, the more I understand why guilds love to come here. These beasts are good fighters, but they don't have any mind-sand-blowing moves. As long as a team has proper gear and teamwork, power leveling is a breeze. After this battle, I gained semi-ore levels and collected Sisauscher Uji mana crystals. My final group was even more of a challenge. It was a group of Launfenjong Otar. One was a level Yaoyao and the other stood at a staggering level Ardeen R. The lower level monster was defeated very quickly at the beginning of the fight. The level Ardeen R was definitely a challenge though. It was very strong and very fast. My small frame and agility were my only upside when it came to basic stats. I had to play it very safe and slowly chip away at the beast while blocking its attacks with a hardened left arm. It chipped me down to about half of my HP before the battle was over. Both of these monsters just dropped mana crystals. No extra loot. I gained Sen levels from this battle. After this fight, I took a small break to sit by a tree and check my status. Status Opentim. Name, J Soju level. 182 HP. 915之465 MP。915分之880 Strength 437正125 Speed 521 Agility 544 Defense 389正156 Mental Strength 437正87 Skills Absorption Swordsmanship Combat Magic Fire Summoning Inspect Special Grade enemy detection body, hardening special grades, self-regeneration, spatial magic item storage, plunderer items equipped, golden wolf ring, Baifenjijeng, Archer, mental strength, Cyclops, eye pendant, Baifenjijeng Sisher, defense stainless steel sword, Zheng, Ibai Arshawu strength. After a quick rest, I got up with a grin on my face and started heading back to the dungeon entrance. I need to stock up on HP portions. I didn't realize how tough some of these higher-level minotaurs are. Plus, a bite to eat wouldn't hurt. I'll come back right after and continue this level grinding. It took about an hour, but I made it back to the floating blue portal and left the dungeon. I heard one team fighting a nearby group of monsters on the way back, but didn't encounter any myself. I exited the dungeon and took the train back to the main hub. When I made it up to the surface, I could see a pretty big commotion going on by the E-Class escalator. There were 2 extra guards in front preventing people from passing. One of them was speaking to a group. I couldn't help but listen in. "We're sorry to delay all of your hunting. There has been our large E-Class breaks. It shouldn't be much of a problem. The bosses will be cleared soon. We have temporarily raised the entrance standard to a D-Class minimum for Yisaoshi. Please bear with us. This is for your safety." I raised an eyebrow. A couple E-Class dungeon breaks, huh? Maybe it wouldn't hurt if I checked it out. I took out my ID and showed the guard while asking him a question. "Hey, which dungeons were the ones that had a break?" He nodded to let me pass. "There is a pretty bad goblin dungeon break. It's lower level and should be cleared within the hour. The other seems to be a rat dungeon. It should be cleared much sooner. We just got news to shut off the area to newbies, just in case. All right, understood." I headed down to the E-Class platform to check things out. They have a goblin dungeon here too? I wonder what it is like. The rat dungeon sounds disgusting. I don't mind missing out on that. The only break I've ever seen was that previous Cyclops dungeon break, and I was very underprepared. This one should be fairly easy. Some rare loot may drop if I have enough time to farm. It looks like there is a lot of people with the same idea as me. As I got down to the platform, it was pretty chaotic. I read the info board, and sure enough, the train with all the parties surrounding it was the Goblin Dungeon. I could see about other hunters in Liu Miao's epic groups ranging from Liangdao Wumi Embers. It looks like I'm the only solo hunter here. We all boarded the train and were off shortly after. It was a quick ride. No more than Senfenjong Utes. Everyone on the train was getting anxious. They were either scared of what was in that dungeon or were just itching to fight. I, for one, was itching to fight. Once the stop arrived, we all piled out and went up the escalator to be met with a floating red portal. I could feel the dense magic in the air. This is definitely a dungeon break. I let a few people jump through first, but I followed soon after. We all dispersed once entering. It is actually pretty similar to the old goblin dungeon I used to hunt at. That brings back memories. Therese thick, tall grass everywhere and occasional trees. It is basically an open plain dungeon. No more than Launfenjong Utes and I already encountered a monster. It was just a goblin. I used inspect. LV, Shisen. I chuckled a little and cut it in half with a lazy swing of my sword. It is definitely stronger than your average goblin, but at this level, I can't tell the difference. I walked further into the dungeon. A few more goblins ran at me, but they were defeated in seconds. I didn't even bother to collect the mana. After Shufenjong Utes or so, I was starting to get a bit discouraged. Did I really come down here for this? I was about to turn back. But then I heard a familiar roar. I used enemy detection and inspect. LV. Sishi. Something bigger is here. I'm intrigued. I ran towards it with my sword ready. To my surprise, it was a mutant hobgoblin. This is a pretty bad break. I didn't even know these guys could spawn outside the boss room. The monster charged towards me with its sword pointed straight ahead while grunting and hissing. It was an easy kill. I defeated it in seconds. This gave me hope, though. There might be more unusual spawns around here. The air started getting denser and denser. This is a good sign. The magic is getting more concentrated. I kept using enemy detection and inspect with a very wide range to look for mutants. LV Shusiz, LV Sen Shi, LV Shi, LV Shi Dalv, Sisharar. LV Senshaba. There were a variety of goblins and hobgoblins all over the place the further I went inside. I ran into a few other hunters, but it was nothing more than a short head nod and us running off in opposite directions. LV Shitsi, LV Sishisi, LV Shijiu, LV Sishiliu, LV Ushiyi. The levels were slowly increasing more and more. I kept walking further in towards the dense pocket of magic. LV Yawarsi. It is Ibai me away. Now this is what I was looking for. The air is heavy and my sword is drawn. There is a calm silence as I walk slowly towards my future opponent. Ushimi. I'm getting closer. Soon it'll be within range. There is a small patch of trees up ahead. It must be in there. Arshimi. My face lit up when I saw the creature pop out of the Treedan line. It is an old-looking goblin dressed in a dark cloak and a leather hat. The monster is carrying a long wooden staff and has a large brown satchel that looks full to the brim. It let off a faint gray glow. It must be a magic user. This is my first time coming face to face with a shaman. I can barely hold in my excitement as I tighten the grip on my sword and get ready to fight. Zan Zin Zan chapter wushar, Zan Zin Zan. The shaman looked me up and down with bloodshot eyes. There is a peculiar magic aura surrounding it. I stared it down as well with my sword pointed straight ahead. I'm sure I could defeat this monster in seconds if I went all out, but I want to see what it can do. I've only read about shamans in comics. This is the first one I've actually seen out in a dungeon. The monster raised its staff and let out a grunt. Its leather pouch opened up and an assortment of silver orbs came flying out. They were all moving in a circle around the monster. I couldn't quite make out what they were. If I had to guess, they looked like small balls of metal, rocks, or maybe crystals. Again, I've never seen anything like this. The shaman hissed and pointed its staff right at me. Two of the floating orbs moved out of formation and came rocketing my way. Clang. I blocked them with my sword without much of a problem. The objects were quick. The two that hit my sword were circular metal balls. If I was closer to this shaman's level, these orbs would be deadly. I could feel the power behind each of its attacks. It's very strong for a level YRC. The monster stared at me while backing up and raised its staff again. 4 of the orbs came hurtling towards me. Clang. I easy blocked all of the projectiles again. The shaman shrieked and turned. Oh, you're not getting away that easy. It was running away from me. What a joke. Some monster this is. I ignited my sword into flames and followed it into the small cluster of trees. Thud, ah. Watitech Jan. As I followed the monster, I was struck in the center of my back with one of those metal orbs. It didn't do any serious damage, but it definitely didn't feel good. I turned to see half a dozen orbs floating behind me while I chased the shaman into the woods. It is a crafty little monster. It knows it can't beat me straight on, so it is going to do what it can to survive. I fought off most of the metal orbs, but they kept coming back no matter how many times I hit them. My back is getting bruised up. I wonder what kind of magic this shaman is using? Whatever it is, this would be a good skill to have. I could see the monster right in front of me less than sheer me away, but it keeps diving behind trees and scurrying around while I defend myself from its floating orbs. I'm getting a bit frustrated. It keeps twisting and turning through this small patch of forest because it knows the layout like the back of its hand. Unlike me, this is the first time I've seen any of this scenery. The monster is hissing and making sounds similar to laughter. I think it is enjoying this. I can see the end of the tree patch in sight. It looks like the shaman is heading out soon. Finally, a fight in a wide open field will be much easier for me. As we neared the edge of the trees, I came within semi of the slimy little creature. I was seconds away from slicing it to pieces. Then I felt my footing give out. My vision went blurry and I felt weightless for a moment. Thud. I hit the ground moments later and heard faint footsteps and hissing moving away from me. It is dark in here. Did I really fall for the oldest trick in the book? This shaman led me straight into a pitfall and I fell for it. There are a few large wooden spikes at the bottom, but they were poorly constructed. I broke most of them with the impact of my fall. I'm bleeding a little, but it is nothing serious. I looked up to see the bright blue sky and proceeded to use the wooden spikes to climb out of the trap like a makeshift ladder. No more playing around. Come on out. I used my enemy detection and located it by me ahead of me. This coward really put me in a hole and made a run for it. I sprinted out of the trees with my blade on fire and a smirk across my face. It is wide open in the field and running quickly even deeper into the dungeon. I followed the monster in a straight line, closing the distance as fast as I could. Its metal orbs were nowhere in sight. I could focus on running at full speed. Less than Centumouse econs later, we were face to face again. The monster hissed and summoned its orbs from the pouch. Without hesitation, I went in for a strike. I'm not letting this opportunity pass again. I swung my fiery blade at the shaman's neck while being pelted by its orbs. I could feel a few make contact, breaking a few of my ribs. But I had my eye on the prize. Shengeg thud. I sliced through the shaman's neck like butter, and the battle was over, just like that. I looked down to see my favorite floating blue letters. Use absorption skill. Telekinesis. Yes? No, with a grin I chose. Yes, and used self-regeneration to heal my minor injuries. The body of the shaman started to disappear pretty quickly, and to my surprise, it didn't only drop mana. There was a small silver key next to the crystal on the ground. I picked the loot up and examined the key for a moment before throwing them both in my item storage. I guess I'll have to ask around. I've never seen anything like this for an item drop before. I think I've had enough fun here. It's about time I head back. Somebody is bound to beat the boss soon anyways. I headed back towards the dungeon start point, but sure enough, a team beat the boss before I could make it back. I came just in time. Shermior minutes, and I would have missed my chance to find that shaman. A white light appeared. It felt odd not being in a boss room and seeing this light. Everyone in the dungeon was transported back into that small room at the top of the escalator. It was very crowded. There were easily 6 people crammed into this tight space. They all seemed to be beginner D-class hunters and some E-class that managed to get in before they closed off the platform. I didn't talk to anyone. I just minded my own business and tried to sift through the crowd towards the escalator. Hey, it is Jay, right? I turned my head. Who knows my name in this city? H. Jan Hai, who are you? Standing in front of me was a short, red-haired girl with a black combat suit on similar to the ones I saw at the Hunters Association. But definitely not exactly same. She smiled and reached out her hand. The name's Nessa. I saw you taking with my Captain Hunson yesterday. Nice to formally meet you. Zena. Really? I just saw him this morning. Yeah, it is my day off. Hunson trains a lot of us D-class at the Terra Guild. I'm pretty new to the city. They let me join the day I asked. I took a closer look at Nessa. She was on the shorter side. Maybe Ibailu Shalimi, bright orange-red hair, and bright blue eyes with light freckles on her cheeks. If I had to guess, she was no more than Shuju years old. A D-class, and new to the city, huh? She must be a pretty good fighter, and have some kind of unique or useful combat skill. I boarded the escalator and continued the small talk as she followed. What are you doing at an E-class break? She smiled. Well, it's my first time hearing about one of these so-called surges. I wanted to see what they were all about for myself. I nodded. Yup, me too. Disappointing, huh? I guess. It was interesting. It was actually not disappointing at all. It couldn't have gone any better for me. I decided not to say anything about the rare monster I faced, though. It is just becoming a habit to keep my experiences to myself. There is no point in keeping secrets. It is just more simple if I do. Well, I'm going out on a raid with my team tomorrow to the Minotaur dungeon again. Maybe I'll see you there. Maybe. I'll be farming there tomorrow as well, but I really only hunt solo. She pouted a bit, but I don't think she was actually upset. I can't help but to stare a bit. She is such a pretty girl. It has literally been one day since the last girl I trusted tried to kill me. Am I really going to fall for these charms again? The train came, and we rode it back to the main hub. When we walked upstairs, there seemed to be a big commotion going on by the D-class escalator. There was a guard speaking up. Only parties of Sen and above, or C-class hunters, are allowed down to the D-class dungeon platform for the next hour. There has been a large break in the Kobold dungeon. This is for your own safety. Looks like there is another large break. Think I'll pack it in for today, though. I've had a good day of hunting. I turned to Nessa. I'm done for the day. It was a pleasure meeting you. Maybe I'll see you out hunting again one of these days. She smiled at me. Like I said before, I'm in the morning slot tomorrow. The whole team will be here right when the sun comes up. I waved as I turned to leave. All right, maybe I'll see ya. I'm just trying to be polite. I hope I didn't come off as rude. Yes, I wouldn't mind seeing her again, but meeting a whole new team of hunters isn't on my immediate to-do list. I walked off into the city as the sun set, heading towards the market to sell my loot. Chapter 53. I arrived to the market, less than 20分钟 UTs later, and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid, how are you today? Great? I took my axe and mana out of my item storage to place them on counter between us. You know, that is a neat skill. I don't think you were using it when we first met, but I gotta say item storage must be useful. I froze in place. How could I be so careless? I've been using my item storage skill in front of the merchant this whole time, like, it is not a big deal. Anyone could have seen me using it here. I looked around cautiously, not that it would matter. The damage is already done. Yujian, thanks. Yeah, it is a good thing to have. Just, could you keep it between us? I don't use this skill often. The merchant could sense the tension in my voice and nodded slowly. Sure, I won't pry. He took my mana and placed them on the measuring scale. The big black numbers read out 3976.4 He took a look at the axe and smirked. This is a 175 strength boost axe. Nice! I can do Bashamel Ilver for the whole haul. I thought to myself for a moment. How about Sishamel Ilver, an item box, and RD class HP potions? The old man eyed me for a moment, then started shuffling through a cabinet. Sure, work for me. He started counting out my silver and placed a small magic pouch with RHP potions on the counter. Oh, one other thing. I pulled out the silver key and handed it to the merchant. His eyes lit up. Where'd you get this? I've only seen a handful of shaman keys in my lifetime. I got it from a dungeon break today. How much is it worth? Oh, good find. I'm sure you could get a few gold at auction for a key like this. Really? So, what does it do? I'm not too sure. I've heard rumors about certain keys being used in the capital labyrinth, but I've never been there myself. If you're looking to sell it, I can give you an address for a good auction house. Here. The old man scribbled something down on a small piece of paper and handed it to me. I took it and threw it in my item storage along with the key. It sounds enticing, but I'm not really interested in an auction right now. I'd rather capitalize on these increased dungeon breaks while I still can. Thanks appreciated. Hey, how long do these surges tend to last anyways? I remembered the innkeeper telling me about them, but I wasn't paying much attention to him when he was explaining. The last one we had lasted just a few days. I'm sure it'll be over by the end of this weekend. I nodded and took the rest of my new items and silver off the table. The silver and potions were placed in my item storage, but I tied the item box around my waist. The old man made a great observation. If I'm going to be using my item storage skill, I should at least be a bit stealthier about it. I'll keep some items in this magic pouch for when I'm out in public. Got it? Thanks again. Pleasure doing business with you. Of course. Stay safe, kid. With a wave, I left the market and grabbed a quick meal before heading back to the inn. I was greeted by the attendant and quickly made my way upstairs. After my signature hot shower, I fell asleep in bed almost immediately. The next morning, I woke up full of energy. Once I hopped out of bed and got dressed, I made sure to put my sword and a handful of coins and potions into the new item box I purchased yesterday. Just in case I see anyone out hunting today, it's better that I use this as cover for my item storage skill. After making my way downstairs, I was greeted by the innkeeper in the lobby. Another day of hunting? I nodded and smiled. Yep. It seems like today will be the peak of the surge. There were 2 C-class breaks last night. Be careful out there, young man. Of course. Thanks for looking out for me. I'll be okay. I walked out the door with a grin across my face and grabbed a bite to eat before making my way towards the dungeon hub. There is a huge crowd today, especially around the E-class line. The two guards in front of it are talking to the groups of passing hunters. Now that I get a closer look, there is at least 2 guards at every station entrance now. Is the surge that bad today? Looks like they are tightening security. I got in line for the D-class dungeons and crossed my arms waiting patiently. Time passed, and the line moved along slowly until I came face to face with the 2 guards. One of them spoke up, hunter's license. I handed the man my ID and he started shaking his head. Can't let you in today. Sorry. I looked at him with confusion. W-Dan, why? What do you mean? All dungeons are only open to parties of Sen or more. The only exception is if you're 1 rank above the dungeon minimum. In this case, you'll need to be C-class minimum to enter the D-class platform if you're hunting solo today. It is for your safety, I assure you. It will be back to normal within a day or two. Aijian, I'm going to have to ask you to step out of line. The E-class dungeons are open for you today if you'd like. Okay, I'll just wait for my team then. Sounds good. Come back with them, and I'll let you in then. Please step out of line. I stepped out of line while looking at the floor. That was disappointing. I just blurted out that nonsense about a team so I could get back in line later and it wouldn't look weird. I started walking back towards the E-class line while scanning the area. Maybe I can hitch a ride in someone else's party. I won't actually fight with them. I'll just get down to the platform with them. That'll work. I grinned. I walked around for a few minutes, but no one looked approachable. Usually other people do the approaching to me. I'm still a bit socially awkward. I haven't thought about it much lately. Even though everyone around me seems to be out to get me in my own mind, is that really a good excuse to never try and make a new friends? Then I remembered. Nessa and Hudson's group? They're hunting this morning. I could get in with them. I wasn't planning on it initially, but if I have to go with anyone, I'd rather go with them than some randoms. I started wandering around a bit more confidently because now I'm looking for a party that I've already met before. This shouldn't be too hard unless they've already entered the dungeon. The sun did just recently rise. I waited around watching groups of hunters funnel into the dungeons for about Arshifenjung Utes. Most people swarmed around the E and D class dungeons. There were a few that entered the C class, and not one person entered the B class dungeons. I did see a few parties go to the escalator in the back that went upwards. I completely forgot about that one. The gear those hunters had on were very expensive looking. It must be some kind of guild run entrance. I'll check it out later if I have the time. It was kind of calming to watch the crowds of people go by, but at the same time, I was getting a bit anxious in the back of my mind, wondering if they'd ever show up. Then finally, I saw a familiar face. My eyes lit up as a party emerged from the crowd getting in line at the D-class escalator. It is Hunsen and Nessa. I couldn't forget that red hair. What a relief. I walked over with a wide smile on my face. Hudson was the first to notice me. He looked up and waved. Then Nessa looked up and noticed me as well as I came within talking range. So, you decided to actually come and see me? Huh, Jay? Well, yeah, I did. Are you hunting solo in the D-class dungeons today? I heard it may be really dangerous with the recent surge reports. I scratched the back of my head nervously and nodded slowly. Yeah, I was going to. But I kind of need to be in a party to enter. It is a temporary rule, apparently. Hudson leaned in and winked at me. Come on in with us, no problem. I smiled. He knows exactly what I need. Perfect. No explanation needed. Thanks. You're the best. Nessa chimed in again. She could clearly sense what was going on. Come on. Fight with us for a little. I want to see what you've got. Zanduem. Yeah, sure. I can't say no to her, Hudson interjected. So you'll be joining us today? I looked at him. It won't be the full time if you had special training planned. I don't want to disrupt your session. He grinned. Of course you can fight a few monsters with us today. I'd love to see what you can do. I've been trying to recruit you since the moment we met. It is no problem at all. We both chuckled a bit, and I got in line between Nessa and Hudson. There were 10 other team members close behind. I didn't get a good look at them yet, The line started moving forward before I could introduce myself. Looks like I'm on another team. So much for my vow of solitude. At least I'll get to farm for another day in the D-class dungeons. Zan chapter Wushasid Zan. We all moved forward in line and approached the two guards. One of them recognized me. Hey, welcome back. Looks like you do have a party. I nodded. Yep. We all handed our IDs over and made it down the escalator to the D-class platform. It is a mess down here today. There are very large groups waiting by the train platforms, but not boarding. Some of them have up to 1000 tours in a single party. I don't even know how that would be profitable. I guess everyone just wants a crack at some potential rare loot from dungeon breaks. They are all camping out waiting for an announcement of a new break. We walked through the crowd to the train platform that would bring us to the Minotaur dungeon. Less than Woofenjong Utes later, our train arrived, and we boarded. Hudson spoke up. Another day in the dungeons, what a life, huh? The Minotaur dungeon should still be fairly safe today. There is a guild order to clear the boss room if we get close. Plus, to do maintenance where we see fit, I replied. Maintenance? What do you mean by that? He grinned. It just means we will have to defeat any mutants we come across to relieve some magic pressure. A routine check of the boss room wouldn't be a bad idea either. Can't let too much energy build up, especially on the peak day of the surge. Okay, good to know. I didn't know dungeons worked exactly like that. I haven't seen a mutant in this dungeon yet, though. Only a few abnormally high levels. Have you? Yeah, there is an occasional mutant. Should be no problem. Our team can handle it. We're all high enough level and have some good skills to combat tough opponents. I'm hoping to submit 1 or 2 guild members for the C-class exams coming up in our weekends from now. They're holding them here in the city. Nessa's eyes lit up. Oh, you're talking about the C-class exams? Hopefully I'll be able to apply. I'm less than Wuxia levels away. I raised an eyebrow. Oh yeah, hopefully I can make it in too. She smiled. Hudson spoke up. These will be your last easy levels. Trust me, I've only been in a few C-class dungeons. I don't level up much anymore. I'd much rather train recruits than face off against those monstrosities. I can only imagine the type of monsters in the higher level dungeons. It is making me excited thinking about it. I spoke up. Hey, if the dungeon doesn't show any signs of irregularities, I'd rather go off and hunt on my own. No offense. I just would like to have the levels and loot to myself. Hudson nodded slowly. Makes sense. Sure. Nessa looked at me with a disappointed look on her face. I met her eyes and replied, Hey, don't look at me like that. I'll stick around for a little while. We'll fight together for the first few monster sighting. Her face lit up again. Screech. The train stopped by our platform, and we all got off to make our way up the escalator. Soon after, we all jumped through the floating blue portal. There are Lumi embers to our team. I used Inspect on everyone. There is me. I'm level Yo Ba'ar. But clearly that is not a perfect representation of my strength. Hudson is level Arda Wu. Other than his physical strength and long sword, I don't know anything about him yet. He is definitely strong, though. Nessa is LV Ardinu. She seems quick, but doesn't carry any weapons. There could be something in her item box, or maybe she has some kind of interesting skill that doesn't require a weapon. There are 2 other girls on the team. One of them has long black hair, pale white skin, wears a black raid suit, and carries 2 daggers. She is level Yotiba. The other girl is dark-skinned and very tall. She is slim with curly brown hair and carries a thin silver longsword. She is level Yoba C. The 2 of them seem to stick together. There is one last team member. He seems to be a tank. He is short, but very thick. When we entered the dungeon, I saw him pull out a massive shield, nothing else. Maybe he focuses on only defense? I'm not sure yet. He is level Yojo Ba. We all walked together into the dungeon. Hudson led the party while Nessa and I walked closely. The other Send Me Embers walked right behind us. The dungeon didn't feel much different at all today. Dungeon breaks usually have dense magic concentration in the air. At least we don't have to worry about that. After about Arshifinjong Utes of walking, we came across our first pair of monsters. I used Inspect. LV Yao Wu Ba. LV Yao Lu Yao. 2 minotaurs were standing around in an empty field. They didn't notice us yet. Hudson spoke up. You're the guest. Why don't you take the first hit? Nessa, be his backup. We both nodded. I pointed my sword at the monsters and made my way towards them. Nessa followed close behind. She didn't take out a weapon or activate any skills. As we drew closer to the Minotaurs, I decided to ignite my blade. This is the only skill I'll be using in front of this party today. I might as well give them a little show before I go off and hunt solo. As my blade erupted into flames, the closest monster turned its head to look at me. We were about arshimi away, and the one up front started to charge with its axe held high. Clang sparks flew as our weapons collided, and I pushed the beast backwards. My recent level ups have upgraded my strength considerably. In the monster's confusion, I darted underneath it and swung at its abdomen with a fiery uppercut. The monster let out a roar as I ran behind it and finished the job with a final attack to the back of its neck. I let out a burst of flames to make sure the deed was done and looked at my work with a satisfied grin. That was easy. Nessa was watching from about shimmy back. She looked at me with a grin on her face ear to ear. Fire, huh? I nodded while pointing at the other Minotaur with my blade. Yeah, one down, one to go. I'll leave it to you. She nodded and reached into her item box to pull out a long sword. My eyes widened a bit. A sword? Why didn't she pull that out earlier? The other Minotaur realized its partner had been slain and didn't look happy about it. Nessa started running towards the beast, and it locked its eyes on her. Then something unexpected happened. Right in front of my eyes, I watched Nessa's blade turn dark, red, and become covered in a blanket of flames. It is definitely fire magic. I couldn't mistake it for anything else. Clang sparks flew and flames shot up in the air as Nessa overpowered the monster in front of me. She left huge gashes in the Minotaur and left fire reside identical to mine after every hit. I stood there in awe as she brought the monster to its knees, then to a pile of ash beside the one I defeated. She walked over to me with a smile on her face while putting out the flames on her blade. She placed it back into the item box on her waist and spoke up. That is a pretty good skill. Thanks for letting me borrow it. Nessa winked and walked right past me with a smile. I stood there facing the two identical flaming corpses with a blank stare across my face. What did she just do? Dan Dan Dan, chapter wushu Dan Dan Dan. Hey, what do you mean you're borrowing my skill? She giggled and turned back towards me. It is my skill called Mimic. I squinted at her with a confused look on my face. Okay, what exactly does it do? How does it work? Well, I can mimic any skill I see. I chose to mimic your fire magic, so it's now my skill as well. I froze for a moment. This could be even more powerful than my skill. She can just copy any skill she sees? Yizan, you can do this as much as you want. How many skills do you have? Nessa shook her head. No, it is not like that. If I choose to mimic another skill, I'll lose the ability to use my previously obtained skills. I can only hold one at a time. I need to see a specific skill again to switch it back. Okay, so you can just keep this fire magic skill until you decide to change it? Kind of. If I sleep or lose consciousness, my saved skill disappears. I have to find something new to mimic every day. It is a blessing and a curse. Does that make sense? Well, yeah, it does. That is interesting. I've never seen a skill like that. Nessa nodded at me with a satisfied look on her face. I haven't gotten to use fire magic in a while. I think I'll keep it for today. Hudson walked over to us. Nice work. These were low levels, but it is good to see you in action. Neat ability. We waited for the monsters to disappear and took one mana crystal each. It would be entertaining to tag along with this party today. But is it really a good use of my time? I'll get a fraction of the XP and barely any loot. I decided to speak up. Hey, thanks for getting me into the dungeon today. I think it would be more efficient if we split up, though. I am more of a solo hunter after all. Hudson nodded slowly. Sure. Like I said before, we'll be doing a maintenance run of the boss room in about 6 hours. If you'd like to meet us there, I'd love to have you on the raid team and see you fight seriously. I smirked and thought about it for a moment. The boss room, huh? I was going to wait a few days to challenge it, but with a full team of Lu, I'm sure we could defeat it easily. I'd get some good levels and insight on the boss room for when I fight it alone, too, I replied. Sure, that would be a pleasure. I'll do my daily farming and meet you all at the boss room in exactly 4 hours. Hudson grinned and put out his hand. I shook it. Great! Nessa bobbed her head a bit and smiled at me as she spoke. See you soon, Jay. I smiled and waved as I turned and made a quick departure deeper into the dungeon. See ya! I'm always awkward at goodbyes. At least we'll see each other in a few hours. The dungeon is calm today. There is no sense of any excess magic in the air. One thing did keep coming up in the back of my mind, though. Nessa's skill is really similar to mine. No wonder she has leveled up so fast. Is it a unique? I'll ask her more about it later today. Over the next Sensaushur, hours or so, I roamed around getting deeper and deeper in the dungeon, closing in on the boss room portal. There were Lu-Mi Ajor battles that took place during this time. The first Sen groups of Minotaur were all between level Yaowu and Yaoluwu. Some of them were defeated in one hit. They dropped Joe large mana in total and a single axe. No levels were gained during these matches. The fourth group consisted of a level Yao, Yodo-Tsi, and Yoa-Ba-Ba. This is a good sign that I was getting deeper into the dungeon. They both dropped mana, but no extra loot. I gained E-level during this battle. The fifth matchup was Seni Onsters in total. Their levels were Yao-Ti-R, Yao-Ti-Ti, and Yo-Tu-R. The two lower levels charged in first, and the leader used them as a decoy. Every group like this always uses the same strategy. It gets easier each time. They all dropped mana, and one of the lower level beasts dropped an axe. I gained R levels during this battle. I could tell I was nearing the end of the dungeon as my sixth battle started. There was a slight feeling of magic in the air as I approached this group. It consisted of a level Yao-Tsi Wu, Yao-Jojo, and Ayardin Sen. The lower level was easy, and the two higher levels seemed to be fighting for a chance to attack me the whole time. I weaved, dodged, and blocked with body hardening over and over until I wore them down to piles of ash. It is a good thing I'm still faster and more agile than these monsters. They dropped semi-mana, and surprisingly another axe. I gained skill levels from this fight. It is pretty easy to navigate most dungeons. The general landscape is the same for all of them. Once you spawn in through the start point, all you have to do is trek Sen to Tizemi Max straight forward to find the boss room. Some terrains are just harder to navigate than others. I've been doing a bit of a zigzag pattern to farm monsters, but I'm definitely less than a kilometer away now. The air is kind of dense, but it is nothing new. Whenever a mutant or strong monster is nearby, it feels like this. It may just be what getting close to a strong D-class boss room feel like. I walked forward for another Shifunjong Yutes or so, and finally got to the large hill at the back of the dungeon. It should be right around here somewhere. Looks like you made it here early too. How'd your farming go? I saw Hudson stand up and wave to me as the rest of the team sat under a tree eating lunch. I waved back and replied, Not bad. The loot drops are pretty good today. Hudson nodded. Same for us. Nessa threw me a bottle of water. Drink up. We're fighting the boss today. Hudson says it is no joke. I grinned with excitement and drank a good amount before putting it in my item box. Thanks. When are we heading in? Hudson interrupted. It is right around this hill. About a Wolfenjong you two walk at most. We just finished fighting a pair of mutants. We're definitely close to the boss room. I turned to him with my eyes wide. Mutants. I didn't even see one today. Yeah, we ran into 2 groups so far. They seem to be staying close by the boss room. You feel that magic in the air? I nodded. I do. I didn't want to mention it. You think there is going to be a break? Hudson smirked. Nah, there isn't nearly enough for a break. Maybe a mutant boss if we're lucky. That'll be some good levels for all of you. Once we beat it, the dungeon will calm down a bit. Nothing out of the ordinary? All right. You know best. Hudson turned to the rest of the team. Ready to fight the boss. I think we've rested for long enough. They all got up and readied their combat gear. Nessa shouted. Okay, let's go. I drew my sword and we were off. The closer we got to the back of the dungeon, the more and more eerie it felt. Hudson seemed to be calm about the situation, so I didn't worry much about it either. After Wolfenjong, Utes of walking there, were still no monsters in sight. Hudson is about shimmy ahead of us, leading the way up a small section of hill. He yelled down to us. I see it. Looks like we have a mutant to deal with. I ran up to see what he was talking about with my sword ready and a grin across my face. But it turned into more shock than excitement when I took in the view. Right in front of us on a small patch of flat ground stood a dark black portal. I spoke up as the other team members climbed the hill behind me. This is no ordinary mutant, boss. You've dealt with a portal like this before, right? Hudson turned to all of us. Henyon, that would like to leave is free to go. This will not be an easy fight. We all started looking at each other with a bit of confusion. Nessa chimed in. I'm in. I trust you as my captain, Hudson replied. I can't guarantee your safety with a portal like this. Black portal mutants can be very unpredictable. Nessa didn't bat an eye, but your skill. We can all do this together. Yes, my skill will aid us in this battle. I'd just like to give you all the option to leave. There will be a borderline C-class monster in there. You all signed up for basic training, not this. Nessa nodded. I know the risks. I'm in. The other Sen team members talked quietly with each other. Then the tank stepped forward. We're in. The levels will be worth it. Then they all turned to me. I couldn't hold back my excitement. This is exactly the type of situation I was secretly hoping for. Finally, another strong opponent. I'm in. Hudson smirked as he turned to all of us. Well, everyone ready? I'll stay up front. Nessa and Jay will lead the main attack. You Semels back for support. Therese usually a wave of monsters before the boss. Take care of those for us. Everyone nodded in agreement and faced the spinning black portal. Without much hesitation, we all jumped through. Zanzanzand. Chapter Wushido Zanzanzand. Once transferred into the boss room, I looked around in awe. This is much different than I expected it to be. We all stood in a wide open plain with short grass and no trees. There were tall, rocky hills blocking off the area, acting as walls in all directions around us. It was about Wu by me long and Wu by me wide, if I had to guess. The sky is a light gray color, similar to when it is about to rain. The air visibility is fine up close, but it is a little misty when looking far off into the boss room. There are no monsters in sight, but I hear a rumbling in the distance. I used Inspect and Enemy Detection. LV, RRC, LV, RRC, LV, RR8, LV, Sending, LV, Senyal, LV, Senyal, LV, Senyal, LV, 56. My jaw dropped. I yelled. Incoming. There is T of them. T bosses. Hudson yelled back to all us. Nisa and Jay, follow me. You Sen, take on the Stampede. Those aren't bosses. We're going to be dealing with a real boss soon, though. The team of Sen, including the tank and 2 women, nodded and charged towards the monsters. Hudson lead us away from the soon-to-be battlefield. I followed close behind but yelled at him. They can't handle it. Those monsters are much stronger than anything I faced out in the dungeon. Are you trying to kill your team? He grinned at me. One moment. We stopped running and turned around to face the action. Nessa and Hudson both stood there, smiling, watching their team members charge towards impending doom. They're all barely level Arbok. I don't know how they could possibly win. Are these people crazy? Hudson clasped his hands together and started squatting down slowly while closing his eyes. A warm yellow light started to glow all around him and spread out rapidly. As the light hit me, I could feel an immense amount of warm energy fill my body. It shot up through my legs into my back and all throughout my arms. I felt energized and ready for battle. Even stronger, maybe? I watched the team of Sen run towards the group of monsters as they came into view. The yellow light reached them seconds after it hit me. The moment it did, they all began running significantly faster than before. The Sea Minotaur that appeared were very intimidating. The monsters in the normal dungeon were nothing in comparison. These ones are all about Wumi tall, and they're packed head to toe with muscle mass. Every step crushes the ground. I can feel the rumble from hundreds of meters away. Their skin is a very dark red color with some black fur spots in certain areas. They all carry massive silver axes and look angry as can be. The highest level monster is up front, and the other Liu are in our lines of Sen behind it. The tank was up front, facing them off. After the wave of energy from Hudson, I'm feeling much more confident in them despite the obvious level disadvantage. Moments later, the battle really began. The tank charged onward with his heavy shield facing forward and used some type of body-hardening magic. His entire body turned a silver color that matched his gear and took on the Minotaur's axe. Clang, he blocked it. The tank even managed to push that level, Laombai Wushiliumim monster backwards as the rogue and sword wielder attacked the beast from both sides. They both landed a clean hit and actually did a little of damage. It is almost like they're fighting opponents of similar level. How could this be? I spoke to myself out loud. How? How did they get so much stronger? Hudson grinned at me with a look of satisfaction. It is my skill. I can buff the surrounding hunter's stats for about Ifenjong Ute. It'll use up all my MP. But that is what we're here for, to train you guys. Not me. He smiled. I replied, that is a useful skill. How much is the buff? Well, right now it'll raise every stat by about Arshual%. Comes in handy for boss rooms like this. Unfortunately, I can only buff my team members. It doesn't work on myself. Makes sense. That is really good. I nodded and looked back at the battle at hand while thinking to myself. So if a hunter is around level Arpain, that means with this buff in place, their stats are equivalent to a level Arpai Woos. It may only last for a minute, but that may be all the time we need. You could grind some serious levels with a skill like that. No wonder he trains D-class hunters for his guild. The rogue and sword wielder were incredibly fast compared to the Lufenjong Otar in the back. The one up front could track their movements and block attacks pretty easily, though. His overall defense is also incredibly high. At this rate, they need to land Senshu Zan Wusher Zan more of those hits to take it down. The tank kept the level Arwa Wushido busy by letting it hit him over and over again while he used his hardening skill. The other two weaved in and out of the other Lufenjong Otar, slowly chipping away at their HP. About a minute later, half of them were on the ground. Hudson drank an MP potion and let out another surge of energy. It began to flow through my body again, and I felt all my stats increase simultaneously. The second time was still just as cool as the first. As the two women finished off the other Sen weaker opponents, I watched the beast bash away at the tank's shield. He is definitely getting tired, but his teammates are now on the way to help. The team of Sen faced off against their final opponent. I watched with jealous eyes. They must be having such a good time with that beast. They'll need to chip away at it slowly and be very careful with every move they take. I watched in awe for a few more seconds, wishing I could also be out on the battlefield. Then I felt an ominous presence. Like it answered my thoughts. The air felt dense and everyone turned to the back of the cave. Even the remaining Minotaur paused its attacks for a moment. Something evil is lurking at the back of this dungeon. The real boss is finally here. I could almost visibly see a dark fog coming from the distance, but I think it's just my imagination. The heavy magic in the air and light mist are playing tricks on me. I used Inspect and Enemy Detection. My heart skipped a beat. LV Senyolar. It is over level Senbake. How is this possible? Even with Hudson's buff, no one here even gets close to its level. The Sen-occupied team members continued their battle. I could see Nessa was visibly concerned. She could also tell whatever just appeared is incredibly strong. Hudson looked confident still. I guess he has a plan. That made me feel a bit better. I'm shaking, with some nerves, but mostly excitement. I can't control it. I stared out into the distance as a large, shadowy figure emerged from the horizon, coming at us with unbelievable speed. Hudson shouted. I have Liao Mi or full MP potions. Nessa and Jay, take it from here. You have just under Senfinjong Utes to take this thing out. I looked at Nessa, and she looked back at me. We both ignited our swords and sprinted forward towards the creature in the distance. As we got closer, it came into view and let out a mighty roar. I couldn't believe my eyes at first. This is truly a demon. The monster's skin is jet black, and it stands over 'Tsimi tall. The beast's muscles and veins are somehow even more impressive than its underlings, with very visible striations and oversized limbs. The horns coming off of its head are a different color than any other Minotaur I've seen before as well. They seem to be black. but they shine a deep crimson color when light hits them from an angle. It wears huge silver wrist guards and wields a massive battle axe to match them. The energy emanating off it gets stronger and stronger with every step closer I get. This is definitely going to be my hardest battle yet, and I can't wait. Zanzin chapter Wushiti, Zanzin Zanzant, Nessa and I continued charging forward with flaming blades straight at the mutant boss. The closer we get, the denser the air fills up with magic. The beast is cracking the ground with every step and letting out large amounts of air from its nose while grunting. The speed of the Minotaur is astounding. I've never seen anything move this fast. Even with my stat buff from Hudson, this beast still has me beat on speed. It is clearly much stronger, and from prior experience with its kind, I can assume its defense is much better than mine, too. That just leaves agility. Hopefully I have it beat there. We're less than Wushimi away now. Sishimi, Senshimi, Arshimi. It is time to fight. Nessa and I nodded at each other and broke off to opposite sides of the monster to launch a dual attack. I ran right, she ran left. The Minotaur reacted instantly by swinging its axe towards Nessa and its massive silver-plated arm at me. I attacked it with a blade full of fire. It is giving me a free shot to the arm right above the wrist guards. I might as well take it while I have the chance. As I made contact, my eyes went wide, and my whole demeanor changed. I swung with all my might and used a lot of fire magic, but my attack barely pierced its skin. The Minotaur followed through with its swing and smacked me like an annoying bug at point blank. This sent me flying in the air, shooing me backwards. I blocked some of the impact with my sword, but I could feel a few bones break from its overwhelming strength. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a streak of fire fly off in the other direction. Nessa's attack was futile as well. The boss overpowered both of us like it was swatting flies. I used my sword to bring myself back up to my feet. I used Regenerate to heal a few broken ribs from the impact, and checked my status. It read out 950之595 HP and 950之865 MP. I looked around to get a feel for the entire situation. The team of Zen are still fighting their Minotaur. It seems like they're doing all right. That battle will just take time. I trust them to finish it off. Hudson is about by me behind us. He is still sending out a stat buff signal. At this rate, we only have Lamp and Jongyuts left at most. I watched Nessa stand to her feet chugging an HP potion while dripping blood. Looks like she is okay, but took a brutal hit from that axe. I'm going to have to use my other skills if I want to have any chance fighting this creature. It is the only way. I'll deal with the consequences after I make it out of this alive. We both charged back in at the beast with our swords ablaze. I went in aiming for its weak spots this time. I thought maybe with increased agility I could maneuver under its arms and get a slice in behind the knee. I was mistaken. Even with two sword-wielding hunters coming at it from both sides, the Minotaur managed to time its hits on both of us perfectly. This time, I was the one on the side with its axe. As it came down, I tried to dodge and maneuver around the blade and run under its body to take advantage of a blind spot. The beast's eyes tracked me with laser focus until I was out of sight. Then it relied on instincts alone to cut me down instantly. It turned the axe blade mid-swing and landed a hit to my unguarded torso. The moment I registered what was happening, I hardened my entire front side. It lightened the blow, but black crystals shattered everywhere as I was blown backwards, sliding across the ground, a solid shirmy. I watched Nessa land a small hit on its arm as she was thrown across the field opposite to me again. I stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was a serious hit. I tried to regenerate my torn open chest the best I could and checked my status. It read out 950之40 HP and 950之765 MP. I grabbed an HP potion and chugged it as fast as I could. I need a new plan. This mindless charging is not going to work. I rely too much on my physical strength and speed sometimes. I need to use my brain if I want to beat this behemoth. I shook my head back and forth for a few seconds, trying to think of anything worth trying. Then something really dumb. Or maybe genius came to mind. Either way, it'll look cool. It is all I can think of right now. It is worth a shot. I yelled to Nessa. Hey, listen, do you have any loot from today's raids? She turned to me with a confused and half-horrified look. What? Yes. Why? This is not the time for that. Take it out of your item box. Trust me. She looked at me with bewilderment and decided to go along with my plan. Nessa pulled 10 large axes out of her item box and placed them on the ground in front of her. That is all I have. Where do you want them? Perfect. I took the 10 axes from my own farming out of item storage and placed them on the ground in front of me as well. The Minotaur watched us curiously for a moment, but began to charge at us again. I dropped my sword and closed my eyes. Telekinesis. I repeated my new skill's name over and over in my head. I haven't used it before today. This better work. I focused on the Lu axes in front of me, and they all lifted up into the air above my head in a circle formation. I tried to replicate the shaman's design as best I could. It seemed to work well for it. The monster shifted directions and charged at me. It paid no attention to Nessa. I ignited each axe into flames and prepared my attack. I ran forward at the beast and motioned my arms at the monster's head. The axes flew through the air, leaving trails of fire behind them like shooting stars. I sent the Lu flaming projectiles, rocketing towards the Minotaur's face. The monster let out a mighty roar as it tried to block them with its own axe. I twisted my hands around in the air and changed the axe's trajectory mid-flight. They all narrowly swerved around the monster's axe and continued towards its face. Clang. I watched 10 of the axes shatter instantly as they collided with the Minotaur's dark crimson horns. The other 10 axes actually made it through for a few direct hits. Lao Mao struck its nose, and he landed very close to its left eye. The fire burned bright, and the Minotaur let out a roar of pain. Not a total failure, after all. That actually did some damage, but not nearly enough to slow this beast down. Enough to buy me some time to think of something else, though. I concentrated and pulled the remaining 10 axes from the Minotaur's flesh while leaving small amounts of flame residue behind. Ita's face seems to be a bit weaker than the rest of its body. The problem is those horns. I brought the axes back towards me and let them hover above my head. Nessa stared at me with a serious look on her face. I'll leave the questioning for later. That can buy us some time. Have anything else up your sleeve? Land as many hits as you can while I distract it. I'll come up with something else once these axes are done. We both nodded at each other and ran in opposite directions. The monster followed me with my flaming axes and ignored Nessa again. I motioned my arms at the Minotaur's face again, and the 10 remaining axes flew straight ahead. It swung at them with its own axe, and I successfully swerved around it again. Clangor of the axes shattered into pieces as they made contact with the beast's horns. The remaining axe made it through and landed right next to its left eye again, where I'd hit the monster previously. It let out a roar and managed to grab the axe with its other hand and pull it out before I could get a hold of it myself. The beast slammed the axe against its own horn and shattered it to pieces. During all of this confusion, Nessa had enough time to land a few clean fiery hits on the monster's legs and retreat back towards me without taking any damage. The Minotaur hardly seemed to notice it at all. Its defenses are insane. I heard Hudson shout something from behind us as he chugged an MP potion. This is the last one. You all have about a minute left. Make it count. I gritted my teeth and grinned at the monstrosity in front of me, with all odds stacked against me. I'm really starting to enjoy this battle. I'll find a way to win. I have to. Zan Zan Zan, chapter Wushabad Zan Zan Zan. I look around to see all my new team members fighting for their lives in battle. The team of Sengun Team S done some pretty good work on their Minotaur. With a little more time, they'll be able to finish it off. Nessa is visibly exhausted, but she has landed a few good hits on the boss with me so far. If I had to guess, I'd say it still has 500 Zyoshur of its HP left. There is no way we'll be able to beat it with the strategy we're working with now. I'm out of axes to throw. I left my sword on the ground about Arshimi away, and we're running out of time. Hudson has Senshimel Econs left of his stat buff at best. The boss begins to sprint towards me, grunting and cracking the earth beneath its massive legs. I have to think. This is the moment in every battle where I feel the most alive. I'm calm, but on the edge of my breaking point as well. My brain is working on overdrive, flashing every past battle experience over and over in my head, trying to use instinctive pattern recognition to solve my current predicament. It is the most stressful, yet best feeling in the world. The boss is less than Shermie away from me now. It is seconds away from a brutal attack. At this moment, an idea finally popped into my head. I yelled to Nessa and positioned my arm backward in the direction of my fallen sword. "Hey, how many MP potions do you have on you?" she yelled back. "Just one left." I smirked as I used telekinesis to make my sword fly back into my right hand. Clang! The moment I gripped my sword, the Minotaur's axe came down. I created a thick wall of crystal hardening on the front side of my body and took on the majority of the blow with my sword. Crack K. I watched my sword begin to splinter in front of my eyes as the axe pushed me backward. This beast overpowered me again. It followed through with its strike and broke my sword in two. The axe slammed into my torso and shattered my black crystal armor, throwing me backward, sliding a solid shu-wumi across the rocky ground. While coughing up blood, I checked my status. It read out 950%275 HP and 950%540 MP. I have to put my final plan into action now, if we want to have any chance of surviving this. I chugged my last HP potion and watched the boss quickly turn towards Nessa. I stood out in the open with half a sword and a malicious grin across my face while igniting into flames. I threw my broken sword at the Minotaur's head and used telekinesis to ensure a direct hit. "Hey, Eye! You're fighting me! Big guy!" The dull piece of metal hit the back of its head and the beast shifted its focus back to me. I yelled to Nessa, "Take that MP potion to Hudson right now. I'll distract it. Use Mimic on Hudson's skill and give me a double buff. This is our only chance." Her eyes went wide and nodded. Nessa ran towards Hudson while the boss stared me down, getting ready for another attack. We're almost me away from Hudson. I have to stall for as long as I can. The boss charged. I just ran away. There is no point in fighting for these next She-Mouse icons. All I have to do is distract it for a little bit longer. I sprinted far away from everyone, with the Minotaur inching closer and closer every second. All I'm focusing on is how fast I can move my feet. Mouse icons later. The boss is right on my tail. It is less than Shumi away from me, but I don't dare look back. Meteor seconds go by. My lungs are burning, and my legs have never moved this fast. I feel the ground cracking under every step I take. The beast's breath is hitting my back. I've run out of time. Clang. I hear the swing of the axe behind me and harden my back the best I can while bracing for impact. Black crystal fragments fly everywhere as my defenses are shattered along with a few bones in my lower spine, and I'm thrown arshimi forward in the air even further from the battlefield. I immediately regenerate my broken back and climb to my feet with a groan. I check my status to see 950%135 HP and 950%410 MP. The monster is charging towards me for its final fatal blow. I ignite my entire body into flames and prepare for whatever it'll throw at me next. Then I see a ripple of yellow light coming my way across the ground. She made it just in time. Nessa really pulled through. I run forward to match the charge of the boss and concentrate my fire magic into the palms of my hands. We're less than shimmy apart as I plunge into the fast and approaching yellow light. I feel even more energy surge into my body. My steps speed up, my magic feels stronger, and I looked at the monster with a very new perspective. As we were about to collide, I narrowly dodged the axe flying towards me and swerved around its right side. The monster is still very quick and definitely much stronger than me, but the battle I'm fighting in now seems like a slow Zan motion version of before. With the element of surprise, I dodged its blade and managed to get behind it. I planted my right leg and turned, carrying a fist full of fire. I shaped the fire magic into a sword and plunged it deep into the Minotaur's back while letting out a yell. I released as much of my fire as I could into the monster while absorbing MP at the same time. This may be the only time I can catch it off guard. I'll take advantage of this situation as much as I can. The monster let out a vicious roar and twisted its body to shake me off for a full CS Icons. I managed to do some serious damage. It was not happy about it. The beast jumped in the air and leaned back. At this moment, I knew I overstayed my welcome and darted off as fast as I could. Thud! The boss fell on its back attempting to crush me, but also succeeding in putting out some of the flames. It got to its feet immediately and stared me down. I made the first move and started running at it. I need to keep the pressure hot while the advantage is mine. The double buff will wear out in less than a minute. I'll have to get it done just like every other battle of this nature, dodge, weave, and only take guaranteed hits. It is still stronger than me, but I finally have a speed and agility advantage. This is what I'm used to. I sprinted forward and spun around its axe. The boss learned from its last failure and turned its body when the axe swing missed. I wasn't able to get behind it this time. I assumed this would be the case. Mid-Zen turn, I focused a large amount of fire magic into my palms and created a dense orb of flames. I let the orb fly out of my hands and used telekinesis to direct its path. The monster's axe was down on the ground, and its attention was focused on not letting me behind it. The orb of fire flew towards the monster's face and made an impact right in the center of its forehead. It exploded, letting out a massive amount of energy and flames. The boss let out a roar and put its arms in the air, flailing in pain. I took this opportunity to summon my fire sword and jumped up to make a deep gash across its chest. On the way down, I sliced open its right leg deep to the bone, letting my fire burn bright and absorbing MP in the process. It shrieked and flailed, but soon set its focus on me again. The monster was getting tired. It began moving slower, but its deadly stare never changed. This beast will not give up until the end. The boss initiated a charge this time, and I matched it. I easily dodged its axe swing and ran around its backside. The beast attempted to turn with me, but it has become too slow to keep up with me. That gash on the right leg must have really done a number on it. I concentrated every last bit of MP I had into a final blow. My sword of fire burned bright as I jumped up and sunk it deep into the back of its neck. I let out a yell while releasing a blast of energy that brought the beast to its knees. A well-fought battle. Without my team members, I couldn't have won this one. I absorbed as much of the dying monster's MP as I could while continuously releasing fire magic into its body. The boss let out a final grunt. Then I heard a ringing in my head that confirmed my victory. Level up, 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 level up. Level up, 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 levy name. J Soju level, 211 HP, 1060%280 MP. 1060%205 strength, 512正128正128 speed 606正152正152哎 ability 630正156正156 defense 451正180正113正113 mental strength 512正102正128正128 skills absorption swordsmanship combat magic fire summoning inspect special grade enemy detection body hard ending special grade self-regeneration spatial magic item storage plunderer telekinesis items equipped golden wolf ring 百分之正 archer mental strength cyclops eye pendant 百分之正 sisher defense buffs 25%加 all base stats 25%加 all base stats down. I gained Archer levels. Even while sharing the XP with Wu other team members, that is some serious level gains. My stats are significantly buffed temporarily too. I feel great. The body of the Minotaur disappeared in front of me and 2 large items fell from the corpse. A massive mana crystal rolled to my feet, but beside it lay an item that made me grin ear to ear. The massive dark horn of the Minotaur glimmered a deep dark crimson color in the faint light of the dungeon. It was left as a reward for my battle. I could feel the boss emitting a strange aura of dominance even after its death. With a smirk, I placed it in my item storage. Moments later, I looked up to see a few members of the team running towards me in the distance. Then, after a few seconds, the rest of them followed close behind. It looks like we all made it out of here alive. What a relief. This could have totally gone another way. Zanzanzan chapter Wushijo Zanzanzan lifted the large mana crystal up in the air to show them the boss's loot. But the white transfer light already started. We were all sent back to the dungeon's starting point. I heard Hudson's voice a moment later. That was much harder than I predicted it would be. Usually, one buff is more than enough. I'm glad we all made it out unharmed. I looked at him with mixed emotions. I'm a bit frustrated with him for letting us all go into this potential death trap with him. On the other hand, he did warn us beforehand, and I'm really glad I got to fight an opponent of this magnitude. It'll prepare me for when I have to fight C-class monsters like this without aid from teammates in the future. I replied and tossed the mana crystal up and down in my hand. It is fine. I had fun. Nessa jumped in. Hey, it is kind of not fine. I nodded and shrugged. Yeah, but we didn't. This post-Jian fight adrenaline makes up for everything. I don't really care much about anything but riding this high as long as I can. Nessa was visibly annoyed, but in a half-Jian playful way. Hudson laughed a little. Well, I think that is more than enough for today. Jay, would you like to come back to the guild with us? Nessa nodded at me. Yay, you should come and check the guild out. I'd say we have a few things to talk about. She winked. You're right. I'll come. Nessa definitely saw me use a few skills at once. I don't think it matters, though, as long as she doesn't go telling everyone in town about it. You can tell a lot about someone when you're in a life Zan or Zan death situation with them. Even with my past issues and the fact that we just recently met, I'm going to put my trust in Nessa, just like she put her trust in me during our battle with the boss. We all stepped out of the dungeon and took the train back to the main dungeon hub. The area is packed with hunters. Apparently, there has been a record Zan high amount of breaks and mutants today. I overheard the guards speaking to a crowd on our way out. All platform clearance ranks have been raised by a full class. It does not matter if you're in a party. You must be a C-class hunter to enter any of the D-class dungeons until further notice. Please bear with us. This is for your own safety. That makes sense. This really must be the peak of the surge. Hudson spoke up. Follow me. He leads us through the crowd and out into the open street. We walked for less than Scherfenjung and came across a tall silver building. It looked like every other office building in the city. We walked through the front door and were greeted by two men in formal wear. One of them spoke to Hudson. Welcome back so soon. How'd the raid go today? He replied. We had some issues, but everyone made it out unharmed. I brought in a new potential recruit. I'd like to talk to the guildmaster if he is free. Glad to hear it. I'll put in a request for you. Heal up in the training rooms. Someone will come to get you once you've all fully recovered. Hudson nodded and shook the man's hand while motioning us to follow. We took the elevator up a few floors and made it to a long symmetrical hallway that looked just like the training rooms at the Hunters Association. There were just fewer doors in this hallway. Hudson opened the first door on the left and we all walked in. It is a white, sand-walled room with the low hum of mana shields. There are a few racks full of armor, weapons, and potions on the back wall. Everyone walks over and starts healing up. Hudson spoke. Go ahead, take what you need to heal yourself. I nodded and walked over to drink an HP and an MP potion to restore myself completely. Then I heard Hudson's voice again. Nessa and Jay, stay with me here. Could the rest of you bring the leftover loot to the trade, Xanon Center, then take the rest of the day off? We've been through enough. Nessa and Hudson dropped handfuls of mana onto the ground. The tank and two women took them all and left the room. Hudson turned to me. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. You're a multi-Zan skill user. I saw you use at least Sen. Nessa did as well. Is this known by anyone else? Are you affiliated with any guilds? I took a deep breath in and out before replying. This feels more like an interrogation than a conversation now. But at least he asked the team members who didn't see my other skills to leave the room yes. I have one non-Zen exclusive contract with a small guild in my hometown. I do have a few very promising skills. I appreciate the privacy. It seems you already understand my situation. I only used them to save our lives. I wouldn't have shown off if I didn't have to. They both nodded. Hudson spoke up. Would you like to join our guild with a non-Zen exclusive as well? What benefits would I gain? There are already tons of dungeons in the city. Are there any private ones? What is in it for me? Well, the only benefit at your current class we could offer would be a salary and access to gear to train with. Okay. If I were to join, I'd like non-Zan disclosure contracts made. Anyone I party with cannot leak information about my skills. You two included. I'd rather not party with anyone new, or honestly with anyone at all if that is possible. Understood. That could be arranged. What about special dungeons not available to the public? That is what I'm interested in. I don't care much about a salary. We don't have access to any unique dungeons yet. The only thing I can think of that could benefit you would be to access the labyrinth when you reach C-class. I raised an eyebrow. The labyrinth. Hudson looked a bit puzzled at my response. The labyrinth. You've never heard of it? I shook my head. No, tell me, what is this place? He grinned. It is a multi-stage dungeon at the center of the capital. It has been there since the Great War. The strongest hunters flock to it from all over the Vice region to raid for riches and experience. I scratched my head. A multi-stage dungeon? What do you mean by that? Well, it is easier to explain it in terms of floors. When you enter, you'll be on the level known as Floor E. In the Vice Labyrinth, it is just a goblin dungeon. You have to defeat the boss of each floor to advance to the next. Floor Shu is a dungeon, similar in strength to the one we just raided. Every floor increases in difficulty. It is rumored that the Vice Labyrinth is over Wuxia floors. The more hunters that enter, the bigger the labyrinth grows. The magic energy from hunters that enter is taken in and used to spawn more floors. The one in the city's center has been growing for around Wuxia years. No one has made it to the last floor yet. I stared at him with my eyes wide. So, what happens if someone defeats the boss on the last floor? Hudson smiled. Well, the labyrinth disappears. Every once in a while, smaller labyrinths spawn in towns, or even out in the mountains where there is excess magic builds in up. Smaller ones are defeated quickly around here. They can be as small as Shur to Arsher floors. The loot is usually very rare and drops a much higher percentage of the time in labyrinths. Wow, I need to try one of those. They aren't too well known out in the countryside. It is mostly government Zan run, and occasionally elite guild members enter. If you're not from around here, I guess it would make sense for you not to know much about it. I personally have never entered the capital labyrinth. I nodded. Well, in that case, I think I'll pass on joining the guild for the time being. Maybe when there are some good benefits for me, I read Zan, knock, 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 knock a woman with long blonde hair, black glasses, and carrying a large notepad walked in. Sorry to interrupt. Hudson, your request to see the guildmaster has been delayed. He is out of town for a few days. Hudson nodded slowly and motioned her to leave. It is okay. Thank you for letting me know. The woman left, and we all stood in silence for a few seconds. Nessa chimed in. Well, that went completely off Zan topic. We didn't agree on anything final, but I'm glad we cleared a few things up. I just wanted to thank you for today, Jay. Just know, the fact that you're a multi-Dan skill user is safe with me. I won't say a word if you don't want me to. She smiled at me. Hudson spoke up too. Say me with me. I don't think it is that big a deal, though. This is a big world, you know. Eventually, word will have to get out if you want to keep climbing the ranks as a hunter. I nodded. You're right. I appreciate it. I think it is about time I get going. So soon, I could show you around the training facility if you'd like. I'll have to pass for now. I'd like to head out before it gets too late in the day. I have a few things to do. I will come by again soon, though. Sure. Come by any time you want. We can get some good training in. Nessa, could you show him out to the lobby? I shook Hudson's hand and followed Nessa out the door and into the elevator. She looked at me curiously. We reached the bottom floor pretty quickly. Nessa smiled and waved. I hope we can party up again. I'd like to get to know you more, you know. I smiled back and waved back. I agree. Maybe I'll see you in the D-class dungeons later this week. I'll be back. She nodded, and the sliding doors closed behind me as I walked away. Moments later, I made it out into the busy street. Labyrinths, huh? I vaguely remember reading about them, but had no idea there was one here in the city. That is something to look forward to. I started walking towards the market to sell my mana and get this Minotaur horn checked out. After that, I need to get another new sword. It'll have to be a lot stronger this time around. I can't believe I broke another one. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 60, Jian Jian Jian. I made my way back to the market with a smile on my face. The guild took the TM Anna from those other monsters, so I think it is fair that I get to keep the big mana from the boss. It ended up being a pretty even split. The Minotaur horn, on the other hand, I'll just take it as compensation for dealing the final blow to the boss. They didn't even see me place it in my item storage, so it is fair game in my mind. About Shuwoof and Zhongyuts later, I walked into the square and waved to the old merchant. Hey kid, how is it going? What do ya have for me today? I dumped my mana out onto the silver scale. It read out Senten Yi Bai Lin Sidiern Wu Sen Mu. I have one more thing for you as well. I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one was looking and reached into my item storage to pull out the large Minotaur horn. Thudded. I set the huge item on the table and looked at the merchant with a satisfied smile on my face. What can you give me for this? I need to buy a new sword today too, so give me your best price. The merchant raised an eyebrow and his eyes went wide as he examined the horn. I watched him scratch his head and feel every inch of it for a solid Senchmiaus econ straight. He finally looked up. This is some rare C-grade material we're working with here. I'm sure people would pay Wu gold. No, even sure gold if you found the right buyer for this. I smirked. What is it even used for? Well, if you can find a good blacksmith, horns like these can be turned into incredible blades. I personally have never seen one of this size. You could make an incredible sword out of it. I grinned while thinking back to my battle with the Minotaur. It shattered Liu axes and my main sword like they were made of glass. Where can I find a blacksmith? If you go to the main shopping center, there is a pretty good sword shop on the Ba-Th floor. It is called Apollo's Sword Shop. I can give you an Adre Zan. Oh, I've been there before. They do custom work? The merchant nodded. That is great. Yeah, bring that horn in. I'm sure they'll have a blacksmith available. Thanks. Oh, and for the mana, how about Senchmiel Ilver? The old man nodded once. Works for me. As always, pleasure doing business. I shook the merchant's hand and placed the silver coins along with the Minotaur's horn into my item box. You too. Thanks again, old man. With a wave goodbye, I turned and headed off to the shopping center. When I arrived, I walked into the building to look up and see the sky. This building has some beautiful architecture. The glass walls and open Zanview ceiling still amaze me. I came here with Rei and Maria not too long ago to buy weapons and test out the sim training rooms. The sun is starting to set. The orange light is shining through the building's open roof as I started to go upstairs. Moments later, I made it to the Ba-Th floor and walked over to the familiar shop. A woman wearing a suit greeted me with a small bow. Welcome to Apollo's Sword Shop. Will it just be you today? Yes, just me. Are you buying, selling, or crafting? Please show me your hunter's license. I handed her my ID. I'd Xana, I guess I'll be crafting. I'd like to see a blacksmith if that is possible. She nodded and gave me back my ID. All right, follow me. She motioned for me to follow her inside. Once we entered the store, she spoke to a man wearing an identical suit to her own. I need a blacksmith for a D-class hunter. The man nodded and looked me in the eyes. Please, come with me, sir. I followed him to the back of the room, and we went through a red curtain on the wall with a sign above it reading VIP in black letters and a gold frame. Please enter the third room on your left. Your blacksmith is ready for you. I opened the door after walking down the empty hallway. A short, bald man sat at the end of a long brown table in a well-lit room with black walls. Welcome, welcome. The name's Frederick. What can I do for you today? Nice to meet you. I'm Jay. I'd like to have a sword made. I took the Minotaur horn out of my item box and set it down on the table. The bald man's eyes lit up, and he started examining the item. This is no ordinary item. You're looking to make yourself a 1 Zand of Zan kind C-class weapon today, aren't you? Well, yes. I was hoping you could craft something worth my while. He continued examining the item and began writing a few things down on a notepad, then looked up at me. You know, we may get some Zan grade element stones after this surge is over. It would be a shame to craft such a fine piece of material without bringing out its full potential. I looked at him in confusion. Element stones. What are those? Sometimes rare drops trickle down into the public market from higher Zan ranking dungeons. The only dungeon I know of that produces element stones in the Vice region is the C-Class Advanced Ogre Dungeon. The only other possible place would be the Labyrinth, and no one is crazy enough to go in there these days. I nodded and let him babble on. This is the type of guy that just loves the sound of his own voice. He is a talker. Every once in a while, we get a shipment of element stones sent in from the Hunters Association on special order. I've seen a few dozen of them come through here in the last couple of years. They are definitely becoming a bit less rare with the recent surges, but still pretty hard to get your hands on. Okay, that is nice, but what are they? They're stones that give off the energy of a certain element. If you defeat a very strong magic user, there is a small chance they'll drop a stone that correlates with the type of magic they possessed. It will give off massive amounts of magic energy and slowly dissipate into the air unless stored correctly or fused with another magic item that can contain it. I've seen a few water, fire, and earth stones in my day. Those are the most common in my personal experience. I raised an eyebrow. If that is what he is describing, I have an element stone. A fire stone, to be exact. Say I brought in an element stone. Could you fuse it with this horn to make me a sword? The man shook his head. Unfortunately, no, I can't. We're only permitted to fuse stones authorized by the association. Secondly, I'm not high enough level to fuse stones of that magnitude. I used Inspect, LV Yosen C. My eyes went dull and I sighed a bit. Of course, they paired me with this guy. I'm a D-class solo hunter. They wouldn't expect me to come in her with C-class materials. Do you think there is any place in town that could fuse an element stone without an authorization? He scratched his head and thought for a moment. I can't help you there. I'm sure there is a black market for this kind of thing, but I don't recommend you get involved in that kind of thing. People go missing all the time in those parts of the city. I nodded and placed the Minotaur horn back into my item box. Hey, thanks for the help and the information. I think I'm going to wait a little while before crafting this sword. You're right, an element stone would be a great addition. He nodded and smiled. The man didn't seem too disappointed that he'd just lost a customer by running his mouth. This must happen often. It is okay. Come back in after the surge finishes up. There is a chance we may have what you're looking for in stock. I thanked the man again and walked out the door to make my way down to the ground level. That wasn't a total waste of time. I did learn some pretty good info. Gurgly, my stomach curled up into a ball and threatened to come up my throat. I haven't eaten all day. I need something now. I walked all the way back toward the food market and found a busy local bar. I sat next to an older, Zan-looking man and gave him a head nod as I got the bartender's attention. Could I get your special and whatever beer you have on draft? Sure thing, coming right up. I nodded and sat back with a sigh and looked at the sky. The old man turned to me. I took a good look at him. He wore a very sturdy leather jacket, worn Zen-out jeans, and big black heavy boots. His hands were rough and covered in a substance that looks like it has been caked on for decades. A true working man. I wonder what he does here in the city. Hey, what do you do for work, old man? He chuckled. Oh, you don't want to know, kid. Then gulped down the rest of his beer while motioning for the bartender to get him another glass. I used Inspect out of curiosity. LV, Sennu Ba. My eyes went wide. Are you a hunter? He laughed at me again. The bartender came back with my food and 2 drinks, one for me and one for the old man. He looked at me with his tired eyes and raised his glass. I raised mine as well. Hath Clinken. We both took a long swig. Then he replied, I used to be a hunter. The association banned me from dungeons long ago, though. I could tell by the tone of his voice that it'd be better if I don't ask too many more questions about his past. At the same time, this encounter couldn't have gone any better. Who better to ask for a black market smith? Ah, enough said. He nodded. I began to eat my food. After a few minutes, the old man finished his new drink, and I was nearing the end of my own. He waved the bartender over and asked for another, I interrupted and threw a silver coin on the counter. Drinks on me tonight, old man. He grinned. Now you're speaking my language. The bartender brought over a few more rounds and we drank as the sun set. Eventually, the old man spoke up. All right, kid. I've been around the block a few more times than days you've been alive. I appreciate the drinks, but what is it? What do ya want? I raised an eyebrow and gulped down the last of my drink to calm my nerves. I'm new to town. I need an introduction to a good blacksmith. Someone off the books. He smirked and finished his own drink. Ah, that is it. I thought this was going to be a lot more serious. Kids these days crack me up. He took a pen off the bar's register and scribbled something down on a napkin. Here, show up early in the morning and ask for Brianna. She can make whatever you need. Just be ready to pay the price. I took the paper with a wide grin across my face. Thanks a lot. Maybe I'll see you around. Drinks on you next time. He laughed. Yeah, right. Kid. With a smile and a wave, I left the bar and started walking towards the inn. What a successful day. I can't wait to get this sword crafted tomorrow. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter Liu Shi Jian Jian Jian. I made it back to the inn and nodded to the man sitting behind the front desk before riding the elevator up to my room. After my usual hot shower, I fell into bed and stared at the ceiling, thinking about my day. Maybe the folks at the Terra Guild are a group of good people after all. I wouldn't mind seeing Nessa and Hudson again. I really enjoyed that boss fight and gained a lot more levels, but I think I'll try to take tomorrow off from fighting. It'd be better to focus on crafting my new sword and take a day to relax. The drinks from earlier allowed my mind to wander aimlessly as I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, my mind and body were rejuvenated entirely as I jumped out of bed. After taking the elevator down to the lobby, I saw the innkeeper smile and wave at me as I walked towards the front door. Another day of hunting. Nah, today's my day off. Probably a good plan. There weren't any major breaks last night. It seems the surge hit its peak yesterday. There may be some minor activity for another day or two, but we made it through another one. Oh yeah, that's good to hear. He nodded. Well, have a nice relaxing day, sir. I walked out the door and replied, You too have a great day. The sun just came up over the horizon as I walked following the directions of the old man's sloppily written address. My stomach still feels kind of full from last night, but it's probably a better idea to eat now and not worry about it later. I stopped by a small family Jian Run diner to grab a breakfast sandwich before making my way toward the opposite side of town. The further I walked, the more off-Dan putting the environment felt. The buildings became shorter and more run down. Everyone around wore less well-Dan kept clothing, and the general feel for the town was a bit more rugged. I expected this, though. I am trying to find a black market after all. All of the tall silver buildings were glimmering in the distance. There is a completely different way of life out here. Most of the buildings were made of red bricks, others were old school and made of wood. About a third of the buildings are definitely abandoned because the windows are cracked and some doors are completely smashed in. There's no way anyone lives in those. This part of town is where all the outcasts from the city reside. There's a bar on every corner, and they're mostly filled with guys in dark, rugged clothing, tattoos, and dirty hands. Just like the old man at the bar last night, these people have had long and tough lives. Some of them look really intimidating and mean, but the majority of people here are laughing and having a good time. It's just a crowd I'm not used to. There's no point in thinking poorly of them. We're all living life with the hand we were dealt day by day. After about centrifugal utes of walking in total, I finally found the building that belonged to the address. It's about 10 stories high and made of old bricks. There are two big Zan-looking men in black leather jackets standing outside. The structure has no open windows where anyone could see clearly inside. I walked straight up to the front door and talked to the men. Hey, I'm looking for Brianna. The man on the right raised an eyebrow while smirking and stepping forward. Oh yeah. What for? You don't seem to be from around here. I gulped and used inspect. LV yo sisi, LV. Yo woo yo. I let out a sigh of relief and stood my ground confidently. These guys may be high Zan level to the usual thugs around here, but they don't scare me. I need a smith. I was told Brianna can craft what I need. They both laughed and turned to mutter a few things to each other before nodding and opening the door. You seem serious enough, just no funny business, kid. Mess around and you're dead. Understood. I walked through the front door and was pretty surprised at what I saw. There were almost a dozen people working at desks reading books and writing things down on papers. Every desk had piles of swords, potions, rings, bracelets, and magic gear I'd never seen before. It looked like they were filing and keeping stock of large quantities of magic items. The man who let me in spoke up. Go up to the third floor. I'm sure she knows you're coming. Thanks. I walked through the working men and women while eyeing the gear they were sifting through. Some of it looks like some pretty good quality stuff. At the end of the room, there's a spiral staircase that goes both up and down. I walked up it. The second floor wasn't anything like I expected either. There were two women on either side of the room working at desks. They seemed to be filing more items and doing paperwork as well. But these workers were in less of a rush than the ones downstairs. At the end of the room, there is an empty desk. A tall, thin man with short black hair stood next to it while reading a book. He looked up at me through his wire-framed glass and gave me a nod of approval as I continued upstairs. Once I finally made it to the top floor of the building, I immediately felt an ominous presence in the room. It feels like I just walked into the lair of a beast. What's wrong with this place? The room's walls are lined from floor to ceiling with books. It's pretty dimly lit, so can't even see the back of the room completely. Hello. Sorry for the intrusion. It's just, Idan, welcome. I've been expecting you. I heard a woman's voice from the back of the room, and slow footsteps followed. I'm Jay. Nice to meet you. I used inspect and enemy detection to try and get a better idea of who is in the room with me. Lolvi. Sibaba. My eyes went wide. She's level Sibaba. Who is this woman? Nice to meet you, Jay. Call me Bree. No need to be too formal. She finally walked into the light. I couldn't help but stare. Bree wore tight black latex pants and a fishnet shirt that showed her tight matching latex bra underneath. The black clothing contrasted her smooth olive skin incredibly well. She stood around Ibaijoshilimi tall. That's including her black leather lifted boots. Her eyes were such a deep brown color that they looked completely black. To top it all off, her silky jet zam black hair fell down and wrapped around the front of her thin waist. I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Enzan, nice to meet you too, Bree. She smiled and pointed one finger in the air. A white light glowed around her hand, then expanded to illuminate the entire room. There's a wooden desk at the back of the room. A black chair stood behind it with red velvet padding and gold edges to make it look like a throne. In front of the desk, there's a large matching red and gold couch as well. It must be for guests like myself. At closer examination in the light, the walls aren't just covered in books. There are all kinds of potions, stones, and weapons up on racks. I've never seen most of these magic items before. Please, once you're done admiring my collection, have a seat. I believe we have some business to discuss. Bree smiled and looked me directly in the eyes as she turned to walk back to her desk. I shook myself from my daydream and followed her. She sat in her throne with both arms on her desk, looking straight ahead as I made myself comfortable on the couch. It's time to get straight to the point. I would like to have a sword crafted. Apparently you're the woman for the job. Yes, it seems I am. Let me see what materials you've brought in. I paused for a moment. My items are in my storage system. She sensed my hesitation and spoke up. Anything you show me during our meeting will never leave this room. I promise. Our word is all we have in this line of business. Trust me. I nodded and stood up to take out the Minotaur horn from my item storage. She didn't bat an eye as I placed it on the desk. I have an element stone, too. How can I transfer that to you safely? Bree took out a clear crystal tray about the size of my hand from a drawer in her desk. It began to hum and glow white. I gulped and took out the stone from my storage system. It burned my hand horribly as I transferred it to the tray. Flames flew everywhere. I've never taken this thing out in a small room like this before. It felt horribly dangerous, but Bree just grinned a little. I used self-regenerate to heal my hand behind my back. The second I placed the stone on the tray, it stopped producing flames. It just sat there. The stone looked like a red mana crystal. I stared at it curiously, and Bry spoke up. These are some high Zan grade items. Not bad. I can only imagine where you got them. She felt the Minotaur's horn all over and began examining the element stone closely as well. About Centumouse econs later, she looked up at me. Okay, I'll make you a sword. It'll take me a few hours at most. I grinned ear to ear, then Bree spoke up again. Now, let's talk about cost. Sure. How much will this blade run me? She looked at me with a serious stare. To get started, I'll need bonds of your blood and sure gold coins. That smile left my face immediately and I got up to my feet. Hey! Wait a minute. Since when is blood a payment type? What, Zan? She rolled her eyes and chuckled. Sit down. The blood isn't part of the payment. I need to pair the element stone with the sword user. Without a blood bond, the stone will always burn you when you use it. I sat down and nodded slowly. A blood bond? Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't know you had to do that. About that sure gold, I don't have enough on me. Just, give me a few days I can GJ Jin. No worries. You don't have to pay in gold. I looked at her curiously. We stared at each other in silence for a moment until she spoke up again. I have another way for you to pay me. Bree looked me up and down, and a grin slowly formed across her face. You, Jan? What's that? What do you mean? She pointed to the spiral staircase at the back of the room, then looked me in the eyes and pointed down. Survive one fight in the Rumble Dome. I raised an eyebrow. The what? Her grin grew even bigger. It's an underground cage Dan fighting league. If you win one fight, the sword is yours free of charge. This isn't exactly what I expected I'd be getting myself into on my day off. I smirked and began to tingle with excitement. Deal. Zan chapter Lu Shirar Zan. Bree pointed at the floor, and that same white light started to glow all around her hand. With a swift motion, she threw the orb of light at the floor. It sank right through and disappeared out of sight. She looked up at me and spoke. My assistant will come up here shortly. Shall we begin? Begin now? I thought I had to win a match for you to make the sword. She grinned. Well, you need a sword to fight with, don't you? I scratched my head awkwardly. I do, you're right. You'll fight when I finish the blade. I don't see element stones of this grade very often. If I'm going to make a sword of this caliber, I'd at least like to have some advertising done for my services. You better put on a good show. I thought to myself for a moment. That is why she offered me this option. She wants everyone watching the fight to know she made this sword. Ugh, business people or always scheming up something. Makes sense. I Jian knock. The tall, pale man in glasses from the second floor knocked politely at the top of the spiral staircase. Ms. Brianna, I am at your service. He bowed and Bree spoke up. One moment, Bernard. He nodded, and Bree turned back to me. Put out your arm. I need to extract a little blood. She pulled out a small glass jar with a cork in the top from her desk along with a shiny dagger. My eyes opened wide. Hey, there has to be a safer way to do this. You don't have a needle or something. She smirked. What? You're scared? And Zen, no. It's just Zen. Good. Don't worry about it. I'll heal you up before you leave. I gulped and put my left arm out in front of her. Bree ripped the cork out of the bottle with her teeth and looked me in the eyes before sizing up my arm. Without hesitation, she sliced open a vein in my forearm and placed the jar directly on the open area. Thick red liquid spurted out instantly. Her expression didn't change one bit as the bottle filled up to the brim. She screwed the cork back on and threw the jar of fresh blood up and down in her hand with a slight grin. I just watched her mutilate me in disbelief. Jan. Hey, I'm still bleeding here. My blood is flowing much slower than it started, but it was still coming out and making a mess all over the floor. Bree's hand lit up with a green light and she placed it over my sliced Dan-up arm. I felt a warm sensation as the skin grew back together and the gash completely disappeared. Fixed. It'd probably be better to not ask any stupid questions right now, but that is 2 skills she has used so far. Just making a mental note. I nodded. She spoke up again. Give me a little while. I'll have your sword ready for the fight scheduled around noon. Let me see your status. We have to make sure you're paired up in the right level class. I froze. Aidzan, I'm level Aryoyal. There is no need to show my status. She shook her head. It is either you show it to me or the fight commissioner. I know you have something going on. You come here with a mutant minotaur horn and an element stone that is nearly B class in purity grade. You're not an ordinary hunter. I know that for sure. I gulped and scanned the room. Just show me. What can I do? Run to the association and tell them your secret. I'm the last person you should be worried about showing. As I said before, this is a confidential meeting. Nothing leaves this room, you have my word. I took a death breath in and out. She has a good point. Who would she even tell? It could only ruin her confidentiality reputation. I opened my status and turned it towards her. Bree's eyes lit up. She stared for over seconds straight before I got anxious and closed my window. Those aren't purchase skills, are they? Not even country leaders have enough money to get skills like that. I looked at her in confusion again. You can buy skills. She grinned and eyed me up and down. I like you. I hope you don't die in the ring today. Hey, that doesn't answer my question. Bree turned back to her desk and motioned for me to leave. Follow Bernard downstairs. He'll get you ready for your fight. Ask him whatever you'd like to know. I'm busy. She began writing a few things down on a notepad, and the thin man walked over to me slowly. Nice to formally meet you, sir. I'll be taking care of you for the time being. Please follow me. Aidzan. Hey, Bree. Aidzan. Please follow me, Ms. Brianna is busy working at the moment. The light in the room started to fade back to darkness as Bernard escorted me to the spiral stairs. That meeting ended so abruptly. I don't even know what to think. I'm getting the sword made at least. I guess it went well. Hey, Bernard. What was she saying earlier? Do people buy skills? And are they really that expensive? He nodded as we made our way down the stairs. Of course, it is possible. Nobles have often used entire generational savings to purchase a skill for a prodigy in the family. I looked at him curiously. Why are they so much? Where can you get them? Well, the reason skills are valued so high is that most people are just stuck with the ones they're born with. The option to add on extra skills is a once-dan Inzen Aidzan lifetime opportunity, even for the elite class. Every year or two, a skill stone shows up in the capital auction. The amount of money people bid is preposterous. But when you have that kind of money and power, it is the only thing worth buying. I understand why they all do it. Skill stones. I've never even heard of them. Where do they come from? As I said, every year or 21 shows up in the capital auction. My guess is they're found deep in the labyrinth. There has never been a report of skill stones being found in normal dungeons. If there were, everyone would flock to it and hunt that dungeon dry. I nodded and thought to myself quietly as we continued to walk down the stairs. We made it to the street sand level floor and began walking further down. After another shimmy or so of walking, I started to hear voices and people walking around. It sounds like there are a lot of them. We made it to level ground where I found myself with Bernard in a stone cellar consisting of a small wooden stool, a few large crates, and a heavy Zan-looking metal door. He opened the door slowly, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It is an open area about Senshimi wide and Wumi of ceiling height that seems to go on forever. The floors and walls are made of old stone, and the wide hall is lit up with torches and various magic items. Some lights are white, others are yellow, and some are orange. It isn't quite congruent, but it works well enough. There is a full underground marketplace beneath this town. It feels like the city market, but much dirtier, and the people are much tougher looking. It is where all the outlaws buy and sell illegal or stolen goods. Makeshift merchants stands line the open hall selling swords, daggers, and shields. Others are cooking delicious Dan-smelling food and pouring drinks. Mana crystals are being bought and sold along with potions and all kinds of common magic items. Bernard began to walk through the market. Come on, don't you want to purchase some extra equipment before your fight? I'm sure you'll find something you like here. I shook myself out of my daydream state. I'd been staring at the crowds of people going about their day for a little too long. Oh, yes. I'm coming. Right away. I followed Bernard deeper into the underground market at closer examination. Most of the magic items were pretty poor quality. Mostly E-Zen class mana crystals and small potions that I assume skill users are making by themselves down here. The food definitely smelled good, though. It is pretty hard to mess that up. Bernard kept walking quickly down the center of the pathway. I spoke up. Hey, are we going anywhere in particular? None of this gear looks any good. To be honest, I'd rather just go to the normal market, he replied without turning back to me. Just a little further. I know the perfect shop. After another Semphanjong Utes or so of walking, Bernard finally stopped and turned to a small merchant stand. It looked like every other stand to me. Standard potions, a variety of E-class swords, and a few piles of mana crystals. Once we arrived, a middle-aged merchant looked up and smiled. Bernard, what brings you down here today? He smiled back. Morning, Henry. Miss Brianna has a new toy she wants to see fight in the Rumble Dome. I'm here to make sure he doesn't break before she has had her fun. The sword is being crafted as we speak, but he has nothing else. Do you have anything new in stock that is worth looking at? Speed or defense items will suit him best right now, I think. I turned to him abruptly. Hey, Bree's toy? What are you talking about? Both the men laughed and ignored my comment. Henry spoke up. Sure. There were a few unregistered dungeon pops ups yesterday at the peak of the surge. This is what we managed to salvage. He dug through an item box and pulled out a ton of shields, rings, and potions. I looked at all of it, but nothing really caught my eye. They're all just normal defense or magic and boosting items, not too special. Oh right, these just came in too. A pair of beauties. When's the last time you saw a Bifenjalusha boost? He pulled out a pair of jets and black combat boots. They looked like they were made of cloth, but looked very sturdy at the same time. I interjected. A Bifenjalusha Maltat boost? In what? He grinned. Speed. Rumor is these came from an unregistered elf dungeon about Arshigoniv south of the capital. The dungeon broke already. These may be a one-zand of a-zand kind item around here. I eyed the boots curiously. They look really cool, but also have a Bifenjalusha stat boost. That would be an incredible addition to my fighting ability. As far as I can remember, I've never seen speeds and boosting items before. I need this pair of boots. How much? Send gold and they're yours. I laughed. It is not a horrible price, but I'd rather get them for much lower. It is time to haggle. Yeah, right. I'll give you gold. You really want to do this, kid. Our gold Sishuwumaus Ilver final offer. Nope, way too much. Not interested. I turned away with a smirk on my face. The merchant offered me another deal almost immediately. Our gold, Wushimaus Ilver. That is my real final offer. What do you say? Sorry, too much. Who carries around that kind of cash? Ye gold. That is all I can do. He turned to Bernard. Who is this kid anyways? Why'd you bring me a lowballer today of all days? He ginned. Looks like you're getting a taste of your own medicine, Henry. Bernard looked at both of us. Meet at our gold. It is a good deal for both of you. Henry and I looked at each other for a moment, then nodded and shook hands. Deal. Deal. I placed a gold coin on the table and counted out eBay mail silver before trying on the boots. The second I slipped them on, they magically tightened to fit my feet. I felt a burst of energy flow through my legs and up into my body. It felt just like handling a new sword with a strength boost, but even better somehow. Bernard looked me up and down, then turned to the merchant. They look good. Appreciate it, Henry. Have a good rest of your day. You too. He smiled at us both, but gave me a side eye as we walked further away. I think my haggling earlier turned him off of me a bit. Bernard spoke up. All right, follow me. We have one more thing to do. I turned to follow him even deeper into the underground market. Zanzan. Chapter Lu, Shasen, Zanzan. The underground market seemed to go on forever. We walked for about Arshimi or minutes. Every new merchant stand looked the same to me. Every ibaimi or so, there were doors and hallways that lead off of the main path, but they all either lead up to the surface or were private property. Bernard finally stopped in front of another small merchant shop and smiled at an old bald man that was half asleep sitting on a small wooden crate. "Morning, Tom." The old merchant shook his head and stood to his feet immediately in a startled fashion. "Oh, Jian-Hu, it is you." "Good morning to you too, Bernard. How can I help ya? Have any extra lives in stock? The kid needs at least a D grade for his fight today in the Rumble Dome." The old man grinned. I just looked at them both in confusion for a few seconds and spoke up. "An extra life? What do you mean by that?" They both ignored my question. The old merchant started to dig through a box full of junk items for a bit longer than I had the patience for. I became antsy and started looking around his small shop examining random items that I had no intention of buying. Most of the stuff in here is just old E-class potions and used gear. Honestly, every shop looks like this down here. I guess you really have to get to know your sellers to find the good stuff. Finally, Tom pulled a small cubed and shaped piece of metal with a long black string tied around it from under his pile of scrap items. Here she is. It has probably got a day or two left on it. A mid-Zan level D grade, I reckon. You know I make 'em cheap, but it'll definitely save your life in a pinch. Sen S. Ilver, and it is yours. Bernard nodded and turned to me. You heard him, Semels Ilver. I squinted my eyes and looked at the cube of metal on the end of a ragged string. Sen S. Ilver for what? A good luck charm. What am I even buying here? Bernard rolled his eyes. Just buy it. I'll explain on the way back. I'm really getting pushed around here. It is starting to get annoying. Fine. I handed the old merchant Semels Ilver coins, and he took them while handing me the odd magic item. Pleasure doing business with Ya. Try it on, kid. I let the metal cube sit in my hand for a few seconds. A very light hum came off the item. The only reason I even noticed is because of the slight vibrations it gave off in my hand. Without much thought, I tied the cube around my neck with the long black sting and let it hang next to my Cyclops pendant. I didn't feel any change in my abilities. Bernard nodded at me. Great, I think that'll be enough for now. You're not much of a shield user, are you? I looked at him in disgust. Sure, it might help me out a lot in close combat battles, but it would slow me down a lot. Speed is my #1 stat that I take advantage of. Plus, just picturing myself with a shield makes me laugh. None of the main heroes in comics use a shield. It may be a pretty childish thought, but I think going into battle without a shield looks so much cooler. Nope, you're right. Definitely not a shield user, he sighed. What a shame. Well, I hope luck favors you today. We're heading back. I followed him close behind while we walked back the way we came. Hey, so what did I just buy anyways? You said you were going to explain. Bernard didn't turn around, but he replied. It is a pretty unique item, actually. Tom has an interesting skill that lets him merge potions with certain magic metals. This one in particular, he coined as an extra life. He said it is around middle D grade, so it'll add an extra whoopie or so HP to your stats temporarily. I raised an eyebrow. Really, he said it lasts a few days. Couldn't I just get a ton of these and wear them whenever the old one wears out? Yes and no. It is called an extra life because they're mostly used for life, Dan, or Dan death situations. Yes, it is a Wu by HP stat boost, but that just means it'll absorb the next Wu by HP worth of damage you take on. Once it has taken in all the damage it can, the necklace will break and you'll be on your own. In a Rumble Dome match, potions aren't allowed, so this will just give you an extra edge in HP. Does that make sense? Okay? Yeah, it does, I guess, for Senna Silver. You can't really go wrong, although I was a bit annoyed at Bernard earlier. This made up for it. A 1 Zan time Zan use item like this could be the difference between life and death in a Yi-on-Yi fight. Wait a minute. That reminds me. Hey, Bernard, how do you win one of these cage fights? It is not a straight-up deathmatch, is it? He turned and grinned. The winner is decided when their opponent is either knocked out cold, falls asleep, admits defeat, or is killed. Okay, that is Good to know. So anything goes in these matches? Yep, anything goes. There is no dirty trick in the book that can't be used. All magic items and gear are allowed except HP and MP potions, which would just make matches never ending. The only other rule that is set in stone is the level class system. You'll be fighting in the Yua Wu Shi, or better known as the Under Arwuding class. This ensures a more fair fight. Okay. Good to know. Thanks for the help today. Of course, if it is Bree's wish, then it is my command. We continued to walk back toward the building we came from. I watched the merchants and outcasts buy and sell their gear all around me. It really made me wonder what other treasures I might find down here if I search for long enough. All right, here we are. Bernard opened the heavy metal door and we started to make our way back upstairs. We've been underground for a little over an hour. I spoke up. Could the sword really be done already? He nodded while we approached the first floor. Probably yes, but we will not enter the office until I'm given the signal. Please follow me. I'll entertain you on the R&D floor while we wait. Oh, okay. Once we climbed the staircase to the R&D floor, I noticed the two women working on either side of the room again. I didn't get a close look at them before. They're both plugging away at some busy work in silence. Bernard stepped forward into the room, motioning for me to follow. These are my assistants. Please introduce yourself. They looked up from their seats and both stared me in the eyes. I couldn't tell them apart at first glance. They both wore light blue dresses, had matching blue eyes, tied up their bright blonde hair in a bun, and stood around Ibilushilimi. Nice to meet you. I'm Jay. The two of them both got out of their seats and simultaneously bowed while replying. Nice to meet you. I'm Chloe. Nice to meet you. I'm Zoe. I blinked twice and rubbed my eyes, then looked at them both again. They smiled and bobbed their heads back and forth before going straight back to work in unison. Bernard walked over to his desk and offered me a seat in a flimsy, Zan-looking wooden chair he must use for guests. They're great, aren't they? I looked at him with a bit of concern. Yeah, I bet they are. Bernard sat down and pulled out a book from the small pile on his desk. It shouldn't be too long now. Please pick any book you'd like in the meantime. He crossed his legs and adjusted his glasses before opening the book to where he'd left off previously. I began to sift through the pile to see if there'd be anything worth reading. They're all old science and math books. These look like they were written before the dungeons even showed up over Basha years ago. I guess he enjoys the classic fundamentals. I, for one, get bored out of my mind reading books like this. I kept awkwardly shuffling through the books and reading the back covers for a solid Arshafinjon Utes. I couldn't find a single fantasy, or even a history book of some kind to cure my boredom for the time being. I just decided to give up and stare at the ceiling. After just Wolfenjon, Utes of counting the specks of dirt, I saw an orb of white light sink through the solid floor above me. Looks like I've been saved by the bell. Bernard looked up from his reading. That is our cue. Ms. Brianna is ready for us. I grinned with excitement. Finally, I get to see my finished sword. Zan Zan Zan, chapter Liu Shisi Zan Zan Zan. Bernard walked me up the stairway back to Bry's room. Or better yet, how was your shopping trip? Find anything good? She walked towards us as I stepped into her office. Bernard stayed back and let me approach. Yeah, I got a few things. I lifted the new necklace off my chest while kicking up my right foot to show the new boots. Bry nodded and walked towards her desk. A large black rectangular box rested in the middle of it. She glanced over at me, then back to the box. Come open it. I think you're going to be happily surprised. A mischievous grin appeared on her face. I didn't care. I walked over to the case with a smirk of my own. I stood over the box with both hands hovering over either side. Bry stepped back, and I gulped to calm my nerves. The box hummed quietly. It must be some sort of containment item. Click. I grabbed both sides of the box and opened it in one swift movement for a grand reveal. The room felt different the moment my eyes met the blade. It's almost like it has a mind of its own, and it just found its new owner. I can't shake the feeling it is watching me. It's a long sword with a very similar shape that I'm used to, but its jets and black and glimmers blood red depending on how you look at it in the light. I can already tell it is a one Zand of Eads and kind piece. I reach towards the handle, and that feeling of being watched becomes stronger and stronger. I tighten my face and got into a sturdy stance. It only feels natural. I grab the sword and hold it high up in the air. It began to glow a dim crimson shade the moment I grasped it, but the color returned to black a few seconds later. The blade's handle feels warm to the touch. Initially, it felt like there was foreign energy flowing into my body, but now it feels very natural, like the energy belongs to me. There's a significant strength stat boost. I feel incredible. I looked the sword up and down as I brought it back down to my side. The feeling of being watched is totally gone now. I didn't just imagine it out of excitement, did I? Next, I check my status. Tanaming J Soju level 211 HP 1060/1060 500%正500 MP 1060/1060 Strength 512正384 Speed 606正364 Agility 630 Defense 451正180 Mental Strength 512正102正128 Skills Absorption Swordsmanship Combat Magic Fire Summoning Inspect Special Grade Enemy Detection Body Hardening Special Grade Self-Regeneration Spatial Magic Item Storage Plunderer Telekinesis Items Equipped Golden Wolf Ring 500正 Archer Mental Strength Cyclops Eye Pendant 500正 Sisher Defense Dark Elf Boots 500正 Liusher Speed Extra Life Bonus Wu Leaning HP The Flame Emperor's Sword Fire Aspect 500正 Qishiwu Strength 500正 Arshiwu Mental Strength Timber Stevkin I gripped the handle tighter and smirked. Bree walked towards me. I thought you'd like the name. I came up with it myself. I think you have great potential. I turned to face her and bowed politely. Thanks. When's the fight? Bree smirked. The next match is in a little under an hour. I put your name on the roster and registered you in the Yue Wuxia League. I'm your sponsor, so don't die out there. It'll make me look bad. Hey, you know I wasn't planning on it. That's a special sword. I don't think I've made one quite like it. It'll definitely have a wild spirit in the heat battle. It'll what? She grinned and turned towards the door. I think it's better if you find out on your own. Let's head off to the Rumble Dome. I'd like to watch your match. Bernard, hold down the fort while I'm gone. Yes, Ms. Brianna. Leave it to me. With a nod, he walked downstairs and left Bri and me standing alone in her office. Bri put her finger up in the air and the light in the room started to slowly disappear as she walked toward the stairs. I took one last good look at my sword and put it into my item box, so it'd be accessible without using my storage skill. I followed her all the way down to the cellar and through the heavy metal door. This way, it shouldn't take too long. Again, I feel like I'm being dragged around. But I signed up for this. There's no backing out now. Plus, I'm itching to try out this new sword. Preferably on some monsters, but people will have to do for the time being. With my boosted stats and new items, there's no way anyone could be even close to my league. Right? We walked through the underground market in silence for a little under half an hour until finally Bree spoke up. This is it. She stopped and turned to a normal Zan-looking metal door. It seemed like all the other ones, but a few people were standing outside it waiting in line. We did the same. After another Wufenjone, Yutz the line got to us and we waited in front of the metal door. A small area near the keyhole opened up and a voice came out. What's the password? Bree rolled her eyes. It's Ms. Brianna. I don't need a password. I could hear the locks on the doors clicking and turning rapidly, and the door swung open. Yizin, yes, ma'am. Welcome back to the Rumble Dome. Please find a seat in any high rollers booth you'd like. Bree grinned and nodded at the short, skinny man behind the door, and she motioned for me to follow her in. My eyes opened wide as we walked forward into the underground room. It had high ceilings that went up about arshimi. This must be connected to a warehouse or something on the surface, and they just hallowed the building, leaving a frame above ground. The room itself is about wushimi by wushimi wide and long. There are poorly made metal bleachers that go up about wumi and VIP Zen-looking booths on top of each of them. Most of the crowd is on the ground. If I had to guess, there are about Youdin people packed into this room, screaming and shouting at the spectacle in the center of the room. I've never seen anything like it. Now I understand why it's called the Rumble Dome. There's a circular white flooring that is about 10 in diameter in the center of the room. The entire floor is surrounded by a fence-like material that encapsulates the fight pit in a dome-looking structure. The metal is covered in wires and powered by magical items to protect the audience from what happens within. It's a makeshift mana shield. It's continuously shaking and forcing the ground rumble all around it. What a sight to see. This is the Rumble Dome. Bree spoke up. Enough staring. Let's get up close. We have enough time to watch one fight before yours. I nodded and walked forward with her. We weaved through the crowd of cheering fans drunk off the excitement of violence. Once we got close to the dome, the rumbling was pretty intense. It's really loud, but people here don't seem to mind at all. In the arena right now, there were 2 fighters in the middle of battle. There's a short, blonde man with a scar across his eye holding 2 daggers and zipping around the circle attempting to land hits on his opponent. The opponent seems to be a tank of some sort. He's a heavier set man, so he can't match the speed of his opponent. All he's doing is positioning himself behind his shield and blocking every attack that comes his way. The crowd seems to love it. It's interesting, but these are clearly some lower Zan level D-Zan class fighters. Maybe even high E-Zan class with decent gear. I can follow their movements very easily. Still, it'll be entertaining to watch. I stood there watching the match ensue with my arms crossed, while Bree patiently watched as well, after semi-or minutes of pointless running around the dagger user started slowing down. He must have used up a lot of his MP or just regular endurance. The tank made his move. With a loud yell, he jumped out from behind his shield while the dagger user attacked and faced him head Zan on. The tank raised his right hand and green vines sprouted out. He glowed bright green and let out a considerable amount of mana. It looks like this is his finishing move. He'd been conserving MP and waiting to use it. Moments later, the vines wrapped tight around the exhausted dagger user, and he yelled out in agony as they slowly squeezed the life out of him. That's it. I forfeit. I forfeit. You win. The tank dropped him to the ground, and he gasped for a breath. The tank raised both hands in the air and celebrated. Half the crowd cheered and went wild. The other half booed and threw trash at the cage where the dagger user lay on the ground. As the tank pumped his hands in the air and retrieved his sword, I heard a loud voice echo from above. The crowd settled down. That's it for our Ushimi Atch today. Our winner by forfeit is Tanner Mason. Congratulations! 2 workers opened up the cage. Tanner bowed and kicked the kneeling dagger user on his way out. The crowd went wild again. They're ruthless. Our next match will start up in about Shufenjong Utes. Get ready, folks! We have 2 new UI Wusher fighters that will be competing to get a crack at our reigning champion for the main event. You're not going to want to miss this one. Please make sure to place your bets before the fight begins. I spun around to look at Bree. She just happily grinned at me. Come on this way. She motioned for me to follow her. Hey, what's this about? I only need to win ye fight, right? What's all this about a main event? Bree kept walking and didn't turn around. Correct. Forfeit your second match if you wish. You have to win your first one before we can talk about that, though. Fine. I followed her to the opening in the cage and watched an amateur medic carry the dagger user out of the cage. A worker approached us. Welcome, Miss Brianna. We haven't seen you in a while. Glad to see you back with a new fighter. You'd like to use the name listed here. He turned a paper to her and she nodded. I tried to get a look, but he folded it in half and faced me. All right, please take out all the necessary items you'll need for this match. HP and MP potions are prohibited. Anything else goes. I'm going to have to ask you to take that item box off your waist. Items concealing potential banned items are also prohibited. This is more of a common sense ruling. I nodded and took my sword out of my item box. It didn't glow red this time. The blade just felt normal. I scratched my head for a moment, then untied the pouch and handed it to Bree. Could you hold this for me? Sure, but I want you to wear this. Seemingly from out of nowhere, Bri handed me a dark black mask. There are red marks over the eyes that appear to be flames and small horns that come off the top. It is almost like a demon's face. I guess it looks cool. But, Jan, what is this? Why? She grinned. It's just a good luck charm. You might not want any more people to see your face down here, especially while you fight. Wouldn't you say so? I gulped and looked around. She's right. Not a bad idea. I took the mask and placed it on my face. It magically fit like a glove. There aren't any holes in it, but I can see and breathe fine. I didn't feel any different, and there is no change in my status. Thanks. Appreciate it. No problem. Best of luck out there again. Remember to not die. I'll look bad. With a smile, Bri turned and made her way to the back of the room into one of the VIP high roller seats. I grinned and rolled my eyes. The worker spoke up and pointed inside the ring. All right, kid. Get to the back corner. Your opponent should be here shortly. I nodded and walked to the back of the ring as he asked. The crowd began to chatter. I stood there in all black head to toe with a demon mask and holding a Jetson black sword. I hope I look cool. This isn't overdoing it, right? Less than a minute later, a tall man with long flowing white hair approached the cage door. He wore lightweight silver armor from his shoes up to his neck. His face carried a blank expression as he looked at me with crystals and clear blue eyes. His skin is pale white, and he glides gracefully as he walks. What kind of outcast is this? I was expecting a grunt with a club. Not some noble knight. He talked to the worker and pulled a long silver sword from an item box before nodding and entering the ring. The door shut behind him, and we stared at each other as the metal cage rumbled the ground below. A loud voice echoed above us. Thank you all for waiting. Our first dual wusher fight of the day is about to get started. Please welcome our two brand Zan new fighters. The crowd went wild. I looked around to see all eyes on me. It's nerve and W-racking, but also exhilarating. I'd like to introduce our first fighter, the proud Shi Taich son of our very own underground trade commissioner, Mr. Solace. Are Shi years old, 186tal, and 93克. His overall fight record in the Rumble Dome is lean wins, lean losses, and lean ties. It's all going to change today. Let's hear it for Xavier Solace. He let out a thin smile and waved to the crowd as they clapped and cheered. Next, we have a new recruit being sponsored by the one and only Ms. Brianna. It feels like a lifetime ago since she dominated the Rumble Dome herself. We can't forget a legend. The crowd jumped and screamed, erupting into madness. I looked around in awe. I had no idea she was such a big deal. Could this new recruit continue her legacy? Only time will tell. Coming in at Arsha years old, Ibai Basha Yilimi, and weighing Basha Sidsenka, with an overall fight record in the Rumble Dome of lean wins, lean losses, and lean ties. Please welcome the Flame Emperor. I froze. She really submitted my name as the Flame Emperor. I guess I have to go with it now. I slowly raised my sword up into the air and let my MP flow through it. It glowed light red as I activated my fire magic. A massive eruption of flames ignited around the blade as I pointed it to the ceiling. The building shook and ear-piercing cheers came from the audience. The crowd went absolutely wild. Zian Zian Zian, Chapter Liu Shiwu, Zian Zian Zian. Xavier stared me down with a cold look as I continued to shoot flames high up into the air through my sword. The announcer's voice rang out again. I brought my sword down and let the flames go out slowly as I listened. Everybody knows the rules. There is no time limit in the ring. All tricks, magic items, and abilities are allowed. The winner will be decided by knockout, forfeit, or death. We will begin at the sound of the bell. I brought my sword forward and pointed it at Xavier. He did the same with his own. The cage around us rumbled, and the crowd whispered and pointed. The sound of a bell rang and cheers came out from the crowd. The white, Zan-haired swordsman scanned the arena for movements, but I was doing exactly the same. Each of us was waiting patiently for the other to make the first move and show weakness. I used Inspect LV Aryao. He sprinted to the left a split second after I activated my skill, almost like he could sense it. I reacted by jumping backward and to the right, watching his movements. Xavier is pretty quick on his feet, but I definitely have him beat in that department with these new boots. It is his eyes I'm more worried about. Every time I take a step in any direction or move my sword the slightest bit, he tracks it like a hawk. We basically ran around in a full circle for a few seconds as we examined each other's body movements. This is getting boring. I gripped my blade tight and ignited it back into a fiery display. I plant my right foot and lunge in to begin an attack. Still expressionless, Xavier plants his foot and turns to face me with his sword by his side. I lift my blade high in the air and aim it directly at his wide-open body in front of me. Clang scrappy. The moment I brought my blade down, Xavier gracefully lifted his own sword and used my momentum to block my attack, but also curving his blade around my own to add speed to the swing. I was sent flying forward into the cage behind him. As a defense mechanism, I erupted into flames to cover my full body the moment I lost balance. The exact moment I did, Xavier jumped backward to avoid being burned. I smashed into the side of the cage, but didn't take on any real damage. I got to my feet and let my body's flames go out, but keeping them lit around my sword as I pointed it at the white Zanhaired knight. He has an interesting fighting style. From what I see so far, Xavier isn't exceptionally fast or strong. He almost entirely relies on figuring out how to use his opponent's strength against them. Probably. I'll have to do some more testing. The crowd is oohing and awing, trying to figure out which of us is their new favorite. I'm not too worried about pleasing the crowd. Winning the fight is my only concern. I ran back in with a very similar attack. It produced a very similar outcome, though. Again, my attack was easily countered, and the momentum of my brute Zan-like swing was used against me. Great. Looks like I'll have to use my brain a little bit at least. We squared up on opposite sides of the ring, getting ready for our third clash. I initiated the charge and sprinted forward with my flaming blade in hand. The moment we came within striking distance, I let go of my sword and activated telekinesis. The blade shot off the left as I sprinted to the right, cornering the swordsman on both sides. His eyes finally changed. Those dull, never-Zan-changing, focused eyes opened wide, but it wasn't at the moment I expected. They opened moments before the sword left my hand, like he knew it was coming. Clang with an elegant twist. He blocked my blade while keeping an eye on me. I motioned to bring my sword back and ran towards him. It flew in my direction, and Xavier readied his own blade to counter. Moments before we collided, I caught my sword and began to swing it down at his head. He positioned to counter. At the last second, I twisted my own body to prevent our blades from colliding. There is just one issue. Xavier's blade is pointed straight at my stomach, and mine is pointed way off to the right side of his body. Clang, the white, Zanhaired knight's eyes opened. Even wider than before, as a thick layer of black crystals covered my abdomen, blocking his sword's impact. I twisted my body again and landed a fiery slash on the side of Xavier's right leg through a gap in the lightweight armor. We both jumped backward after this exchange, and I heard him let out a cry of pain. His stance and movements remained the same, but his eyes had changed. The cool and calculated stare from before is nothing like it used to be. Now there is fear in those eyes. I heard him speak up for the first time in a deep yet young Zan-sounding voice. How do you have so many skills? It is impossible. I pointed my sword at him, and it began to glow light red for a few seconds, then returned back to black. I could feel it watching for a moment. Xavier seemed to notice it too. His eyes opened even wider as he held out his own sword. I grinned and ran forward, igniting my blade. It is now or never. The best time to attack a genius is when he isn't right in the head. I covered my full body in flames and ran in like a charging bull. Xavier went fully offensive and stabbed me in the chest, then again in the neck. I hardened the areas of impact milliseconds before every attack. He must have been professionally trained. These attacks would have definitely been fatal without my skill. Such precision, it is almost scary. In the swordsman's angry confusion, I managed to land a hit of my own deep into the left side of his upper abdomen through another small gap in his armor. We jumped backward after this exchange, and he burst into flames. I left a good amount of excess fire residue behind. He burned bright red. The crowd roared and the arena shook even more. I grinned and pointed my sword toward him. He gritted his teeth and scowled while pointing his blade back at me. Again, my blade glowed a faint red color, then faded back to black. Xavier ran straight at me. He is frustrated, injured, and tired. If I didn't have so many wildcards up my sleeve, he could easily beat an opponent much stronger than himself. Too bad he was paired with me today. We ran at each other with our swords held out in front of us. Mine began to pulse red again as we ran forward. I felt an incredible surge of energy flow through me and erupted into dark red flames. Xavier instinctively put his sword up to block my attack like all the others, but it did not go quite the same as it had before. I charged forward, and his shining silver sword clashed against my fiery glowing crimson blade. Clang crack cuck Xavier attempted to maneuver my blade to the side like he always had, but there was much more force behind my blow this time. No matter the technique, not much could be done against this raw power. My blade collided with his, instantaneously shattering it into pieces. I followed through and cut his chest plate clean in half, throwing the white sand-haired knight flying back against the cage wall. The crowd erupted into even more cheers, and some threw food and trash up into the air. They were eating up the savagery taking place before their eyes. Xavier sat against the cage covered in flame residue and a bloody gash across his chest attempting to get up to his feet. He looked me in the eyes. I pointed my glowing sword directly at him with a serious look on my face. He yelled, "That is it. You win. I forfeit." I nodded slowly and started to turn away. Then, my sword glowed even brighter. I could feel a presence seeping out of it into myself calling for me to finish the battle. It felt like a primal urge to hunt and kill the prey in front of me. I ignited into a dark ball of fire and drove the sword into his chest, letting out an explosion of flames. "Level up!" I crowd roared even louder. It was all over before I realized what happened. It was like I was in a trance. There you have it, folks. Never a dull moment in the Rumble Dome. Our Wuxia winner today is the one and only Flame Emperor. I shook myself out of an adrenaline zen-induced daze to look around and see the crowd making a horrible mess outside the cage and chanting in unison. "We want Theodore. We want Theodore. We want Theodore." They kept saying this over and over as I looked around the ring to understand what exactly just happened. I looked down at my feet and saw a blue light hovering over a few pieces of armor in a pile of ash. Use absorption skill, appraisal special grade. Yes. No. I gulped and chose yes while looking around nervously. The announcer's voice rang out again. "It looks like the crowd is ready for another fight. We will give it to you shortly. Please, take your seats and place your bets. Our new prospect, the Flame Emperor, will be facing off against our proud Yue Wuxia defending champion, Theodore the Destroyer. Please allow our fighters to rest and heal up. The main event will begin in half an hour. We will have a quick performance in the meantime." The lights began to dim and a few workers came into the area to escort me out. I nodded and followed them out. Another team of workers disposed of the remains in the ring. One of them spoke to me as we stepped out of the cage. "Hey, great show, but don't you think you overdid it a bit? That was the Trade Commissioner's son, you know?" I ignored what he said and scanned the crowd until I finally saw Bree slowly walking toward me through an ocean of screaming fans. She had a huge grin across her face. "Good fight. Exactly as I hoped for. Come with me. Let's get you healed up for the main event." She put her arm around my shoulder and we started walking up to the VIP booth. Dancers in provocative clothing piled into the dome and started entertaining the audience. I'm still in a bit of shock. The crowd parted all around us as we walked. I'm still holding the sword that killed a man moments ago with, I understand their concern. We walked up the bleachers and into a small private room with a window to view the show. I rested my sword up against the wall, sat down in a padded chair, and took off my mask. I took a long, deep breath in and out, looked over at my sword, then at Bree, and finally grinned. "So, is there anything I should know about this Theodore guy? I'll be fighting him soon." "Eh? Oh,